California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring.
Hey, I call the meeting to order. Good morning.
Good morning.
At this time, the July 2024 meeting of the CSU Board of Trustees is called to order. Ms. Corral, please call the roll.
Trustee Adamson.
Present.
Vice Chair Reimbula.
Here.
Trustee Brar. Here. Chair Clark.
Present.
Trustee Fagan.
Here.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Here.
Trustee Fong.
Here.
Chancellor Garcia. Here. Trustee Ghilarducci.
Here.
Trustee Gilbert Lori. Here. Trustee Guajardo. Here. Trustee Campbell.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis. Trustee Lopez. Trustee McGrory. Trustee Molina Mancillo.
Here.
Trustee Neshabat. Governor Newsom. Trustee Ortiz Morfitt.
Here.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Here.
Speaker Rivas. Trustee Steinhauser.
Here.
Superintendent Thurmond. Trustee Vargas. Trustee Melikar.
Here.
Chair Clark, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We're going to now move on to public comment. In our continuing effort to provide accessibility and flexibility for the public, we will begin by taking all public comment for committees and plenary at the beginning of our open session. The board welcomes public comment and appreciates all speakers who have taken the time to attend the meeting, both in person and virtually, to address the board. As with our last meeting, university presidents are seated around this dais so they may better see and hear our public speakers as they address some of the CSU's most critically important matters. When public comment has concluded, presidents will return to their usual seats. As new chair of the board, I'd like to make a few brief statements before we proceed with today's public comment. At the CSU, we value freedom of speech and view the right of free expression as an integral component of the open discourse that is essential. It is an essential hallmark of higher education. It is within this context that we seek to honor and create space for diverse viewpoints where all members of our community may share their perspective. We understand that some comments may elicit opposing perspectives. However, we ask that all who attend our board meetings conduct themselves in a respectful manner that allows everyone equal opportunity to share their thoughts. In the spirit of fairness to all who wish to speak and allow the committees and the board to hear as many speakers as possible within the time available, please note that ceding, pooling, or yielding time to other speakers will not be permitted. I also ask that all speakers keep their remarks concise and each speaker will have 1 minute for their comments. Additionally, the board will not permit disruptive behavior that may impede other speakers from the opportunity to provide their comments or that prevents the orderly conduct of this meeting. Please bear in mind that all proceedings of the board, including public comment, are live streamed and archived, and thus it is important that we all remain mindful of our conduct. Our goal during this and every board meeting is to have a peaceful and respectful session that allows for the board to hear from as many stakeholders as possible. As a reminder, in addition to participating in public comment sessions, any member of the public may also submit written comments to be shared with the full board via email to trusteesoffice@calstate.edu. Additionally, CSU community members may also share their feedback with the respective statewide bodies, the CSSA, Statewide Academic Senate, and Alumni Council, who provide standing reports to each board meeting. Please note that this period will also be considered a hearing for purposes of receiving any comments related to any Title V action items on the agenda for this meeting. I thank you all for your attention. I now turn it over to Ms. Rivas to please call the speakers who have requested to provide public comment. Ms. Reeves.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Good morning, everyone. If you are in person to provide public comment, please step to the microphones on either side of the auditorium. If you are on Zoom, once you hear your name, please accept the unmute request to begin your comments. Our first speakers are going to be Michael Clyde, Jerusha Greenwood, and Dustin Stegner. Michael, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
ITS employees revealed those who will consider or definitely leave retire has a potential for 65% Chancellor's Office ITS turnover. For brevity, focus on the 12% definitely leaving. 21 positions that will not be replaced at the drop of a hat. We're 24 years into the 21st century. Any IT candidate will bring up telecommuting. 3-2 hybrid means losing that candidate. Consider years of thorough system knowledge lost. I've worked in ITS 22 years, working with all ADT divisions, and I have seen many highly intelligent people humbled by the complexities of this system. The opportunity exists in which the easiest path to retain intellectual expertise is maintaining status quo. If 3-2 hybrid moves forward, it is equivocal to a doctor diagnosing a tumor benign, yet treating as if it were a malignancy. Like that patient, it will take the CSU years to recover from a destructive, unforced error. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Jerusha, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jerusha Greenwood, and I have the honor of serving as the chair of the Academic Senate at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. The topic I would like to address is the integration of Cal Maritime and Cal Poly San Luis Obispo on the agenda for the Joint Committee on Educational Policy and Finance. I agree with EVC Relvick and DVC Evans that Cal Maritime and Cal Poly SLO are leaders, quote, leaders in vital academic and workforce fields in California, and are clearly in alignment in their hands-on learn by doing approach, close quote. If approved, the process of integration should respect and make every effort to maintain the unique curriculum and learning experiences offered to students by the faculty at each campus. According to the information provided for today's Joint Committee on Educational Policy and Finance meeting on the integration, 16 critical topic areas have been identified and are being tentatively explored by subject matter experts from both institutions. However, aside from informational meetings held prior to the end of the academic year, the academic senates of both campuses have not been consulted regarding these topic areas, though it should be assumed that the curriculum would be one of those areas. As the curriculum is under the purview of the faculty via the Academic Senate at both campuses, it is imperative that faculty, by way of the Academic Senates, be included in these discussions. Shared governance should be central to the process of integration. The timing of the integration announcement, as well as when the integration comes up as discussion items at Board of Trustee meetings, this meeting, when most faculty are not on contract, and in September, the first week of Cal Poly's fall term, this limits the ability of the faculty to engage in shared governance on this decision. I implore you to please reach out to your faculty senates, Board of Trustees members in particular, reach out and speak with us. We have information. We are the experts on the curriculum, and I encourage you to reach out and ask us questions before decisions are made. Thank you.
Thank you. Dustin, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the board for the time for public comment. My name is Dustin Stegner. I'm a professor of English at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, former Academic Senate chair, and I currently am serving as a representative on the statewide Senate from Cal Poly. Like Jerusha, the previous speaker, I want to build on comments regarding the integration between Cal Poly and Cal State Maritime. In particular, my concerns focus on the lack of communication about workforce and where faculty and staff positions will be integrated into Cal Poly if the board approves the integration between Cal Poly and Maritime. On the FAQ posted by the Chancellor's office, the statement was that Maritime is exploring further workforce reductions as necessary. From a faculty standpoint, it is vital, I think, that all faculty positions are preserved in order to serve our students both at Maritime and Poly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Ian Wallace, Lisa Kawamara, and Rachel Hill. Ian, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Good morning, Chair Clark, board members, and others. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the integration of Cal Maritime and Cal Poly SLO. My name is Dr. Ian Wallace, and I'm a psychologist at Cal Maritime, where I've been for the past 11 years working as the Director of Counseling and Psychological Services. I've chaired committees, sailed on the training ship, represented our union, and more. This institutional knowledge informs my comments today. From the front lines of campus, please consider these observations. There are numerous position vacancies, departures this past year, and more this coming fall. In the past 5 months, not a single full-time job announcement has been posted for a faculty or staff position. The incoming class of students at Cal Maritime is projected to be 25% greater than last year. With these and other signs of adjustment and recovery, many are asking, besides integration, what are their alternative paths forward? This is a fair question. In fact, another Cal Maritime agenda item today on the Waterfront Master Plan includes a section titled Summary of Project Alternatives. Regarding the 16 topic areas being explored, I believe that all employees are subject matter experts and deserve to be part of the process. Last, employees at Cal Maritime care deeply about the institution, its students, and we work tirelessly to keep it afloat. Please examine the evidence, consider options, and recognize workers as subject matter experts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Lisa, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Kawamura. I am a faculty member, temporary faculty member in the Department of Communication Studies, as well as the chapter president of CFA SLO. I'm here today to speak about the integration between Cal Maritime and Cal Poly, and I believe that we have not been given enough information. We believe that this decision has been made without the proper consultation of either campus, faculty, which is really important for us to be able to voice our concerns and to be able to make good decisions, not just for faculty, but for our students and staff as well. This decision has been made without the consultation of faculty and students, and we really encourage you to think about the impacts that it will have on the other issues that are also happening at Cal Poly, including year-round operations and quarter to semester. There are a lot of things that still have not yet been discussed, and we need your help.
Thank you. Rachel, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Thank you. I'm an assistant professor and delegate at large for Cal Poly Pomona, and I'm here to speak to the fact that the percentage of students experiencing mental health problems has increased nearly 50% in the last decade. The national youth mental health crisis was even highlighted in an advisory from the Surgeon General 3 years ago. Just last year, over 3/4 of college students experienced moderate to serious psychological distress. Rates of anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation on our campuses have never been higher than they are today. And those who are most at risk are undocumented students, veteran students, low-income first-gen students. These are our students, the ones the CSU serves. Why isn't this reflected in our budgetary priorities? There are still too few counselors for our students, faculty, and staff. We are on the front lines of this crisis. We are overwhelmed because we are not trained mental health professionals, and it feels like administrators are simply indifferent to our students' suffering. Expanding access to mental health support should be treated like the urgent public health crisis that it is. We need to invest in our students' mental health because it can actually save lives and it keeps our campuses safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Elaine Burnell, Karen Malone, and Vincent Rosso. Elaine, please begin your comments.
As a parent of Black and Filipino children, a 9th grader in Long Beach Unified, and a second-year student at Cal State Long Beach, it is vital to have consistent access to culturally diverse and affordable higher education. But with stagnant wages and sharp tuition hikes, my family and my students are experiencing immense financial consequences, and it is becoming more and more difficult to keep the Long Beach promise to my own children. Over the last 18 years of teaching and having served over 7,000 students, I have seen more and more of my students working full-time and taking a full course load, especially our undocumented students. So I'm asking the board, especially Trustees Clark, Fong, Steinhauser, Vargas, and Yi Melichar, to vote down the increases to executive compensation, which will be detrimental to the educational and economic futures of our CSU students. Think of my family and families like mine. Thank you.
Karen, please begin your comments.
The California legislature is worried about how the CSU is spending their money. How do I know? I went to Sacramento to meet with the legislature, and that's what we all kept hearing. What the hell are they spending their money on? Well, Chancellor Garcia has decided to waste money and require all CO employees to return to a 3-2 hybrid. With this return, the CSU will continue to waste money in the following ways. Keeping the Catalina Landing building leases. This will cost close to $3 million per year. Purchasing new computer equipment and furniture to accommodate the return. This will cost close to $2 million. A staggering loss of staff. This will cost approximately $20,000 per employee that separates in recruitment, training, and lost productive hours. Costly projects such as CHRS and Grad Initiative 2025 will be delayed significantly. The cost of these delays are in the thousands of dollars. The CO staff honor the fact that we are stewards of the California taxpayer money. Does the Chancellor?
Good morning, Chancellor Garcia, Chair Clark, and members of the board. Vincent Rosso with the Campaign for College Opportunity. As the board prepares to hear an update on the Graduation Initiative 2025 Year of Engagement this afternoon, we once again wanted to applaud the CSU for its remarkable work to nearly double grad rates in the last decade. We deeply appreciate the disaggregation of racial and ethnic data in the GI 2025 metrics and the focus on transfer that has been integrated to ensure strong supports for community college students coming to the CSU. And we also commend the CSU for working with the state to advance the goals of the compact. As you work to envision this next iteration of the Graduation Initiative, we urge the CSU to double down on strategies to eliminate equity gaps in degree completion, bolster a targeted focus on Black student enrollment and success, evaluate campuses based on their progress to close racial equity gaps, and equip each campus with the resources needed to increase student success. We look forward to being strong partners in this next chapter, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Dagoberta Hertua and Christina Seisel.
Good morning, trustees. Dagoberta Hertua, President of APC, representing Unit 4. At CSULA, following a student protest in June, many Unit 4 employees have been working under conditions unsuitable for the jobs they were hired to do. For more than a month now, workers in several departments report being out of their offices because of construction going on at a few buildings, causing them to not have access to equipment necessary to perform their duties. More importantly, some of them report not having air conditioning and/or access to restrooms in the buildings they have been temporarily relocated to. This is particularly true for employees in the Office of EOP. We would like to request that until offices return to normal and to their usual workspaces, Unit 4 employees be allowed to a hybrid schedule. Hybridity would also improve accessibility for students visiting campus for advising and recruitment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Tad Walters, Jeff Newcomb, and Natalie Monzon. Tad, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Just very quick, Christina Seisel is going to join virtually, and if she can be called last, she got stuck in LA traffic.
Absolutely. We will reach out to her and so she can speak virtually.
Good morning. I'm Tad Walters, a lecturer at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. I'm also the elected CFA lecturer representative for my campus and on the statewide board of directors for CFA. My comments are specific to the proposed integration of Cal Maritime and Cal Poly SLO. First, the notification timing of the proposed integration coming as it did during the last week of the academic year at Cal Poly, and well after the end of the academic year at Maritime left faculty and staff feeling distrustful of the proposal. Also, the dearth of specificity in this edict with regard to lecturer appointments, entitlements, evaluations, and workload under the integration is a clear message in and of itself. We and our students are peripheral. In solidarity with Maritime, I request this board ask the Chancellor's office about its analyses and projections of potential job losses and reductions in workload that lecturers may face once the two campuses are fully consolidated in 2026. Please make the Chancellor's responses public. Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. Jeff, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Thank you. I'm Jeff Newcomb, lecturer faculty for 22 years at Cal State East Bay, College of Business and Economics, and president of our local chapter of the California Faculty Association. Our campus has signaled additional austerity measures to come, including further cutbacks, loss of work, and increased workload for remaining faculty, with an appeal for conversation between administration and faculty about future needs. But performative conversation that bypasses authentic shared governance can lead to dysfunction, missed opportunities, and disrupted service to students. One recent austerity measure is illustrative. East Bay's women's water polo was abruptly terminated in early May, justified for budgetary reasons, without prior consultation with faculty. No evidence we can find, including information so far supplied by management, indicates that women's water polo has been a hopeless financial burden. On the contrary, our data show that this successful sports program has held its own since its inception. Upending 19 student athletes' East Bay careers is without precedent. Going forward, authentic shared governance, it's hard, but it's crucial if we are to emerge from austerity measures with trust and strategic vitality. Authentic shared governance includes substantive contributions to decision-making about resource allocations directly affecting faculty and student success. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Natalie, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Hello, my name is Natalie, and I'm a student at CSULB, and I'm here to speak in support of the Opportunity for All bill. As of recently, we've seen a decline in quality of the services that our universities provide, with the underfunding of our mental health resources, our cultural spaces, and general resources, all while the cost to attend is increasing annually. These resources are necessary for our students to succeed in higher education. Incoming undocumented students, many being low income and or working class youth, bear the brunt of the recent decision to increase tuition, with this decision barring many from choosing higher education and instead joining the workforce straight out of high school to sustain themselves and their families. Incoming undocumented students need to know that our universities will support them in their journey throughout higher education, and this includes equal opportunity and access to on-campus employment. Through these tuition hikes, the CSU has shown its disregard for its undocumented student population, but this bill could alleviate some of the financial burden that current undocumented students are facing and reassure incoming students that they'll have equal opportunity to employment as any other student.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Eduardo Cruz, Jalen Investor, and Joshua Guardo. Eduardo, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Good morning. My name is Eduardo Cruz, and I'm the Legislative Vice President for Associated Students at Cal Poly Humboldt, and I would like to address the executive compensation for our interim president at Cal Poly Humboldt. It is significant concern given the broader financial context of our university system. CSU presidents receive annual salaries ranging from $324,000 to $533,000, along with substantial housing allowance or free housing, car allowances, and other benefits. For example, our previous president was given a salary of $384,000 with $144,000 in benefits. This is in stark contrast to the financial struggles faced by faculty and students. Faculty have been denied a 12% salary increase while executive compensation continues to rise. A significant amount of students face food insecurity and housing insecurity on our campus, and a student salary is significantly low, making it difficult for many to meet their basic need. This disparity raises serious questions about prioritization of resources and the commitment to addressing the needs of our faculty and students. Thank you.
Thank you. Jalen, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Hello, my name is Jalen Ivester, and I'm a student from CSU San Marcos with Students for Quality Education. And I want to talk about issues that faculty face with academic freedoms, particularly pressure from the university, publicly and privately, for faculty to not partake in political speech surrounding Palestine. Per the CSU's own freedom of speech handbook, campuses may not prohibit or take any adverse action based on an employee's personal political affiliation, activity, or beliefs. And so I do not understand why faculty's speech and beliefs are being stifled or silently threatened, punitive action over important, ongoing geopolitical crisis involving the lives of thousands of individuals, especially given the importance of educating students on these events. Faculty that have shared violent rhetoric in support of Israel have not faced the same repercussions that faculty with pro-Palestine views have had. We demand that the CSU reevaluate how they work to protect freedom of speech, and we demand that you cease punitive actions against faculty who partake in sharing their views. Thank you for your time.
Joshua, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Hello, my name is Joshua Gallardo, and I am here with Students for Quality Education. I'm here to point out the faults that you all have created and ignored for the students of the Cal State system. Setting a dangerous precedent, you decided to raise tuition over 5 years despite public outcry from students, faculty, and community members, presenting not only their heartbreaking stories, but also the cold hard facts. Not only did you ignore us, but you demonized us, setting up extra protections like metal detectors to shield yourselves from the very community that you should be helping. Proposed over a time in which students and faculty aren't even aware of what's going on, this is a sneaky move that the board continues to use as exposed by the proposed merger of Cal Poly, SLO, and Maritime. All of these snake-like moves on your behalf will and have already negatively impacted the students of our campuses. Students don't have access to the necessary resources that a public education should be providing for them. Wait times have gotten so bad on campuses that we have already overworked professors who tell us to go to them rather than the on-school services because they can provide a faster appointment. Your careless actions affect everyone, and that is why we demand more transparency and accountability toward the people that you serve.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Ren Anderson, Michael Lee Chang, and Mary Magubat.
My name is Bryn Anderson, and I am with Students for Quality Education. I'm here to express my concerns regarding the tuition increase due to the harm it is causing to so many students. Current students, such as myself, are barely making ends meet while handling multiple responsibilities and roles. Many of us are forced to have more than one job to help fund our education, and increasing tuition is making us suffer more due to your poor money mismanagement. How is it that our tuition is going up, yet so many of our courses are being cut? On top of this, CSU East Bay's women's water polo team was abruptly cut during finals week to compensate for enrollment shortfalls. Once again, students are being forced to take the fall for the shortcomings of the CSU executives. It is clear that our tuition is not going towards our education. It's not going towards building our community, so where is it going? Where is our money? Students are done cleaning up the mess that CSU executives create, and low enrollment rates confirm this. Please take some accountability and own up to the mistakes that you have created and fix them. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Good morning, Chair Clark Jr., trustees, and members of the CSSA. I'm Michael Lee Chang, a student at Sacramento State with Students for Quality Education. I must express my grave concerns about our campus budgeting. Annually, $6.5 million is allocated to campus police, while the Title IX office receives a paltry $15,000 for sexual violence prevention program, meaning to protect over 30,000 students, nearly 2,000 faculty, 1,500 staff, and all campus visitors. That's just 50 cents per student for protection against rape and sexual assault, while police supplies and services alone cost approximately $250,000. 50 cents to prevent rape. As someone with experience working in the Title IX office and on our campus task force, and as a survivor, I find it distressing that our priorities are so misaligned. Police funding has not curbed sexual violence, which often occurs in private spaces. I urge the trustees to scrutinize this misallocation of funds and reallocate the campus police budget to mental health counseling and educational programming for true prevention. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Mary, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
My name is Mary Mangubat. I'm a student at Cal Poly Humboldt, and I'm with Students for Quality Education. I want to address the topic of Cal GETC and how there was a lack of transparency when this decision was rolled out. There are students who attend the CSU that aren't looking to finish their degree in 4 years, let alone less than that. The removal of GE courses harms students from being well-rounded when they graduate, as well as putting the jobs of faculty at risk, who mainly teach these GE courses. Students deserve a quality education and should be assured to receive the proper tools and resources while attending and departing from the CSU system. The board needs to start recognizing that your lack of transparency and consistent pattern of not engaging in meaningful dialogue with the people who make up this institution actively puts them in harm's way. The tuition increase and slow maritime merger are also relevant topics that you fail to incorporate feedback on or acknowledge the stories of those who are / will be impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Fatima Zavarino, Belen Delgado, and Elizabeth Flores.
My name is Fatima, student at Cal State Long Beach. I want to express my disappointment with the CSU for sending a representative that opposed the Opportunity for All bill on July 3rd in Sacramento. The California State University has sided with the University of California and against their own students in fighting for their right to access equal employment opportunities at their universities. AB 2586, a bill that would allow undocumented students the right to access equal opportunities when students cannot get paid for their work or obtain on-campus jobs, it severely impacts their ability to pay for tuition, supplies, housing, and other necessities. Most students can apply for any job on campus, helping them financially and advancing their careers, while undocumented students must rely on limited resources. Students should not have to struggle for the right to survive on campus while pursuing their studies. With the passing of the bill, it would change the lives of undocumented students at UCs, CSUs, and community colleges by allowing us to fully access all the opportunities that come with an education. You, as representatives of the CSU, have a responsibility to support AB 2586 that would give justice and equal access to your own students.
Good morning, Chancellor Garcia, Chair Clark, and trustees. My name is Belen Delgado with the Dolores Huerta Foundation. On behalf of the Central Valley Higher Education Equity Hub, which is a coalition of community-based and college access organizations across the region, I want to express our gratitude to the CSU Bakersfield Presidential Search Advisory Committee for hosting an open forum in April to garner feedback in the search for the next president of Cal State University Bakersfield. We appreciate the intentional inclusion of students, faculty and staff, campus leaders, and community members from across the Bakersfield region and Kern County in this important process. It was an honor to join you and share our perspective on the core values and the qualities that must be considered in the selection of the next president. It is clear that the students, campus stakeholders, and community advocates alike are looking for a president who is representative of the diversity of CSUB, someone who is committed to closing racial equity gaps while championing inclusive, student-centered policy, and someone who will focus on college access and affordability, tackling the real basic needs, challenges facing our students while streamlining transfer and career pathways. We look forward to your choice, identifying the next leader who will propel CSU Bakersfield and our region forward. Thank you for your time.
Our next speakers will be Anna Martinez, Michaela Peruganon, and Aparna Sina. Anna, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Hello, I'm a student and an AS Social Justice and Equity Officer at Cal Poly Humboldt, and I would like to address the executive compensation for the interim president of Cal Poly Humboldt. About 2 years ago, students protested due to the lack of housing for returning Cal Poly Humboldt students, as a majority of housing had been set aside for new incoming students. Despite our campus only having housing for 1/3 of our student body, access to on-campus housing is vital, especially in our rural community. Approximately 1 year ago, there were protests regarding homeless students living in vehicles on campus being forcibly removed from our school property, despite having nowhere else to go. This disparity in how our institution treats our students and faculty is unacceptable and erodes trust. Instead of allocating resources to housing and compensating the next president, many other initiatives require attention, including AB 2586. I urge you to offer a reasonable salary to our next president, one that does not equal or exceed the previous president's pay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michaela, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
I'm a student at Cal Poly SLO with Students for Quality Education, expressing my concerns about our merger with CSU Maritime. This decision to merge was made by the Chancellor's office without any dialogue with either campus's students, faculty, and staff. This top-down decision-making approach must end. You are making financial decisions that can compromise not only student financial stability, but the livelihood of your faculty and staff. We demand that you open lines of communication immediately, engaging with students, faculty, and staff in an honest discussion about the merger. Listen to our concerns and address them seriously. This shouldn't be treated as a financial maneuver when our academic and professional prospects are the collateral damage. Further, we demand that you break down this isolated decision-making pattern in the future, because all our futures do not be your financial experiment. Prioritize open communication and collaboration to ensure that any decisions made truly benefit all stakeholders.
Thank you. Aparna, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Hello, I'm Aparna Sinha, an associate professor at Cal Maritime and the current CFA Cal Maritime chapter president. I'm here to speak on the upcoming integration of Cal Maritime and Cal Poly SLO. Faculty at Cal Maritime are feeling increasingly frustrated with the numerous uncertainties surrounding it, especially since we've been excluded from all decision-making process. We're very concerned about the fate of certain departments and majors, especially that are not maritime related, and the potential duplication of programs with Cal Poly SLO. There are serious concerns about job security for our contingent faculty, including counselors, librarians, and coaches. The lack of clear answers and detailed plans, combined with our exclusion from the decision-making process, is causing significant anxiety and apprehension among the faculty and students. We seek transparency and clarity on how our lives and careers will be impacted by this integration. We strongly urge you to make this a collaborative, shared governance process, as all of my colleagues and students have mentioned here, rather than an order or dictum as it feels right now. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Anton Taylor and Christina Isaacson. Anton, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
My name is Antoine Taylor. I'm currently attending Cal State San Marcos with Students of Quality Education. And I'm here to let it be known that your obvious lack of transparency with students and faculty who are essential to the CSU system disgusts me. With not only that, choosing to increase tuition regardless of the countless lives that the decision will impact, even after hearing several personal first-hand stories of those who will deal with the consequences so long they are in the CSU system, further iterates the lack of concern you've shown time to time again with students, family, faculty, and community. People that are integral to the CSU system deserve to have the necessary information and tools to succeed and prosper. Not having to find out with little to zero information on major changes to the school they attend or work at, such as the SLO Maritime merger and Cal GETC. With to no one's surprise, you fail to recognize the struggle of those who will be affected by these two decisions. Be accountable for the transparency you do not provide, and every last one of you needs to do better. Students and faculty's mental health and future should not have to suffer because of the board's negligence. Cease your disingenuous promise and fix your actions.
Thank you. Christine, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Good morning, Chancellor Garcia, Chair Clark Jr., and trustees. Thank you for your time. My name is Dr. Christine Isaacson, and I'm an assistant professor at Cal Maritime, a licensed officer and graduate of Cal Maritime, and a senator and legislative specialist with the Academic Senate for the CSU system. Thank you for hearing our comments. My comments are regarding the potential union or merger of Cal Maritime and Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. I am optimistic in general about this potential merger and indeed excited for the possibilities. As a cadet at Cal Maritime, we had Cal Poly SLO students on board our ship during our summer training cruise, and we have a long-standing positive relationship with Cal Poly SLO. That said, For example, Cal Maritime has unique considerations related to federal regulations and STCW. This is only one example to illustrate the importance of honoring our commitment to shared governance. Curriculum is in the purview of faculty. Faculty are the experts in their specific fields, in their curriculum. They know what makes a degree or program outstanding and what a program must do to maintain accreditation. Faculty on both campuses must be centering the discussions regarding curriculum. It is also our responsibility to the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Elizabeth McNee and Vaughn Wilbur. Elizabeth, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Elizabeth McNee, Associate Professor of Marine Transportation, a U.S. Merchant Marine Officer, and Chair of the Faculty Senate at Cal Maritime. I wish I could speak to you today on behalf of the entire Faculty Senate about the proposed Cal Poly Cal Maritime integration. Unfortunately, news of the proposed integration came after our summer recess began, and we do not meet as a Senate over the summer. That said, my opinion about the proposed integration is quite positive. I believe integration will strengthen both universities. For Maritime, it will resolve many of our administrative and recruiting challenges while simultaneously enhancing our top-notch maritime and engineering programs. For Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, we will bring our outstanding job placement rate of 92%, our high starting salaries, our two-time national champion collegiate wind power team, and our excellent professional and leadership development programs. Nevertheless, we have many concerns about the process of shared governance in this integration proposal. We look forward to working with you in the future through a process of shared governance to discuss the challenges and concerns of this integration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vaughn, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
My name is Vaughn Wilbur, and I'm a member of Students for Quality Education at Cal State Fullerton. I have joined this group because ever since enrolling at Cal State Fullerton, my peers have been in crisis. From hate crimes on campus to long wait times for mental health services, students question why the CSU should be their first choice. We see money going into nap sleeping pods rather than paying for mental health services that could actually improve the well-being of the student population. Cal State Fullerton prides itself for aesthetics over the well-being of the student population. Many of my peers outcry to you about how this tuition increase will negatively affect their family, friends, and themselves. Your failure to consider the students' input is incompetent at best. Police continue to take millions away from the students while we have to stand by waiting weeks for a CAPS appointment with an overworked counselor who is likely to not be full-time tenured. Your fiscal priority should go into counseling so we can at least meet the minimum of one counselor for every 1,500 students on campus.
Chair Clark, that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Reeves. And thank you all the speakers who provided comment in person today, on all the speakers who joined virtually. As I mentioned earlier, it's abundantly clear you're all passionate about the topics you came here to discuss. I'm confident that I can speak on behalf of my colleagues on the board when I say we admire your conviction and we respect your opinions. We're moving a bit ahead of schedule, but we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we will return at, I won't say 5, we'll return at 9:55. -12-minute break.
State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those.
Morning. So this is my first meeting as chair of the board and my first chair report. And I'd like to begin my report by offering a very warm welcome on behalf of the entire board to everyone who's attending the first board meeting in their new roles. California State Fullerton President Ronald Rashawn, who's attending virtually. I think Delta situation got a hold of him. Stanislaus State President Britt Ellis Rios, Academic Senate Chair Dr. Elizabeth Boyd, and CSSA President Yaseh Etc. We're thrilled to have you all and are certain that your collective expertise will positively impact CSU for many years to come. I'd also like to recognize and congratulate two newly appointed members of this board. Sam Najabat. He is a senior advisor for business affairs to the California Attorney General, Rob Bonta, a role he accepted after serving as Assistant Deputy Director of External Affairs for the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, and as President of SJN Properties for 7 years. Sam will join us at our September meeting. And today, our new student trustee, Jasmine Fajardo. Jasmine comes to us from CSU Channel Islands, where she has served in numerous and impressive student leadership positions, including Vice President of Associated Students Incorporated, ASI's Senator for Student Engagement, President of the State Student Nurses Association, and founder and President of League of United Latin American Citizens Collegiate Council, among many others. Please join me in welcoming them. We will have Jasmine give us a more full introduction of herself tomorrow, and Trustee Najabat, he'll be here with us in September, and we'll learn more about him then. We also celebrate several leaders who are leaving their roles after distinguished service, and we look forward to recognizing Trustee Simon, President Alva, President Borrego, and Vice President Friedman. And we're going to do that more formally and in more detail after tomorrow's plenary session. I'd also like to note we're sorry to have learned of the passing of Trustee Emeritus Frederick Pierce. He has a double alum of San Diego State, earned his bachelor's degree in finance in 1984 and his MBA in 1988. In addition to his service on the CSU Board of Trustees, he was a past president of San Diego State University Alumni Association, a board member of the San Diego State Campanile Foundation, and a major public proponent for Measure G, which ultimately led to the development of CDSU Mission Valley. His positive effect on on San Diego State and the CSU will span generations. Our heartfelt condolences to his family and loved ones. The Pierce family is hosting a celebration of life on September 29th at 2 p.m. in San Diego State's Montezuma Hall in Conrad Previs Aztec Student Union. I hope some of us can attend that. For my first report as chair, it's appropriate that I start by sharing a little bit about my background. More importantly, I want to share why I'm so honored to hold this position and why I take it as such a responsibility. Obviously, I couldn't be prouder to serve as chair of the largest and most diverse public four-year university in this nation. My parents impressed on me from an early age that the way to change your life is through higher education. It's a value that spanned generations in my family, and some of you may have heard me tell this story. My mother was born in Tuskegee, Alabama. She grew up right across the street from what is now Tuskegee University. It was Tuskegee Institute at the time. My mother and father were both graduates of the Institute, a historically black university founded by Booker T. Washington, who was born into slavery. My grandmother, my mother's father, was named Thomas Monroe Campbell and was born in 1883 in Elbert County, Georgia. As a young boy, he was restless. His father was a Methodist preacher. Actually, he was a Methodist preacher without training, and a tenant farmer. His mother passed away when he was just 5 years old, leaving Thomas and his 5 siblings with their father, all uneducated. Thomas was considered by his father and brothers and sisters to be extremely slow when it came to performing his duties on the farm. Living in the foothills of Blue Ridge Mountains, he was easily distracted by whatever happened to see, a butterfly, a tadpole, whatever it could be, much to the detriment of his work. But one thing my grandfather never lost focus on was his insatiable desire to learn. During breaks from his chores, he would visit the local schoolhouse where a kind teacher taught him some of the alphabet, while other children were at recess. Periodically, he even had the opportunity to enroll in classes, but he was always disenrolled by his father, who required his assistance on the farm. Those fleeting experiences with formal education, however, only fueled his passion for education. Struck with the same thirst for knowledge, his older brother ran away from home and made it to Tuskegee Institute. That's when my grandfather plotted his own escape. In the meantime, he continued to work on the farm, tending livestock, milking cows, picking cotton. Then one day he couldn't wait any longer. At 15 years old, he packed up what little clothes he had in a leather bag and 35 cents, and he set out to join his brother. As he left home, he made a pledge never to work on a farm again. Remember that point, I'll talk about it later on. Following the rails and occasionally ducking into woods to evade capture by his father, my grandfather was determined to make it to Tuskegee at any cost, and the cost was high. It took him 4 months to get to Tuskegee. He suffered bitter cold. His clothes were tattered. At times his toes were frostbitten. He found odd jobs along the way to pay for food, room and board, and railroad fare. At one point in his travels, he received a postcard from his older brother in Tuskegee, informing him that there was a smallpox outbreak at Tuskegee and urging him to wait until the fall to come. And as my grandfather wrote in his memoir, and I quote, "As I had never heard of smallpox, I wrote my brother and did not mind the smallpox since they were small, and that I was coming." True to his word, my grandfather finally set foot on the quarantine grounds of Tuskegee Institute in April of 1899. His first day there, he went up to the registrar, and the registrar said, "Well, young man, what do you want to study? What's your course study?" My grandfather said, "Well, I don't really care what it might be. I just don't want to do any more farming." The registrar said, how about agriculture? My grandfather said, "I'll just be fine." You can imagine, by the way, my mother told me that she explained my grandfather was not pleased with when he found out what agriculture really was. But he studied hard, and he graduated. He became the first African-American cooperative extension agent in the United States Department of Agriculture. And for 50 years, he traveled the dusty roads of Alabama. bringing the Tuskegee Movable School of Agriculture to teach African American farmers how to improve what they were doing. His mode of transportation was a wagon stocked with farm equipment, seeds, fertilizer, and other items for his demonstrations and instruction. Much like CSU, Tuskegee quite literally met people where they are. I think about my grandfather often, and when I encounter obstacles in life, such as giving a chair report to the entire CSU, and his grit and tenacity inspire me every day and time and time again. And I see those same attributes in CSU's diverse and talented students. So that's why I'm so proud to be chair of this board, working together with all of you to ensure all students who possess my grandfather's passion for learning have the opportunity to live out their dreams. So that brings me to something I attended last month. That passion was on full display at CSU's biannual Juneteenth symposium in Sacramento last month. I have never attended a higher education convening that exuded so much substance and, dare I say, culture. It was an opportunity to pause and remember where we all come from while making plans for where we're going. The stories shared over those 2 days of family and community will stay with me forever, and I want to say congratulations to Dr. Luke Wood and the Juneteenth Committee for a job well done. One of the CSU's greatest strengths is it unabashedly says to all people, if you come to CSU, you're going to have a better life. I didn't think I lived long enough to see that message presented at a Juneteenth celebration, and I'm so grateful. It is often said, with great power comes great responsibility. And the largest institute of higher education in the nation, the CSU holds power. And people are watching. So it's imperative we continue our mission to become a leader in Black student success, not only across our 23 universities, but nationwide, with a focus on accountability and data-informed decision-making. I know Chancellor Garcia will address this work in more detail in her report. So for now, I will repeat what I've said before. Ensuring there is accountability to outcomes is heroic. I know my grandfather would agree. Please know that each and every one of you can count on my full and enthusiastic support as you work to carry on his legacy of educational access for all. Now, in my first report as chair, I'd also like to share a few of the goals and values that will guide my tenure. First, I want to emphasize that the CSU Board of Trustees is an oversight body that stands behind the Chancellor and to support her leadership. I want to be clear that oversight does not mean decision-making on day-to-day matters. Our oversight requires cooperative, respectful interaction with the Office of the Chancellor. It also requires that the Office of the Chancellor provide the board with the information that we need for thoughtful inquiry, respectful deliberation, and careful analysis of the data presented to us. Ladies and gentlemen, this board will not serve as a rubber stamp. There are challenging times ahead for our institution, but that's why we serve. We're going to be required to make difficult decisions, and we must offer our full support to the Chancellor and our presidents as they make difficult decisions. One of the primary goals for the board is to help our Chancellor be successful, recognizing that if she's successful, the entire system will be successful. Chancellor Garcia will be outlining her top priorities and goals shortly in her report. If we can help facilitate those goals from our position of the board, policy making and oversight, we will have a more efficient and stronger CSU. I want to encourage my colleagues to do what's necessary to make this institution even more efficient as it maintains academic excellence. This is the time when we need to move forward with determination, resolve, and dare I say, very cautious optimism. On the topic of efficiency, Chancellor Garcia is going to speak in her report about her plan to have the Chancellor's office employees return to work in the office for at least 3 days per week. I've heard some concerns from various areas expressed about this policy, but as board chair, I want to say I completely support the Chancellor on this matter. At the September board meeting, we'll be presenting the CSU Trustees Award for Outstanding Achievement. As you know, this scholarship program honors students for their academic accomplishments and community service. I'd like to take a moment to encourage all trustees to encourage to this important program. Whatever you can donate is fine, just help. The goal is to have 100% representation and support of these remarkable students. And by the way, the donations are due July 31. I still have not made mine, but I will make my timeline. In addition to the Trustees Award ceremony, we'll be debuting a new video series in the next board meeting, continuing the practice of my predecessor, Trustee Fong. Each meeting, 2 of our universities will have the opportunity to shine a light on the remarkable Cal State student, either a faculty or a staff member. Our universities are overflowing with exceptional individuals who have overcome difficult challenges and are breaking new ground. This series will make it a point to tell their stories. Before I close, I'd like to offer my heartfelt gratitude to Vice Chair Arambula for his excellent work and support. And I assure everybody in this room and statewide, he's working hard already. Thank you, Diego, for all you've done and will continue to do for CSU. And I would be remiss if I didn't recognize and thank you, Trustee Fong. Your leadership was remarkable at a very difficult time, as well as your gracious mentorship. I tried to be a good student, but I'm not sure I was, but I'll do the best I can. Wenda, it's difficult to put my gratitude in words, so I simply say thank you. Well, that concludes my report. I will now turn it over to the Chair of Academic Senate, Chair Boyd.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Chair Clark. It is with great responsibility that I provide to you and the board this ASCSU report. It has been 2 months since immediate past Chair Stuffel provided her final report, and I feel deeply honored to have been elected to serve in this role. I begin today by acknowledging that I speak to you on the land of the Tongva, Gabrieleño, and the Acjachemin Huaneño nations who have lived and continue to live here. We recognize the Tongva and Acjachemin nations for their spiritual connection to the ocean and the land as the first stewards and the traditional caretakers of this area we now call Long Beach. As I share this report, I thank them for their strength, perseverance, and resistance. We have incredible opportunities before us in the CSU, and given that it is an election year, the stakes could not be higher for education in the United States and for the CSU. We are seeing attacks on higher education across the nation, systematic dismantling of academic freedoms, banning of books, banning DEI, and a disruption of the establishments of an educated society. These constitute a loss of rights for which our country's veterans sacrificed so that we might sit here in this venue today. Our students face challenges we never experienced in our lifetimes: fear of non-acceptance into our nation, food and housing insecurity, looming financial obligations, and a lens on the world formed by living through a pandemic in the early years of their lives. With this in mind, I bring to you a committed ASCSU executive team, the majority of whom were able to attend today. Vice Chair Adam Swenson, a philosopher from CSUN. Secretary Tracy Dawn Hamilton, a mathematician from Sac State. At-large members Julia Curry, a professor of Chicana and Chicano Studies from San Jose State. and Nola Butler-Bird, a professor of multicultural community counseling from San Diego State. And of course, our illustrious immediate past chair, Beth Steffel, a professor of design from San Bernardino. And I am an entomologist and a professor in one of the 4 colleges of agriculture. Salute to you, Chair Clark, and your ancestors. At Chico State, go Wildcats. We come to you from different areas of the world, and our lived experiences are as diverse as our professional training and the locations of our campuses, which span north and south, inland and coastal, rural and urban. We have each served at our respective campuses with accumulation of over a century of experience and the highest levels of shared governance. And as our presidents and provosts can attest, we are fiercely committed to our students and to delivering the best possible education that the CSU can provide. We are engaged with the legislature, both at the state and federal levels. Indeed, we've spent our summer advocating for CSU nursing, supporting the work of California Reparations Task Force in the legislature, engaging in the fabulous Juneteenth Symposium, reviewing recommendations of the Black Student Success Report, and advocating for the faculty's role in the CSU. We are looking forward to continued strong partnerships with the California State Student Association, the CSU Alumni Council, and the California Faculty Association, the Chancellor's Office, this board, the legislature, and others. We stand ready and engaged for the future of the CSU, the state of California, and the emerging political landscape before us. We invite you to work with us side by side and hand in hand as we meet the challenges and transform them into opportunities for all our students to succeed. Chair Clark, with honor and respect, this concludes my report, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Do any board members have any questions? If not, Chair Boyd, thank you very much for moving on your next report. Moving on to our next report, I would like to extend our welcome to new CSA President, Yesé Acera, to provide his first report. President Acera, welcome, and please begin.
Thank you, Chair Clark, and good morning, trustees, Chancellor Garcia, university presidents, and everyone present today and on Zoom. Chair Clark, I would like to first congratulate you on your new role as chair. I look forward to working with you over the next year to enhance the lives of our students in the CSU. Additionally, I would like to congratulate the newest student trustee, Jasmine, who I have personally witnessed in her heart and her class. Thank you, Jasmine, for joining. My name is Yesé Acera, and I am a first-generation Samoan American, and I have the humble and extraordinary honor of serving as the president of the California State Student Association. I'm currently a graduate student studying public administration at the one and only historic San Francisco State University, where I am also an alum, having earned my Bachelor's of Arts in Music with an emphasis in vocal performance and operatic studies, and a minor in political science in May of 2023. My journey in CSSA began 2 years ago as a governing member representing my campus's associated students. Since joining CSSA, I have been passionate about advocating for student needs and rights, system-wide and state accountability, and ensuring that all students have access to a quality education. Today, I am delighted to introduce my executive officers who will help lead the CSSA in our efforts this upcoming academic year. Here with me is Karen Carrillo, the CSSA chair. Before joining CSSA, Karen served as the ASI president at Fresno State, where she earned her Bachelor's of Arts in Interdisciplinary Studies in Chicano Studies and Criminology. Karen is beginning her Master's of Arts in Higher Educational Leadership and Policy Studies at Sacramento State this fall. Also with me today is Adrian Sanchez, Vice President of Legislative Affairs. Before joining CSSA, Adrian was also served as the ASI President at Stanislaus State and is a recent graduate where he earned his Bachelor's of Science in Biology with a concentration in cellular, molecular, and microbial biology. Adrian begins his Master's of Public Administration at Stan State this fall. Tara Al-Rahani, our Vice President of System-Wide Affairs. Tara is a third-year undergraduate student studying political science, so many public admin students, and economics at San Jose State University. Before CSSA, Tara served as a student at large on her campus's lobby corps, as well as the Vice President of SJSU's SWANA initiative. And finally, CSSA's Vice President of Finance, Tyler Kawari. Tyler is a recent graduate of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, where he earned a Bachelor's of Arts in Political Science. Prior to joining CSSA as an executive officer, Tyler served as the Chief of Staff and Chair for the ASI Board of Directors. Tyler is beginning his graduate school journey in the public policy program at Cal Poly SLO this fall. As you can see, the power of the CSU is quite strong in this executive team, as 4 out of 5 of our executive officers have completed their undergraduate degrees and will complete their graduate degrees in the CSU. Before I move forward, please join me in congratulating these 4 passionate and proven leaders who are truly made in the CSU. Thank you. Wonderful. The CSSA represents nearly 500,000 students in the CSU and serves as the official voice to the California State Legislature and the CSU Board of Trustees. It is my honor to provide this report on their behalf. Last weekend, CSSA hosted our July orientation and our first Board of Directors meeting for the 2024-2025 academic year. At orientation, we had the opportunity to hear from liaisons from the Chancellor's Office, the Board of Trustees, the Academic Senate, and the Auxiliary Organization Association. We also met with our newly elected governing members and heard about their journeys as CSU students and how being made in the CSU has impacted their lives. In my short time as president thus far, I have heard inspiring stories from students who have overcome difficult family situations, such as abandonment, addiction, and abuse to pursue a transformative degree. I have listened to students who have faced food insecurity and relied on free food events on campus to sustain themselves, hunting these events down as the only way to maintain their mental health and stamina as they pursued their academic goals. CSSA has witnessed the resilience of CSU students and their unwavering belief in the promise that a CSU degree holds. As we embark on this new academic year, CSSA has set clear and ambitious goals that I would like to share with you all today. First, we aim to strengthen our advocacy efforts, ensuring that the voices of CSU students are heard loud and clear at both the state and federal levels. We are committed to enhancing student success and well-being by supporting mental health programs and tackling critical issues like food and housing insecurity and affordability. We will also focus on fostering equity, diversity, and inclusion on all 23 of our campuses, creating an environment where every student feels valued, supported, and our dedication to sustainability remains unwavering as we advocate for environmentally friendly, responsible practices and green initiatives within our system and beyond. Additionally, transparency and communication are key to our success, and we will strive to maintain open and honest dialogue with this body, ensuring that the students' voices guide the actions of the CSU. Lastly, it is important to remember why the reason we all come together, as I often remind my executive officers. Each of us is a steward of student dollars. The nearly 500,000 students in the CSU are some of the most hardworking and gifted individuals in the United States, striving to pay their way through school and in return create a better life for themselves, their families, and their communities. We are dedicated to ensuring that our resources are allocated equitably and effectively to benefit all students. Together, we will work tirelessly to achieve these goals and make this year a transformative one for CSU students. I am also pleased to have participated in legislative meetings around the May Revise with the Chancellor, the Academic Senate, the Alumni Council, the California Faculty Association, and the CSU EU to uplift the Board of Trustees' budget priorities. The CSSA recognizes that this is a challenging time for the state budget, but we appreciate the continued collaboration between CSU stakeholders, the legislature, and the governor's office to ensure the continued success of the CSU and its students, because the CSU success is the state's success. Although Cal Grant reform was not funded this year, we remain committed to working with our diverse coalition of advocates and champions in the legislature to secure funding in the coming years. This policy will not only simplify Cal Grant, but will also ensure that more low-income students receive the aid they need to obtain their degrees from a CSU. However, I am thrilled to share that the proposed cuts to the immigration legal service providers to our campuses were protected and fully funded. We cannot thank our partners enough at the Immigration Legal Defense, the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, and the Immigrant Defense Advocates for their work on this issue. Given the budget year, this was a significant success for students, faculty, and staff throughout the CSU, and we were proud to advocate on their behalf. While it is summer recess, the CSSA will continue to work on enhanced advocacy around the 14 bills we are currently co-sponsoring and supporting. I would also like to highlight the strong and growing collaboration between Chancellor Garcia and myself. Our joint efforts will prove to be instrumental in advancing our shared goals, and I am excited about the positive impact we can make together for the CSU community. On a personal note, I truly believe that this year will be a historic one for the CSU, and I look forward to championing the power of the CSU with the Chancellor as she and I tell our story. This growing collaboration is key to our success and the success of students across the system, which is why CSSA is excited to welcome Chancellor Garcia, Chair Clark, and Chair of the Academic Senate, Dr. Boyd, at our annual CS Unity Conference next month at Cal State San Bernardino. Our student leaders are eager to engage and learn from you. And in closing, as I present my first report to this governing body, I would be remiss if I did not recognize the village that got me to this point in my academic and advocacy journey. I am deeply grateful to my SF State community, including President Lynn Mahoney, whom for my entire college career has led my university community with such strength and poise, and also has provided me with undeniable guidance and unforgettable advice. Lastly, to my family, friends, hometown, and ancestors, I thank you for the lessons in resilience, perspective, and authenticity that have shaped me as a leader and an agent of change. That being said, Chair Clark, that concludes my remarks, and on behalf of the students of the CSU, let's get to work. Thank you.
President Sarah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that very moving report. We look forward to working with you over the coming year. And now we will hear next from Adrian Harrell, President-elect of CSU Alumni Council, as President Jack Poley is unable to join us today. President-elect, you're on.
Thank you, Chair Clark, and congratulations on your first meeting as the chair of the CSU Board of Trustees. President Poley sends his regards. In his absence, I'm pleased to represent the CSU Alumni Council and provide our report. As we previously shared, thanks to Deputy Vice Chancellor Delcy Perez and the work of the Special Committee on Alumni Student Connections, 26 projects have received student success funding to support actionable projects to engage alumni and students with the goal to improve student success. Alumni offices are working with campus partners on implementing these projects. Next year, we plan to release a subsequent report that goes into depth on each of these projects and lessons learned. Today, I want to highlight a project from CSU Long Beach titled 61 Plus Club. The 61 Plus Club is for those students that have completed between 61 and 89 units of coursework, the halfway mark to graduation. The club offers one-on-one guidance to students and with help with finding internships. Alumni are engaged through career development sessions and mentoring students, allowing alumni to share their knowledge and help students expand their network as they seek employment in their chosen industry. Most importantly, students can see themselves as future alumni, helping smooth the inevitable transition from student to the professional world. The project is also a great example of cross-department collaboration with Enrollment Services and Career Development Center partnering with Alumni Relations Office. We are excited to see the impact on student success this initiative has, and we will continue to share highlights from different projects in the lead up into the in-depth report. We are thankful for the support from academic and student affairs and appreciate partnership between these two areas. In other alumni news, we worked with Advocacy and State Relation on last month's National Donut Day Alumni Appreciation event in Sacramento and enjoyed a morning networking with alumni working in the Capitol. The following week, 7 members of the Alumni Council attended the Juneteenth Symposium and had the chance to participate in lively breakout group discussions, network with representatives from across the CSU, and listen and learn during the plenary sessions. It was an impactful 2 days and provided valuable insight on ways we can further engage alumni and with the CSU and the student success. The Alumni Council has also engaged with Simpson Scarborough regarding the enrollment marketing campaign and will be meeting with Deloitte Consulting next month as part of the year of engagement regarding the graduation initiative. We are pleased to be included in these stakeholder meetings, and we remain committed to supporting the CSU. That commitment has led us to regular conversations with senior leadership about the alumni in the institution. We are eager to partner with the university to tell our story, the story of 4 million alumni, and the impact we have on the state, the nation, and the world. On a final note, I want to extend a warm welcome to the over 137,000 new alumni that joined the CSU alumni family this past spring. Thank you, Chair Clark. That concludes my report.
Thank you, President-elect, for your report. And it is now my great pleasure to turn it over to our Chancellor, Chancellor Mildred Garcia, for her report. Chancellor.
Gracias. Thank you, Chair Clark, and welcome to your first meeting as chair. What an honor for all of us to have you as the chair this year and next. Like everyone in this room, I am moved by your personal story. I saw tears around the room. That inspires and informs your service to the CSU. We, and most importantly, the CSU's current and future students, will long benefit from your remarkable intellect, your calm, collaborative, and visionary leadership, and your compassionate heart. I want to echo the chair in recognizing a number of other extraordinary leaders who are attending their first board meeting in their new roles. Our new student trustee, Jasmine Guajardo, President Rios Ellis, President Roshan, who got caught up with this and couldn't be, but is virtually watching us. Our new system-wide Academic Senate Executive Committee, led by Elizabeth Betsy Boyd, and the new executive officers of CSSA, led by President Yese Isera. Bienvenidos. Welcome one and all. While our specific roles may be different, we are united in our belief in this remarkable university system and aligned in our commitment to advance the CSU's mission and honor our core values. Thank you all for your leadership. Your service stands as a reminder that the CSU is so fortunate to employ and attract truly world-class leadership faculty and staff across the system, individuals who are devoted, heart and soul, to our students, their dreams, and their potential. Nowhere was that more evident than in Sacramento last month at our second biennial Juneteenth Symposium, where more than 700 members of our Cal State community joined another 2,500 viewers online to advance our sustained efforts to uphold Black excellence and elevate Black student success. I'd like to add to the sentiments Chair Clark so beautifully shared earlier, but I know I could never fully capture the spirit of the event. As they say, You had to be there. Many of our board members, our presidents, and their campus teams were there alongside me and our students. They were front and center. They were dancing away too. I think it's safe to say that all of us were overcome by a feeling of warmth and connection, optimism, determination, unity of purpose, and excitement. Excitement that the California State University has the will and the potential to show the nation how to right historic wrongs, how to dismantle the barriers that have held back far too many for far too long, and how to build a university system that exemplifies our nation's fundamental value of opportunity for all, the American dream. The Juneteenth Symposium was a powerful reminder of our opportunity and our purpose. But it was anything but performative. From Humboldt in the north to San Diego in the south, every one of our 23 universities is taking action and expanding the promising practices that will transform the experience of our Black students, so when they choose the CSU, they will feel welcomed. They will know they belong. We will meet them where they are, and they will have every tool necessary to succeed. Yes, we will hold ourselves accountable to these ideals. Please hear me now. They are not just pretty words. This fall, we will expect data-backed progress reports from our universities on their work to elevate Black student success, so that we can carefully target the second half of our initial $4.6 million investment out of what will eventually be $10 million over the next 3 years for the greatest good. And we are excited for the establishment of the CSU's first ever statewide central office for the advancement of Black excellence housed at Sacramento State, yet serving the entire system. It will accelerate, coordinate, and oversee our work in the CSU. One of the Juneteenth speakers quoted an African proverb that many of us embrace, and it goes like this. I quote, "If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together." Unquote. I am proud to say that together we are well on our way to go very far. In so many ways, our work to advance Black student success reflects my broader goals and priorities for the 24-25 academic year, which I will outline for you in a moment. Like our Black Student Success Initiative, my goals will reflect purpose-driven, student-focused work that relies on collaboration and leverages the power of our system. And they will show an insistence on accountability, data-backed self-assessment, and an efficient use of resources. I will now highlight my goals relatively quickly and at a high level across 5 categories. But please know that I will be returning to these priorities regularly throughout the year, updating you on our progress with tangible data and success metrics, and more importantly, with stories from across the CSU of the students, faculty, and staff behind that data. Metrics truly matter. Priority 1, reimagining equity-focused student success to and through graduation to a meaningful and purposeful future for every graduate. Objectives include completing our year of engagement to define our student success framework for 2025 and beyond, advancing our work to elevate Black student success, and ensuring that effective strategies are in place at all 23 universities to continue to narrow and ultimately close persistent equity gaps. We will also begin to build out the data infrastructure to advance what I am tentatively calling the CSU's Beyond Completion Project, which will first measure and then improve our effectiveness at placing our graduates into fulfilling and impactful careers in fields of their choosing or enter into graduate school. Priority 2 is continuing to rebuild trust, action, accountability, advocacy, and authentically telling the CSU story. Objectives include continuing our work to strengthen our Title IX and other anti-discrimination programming, working toward full and timely NACPRA and CalNACPRA compliance, becoming a national model for maintaining a clearly communicated and consistently implemented system-wide policy on freedom of expression and its bounds, and developing a marketing and communications plan that elevates a CSU regionally, nationally, statewide, and internationally. On this point, I am happy to announce that Vice Chancellor Greg Sachs has recently appointed a new Associate Vice Chancellor for Strategic Communications and Brand Marketing, Patty Navalta, a Pulitzer Prize nominated journalist, author, editor, media and content strategist, and a leader in diversity and inclusion in oriented communications. She will begin August 12th. However, she has already been working with the Chancellor's office for several months as a consultant and has quickly established herself as an extremely valuable resource, and I look forward to her continued contributions. We will also expand our state and federal advocacy work, and let me offer a quick note on the power of advocacy. The recently announced 2024-25 state budget brings us difficult news of challenging times ahead. As you will hear this described in detail by Executive Vice Chancellor Steve Relier and his team in the Committee on Finance. We continue to face a significant operating budget gap, and there are major concerns about our budget out years. However, it is indisputable that our budget circumstances for this year are far more positive than they were after the May revision just a few weeks ago. And as Steve will tell you, that rarely happens. And this is due to the collective advocacy of the CSU community. From this board to the presidents and their campus advocacy teams, and of course, to the hard work of our system-wide advocacy and state relations team, our students and faculty and staff. Thank you all. Your advocacy matters, and your advocacy makes a difference. Priority 3 is managing the CSU's fiscal challenges. Creativity, collaboration, and an uncompromising focus on our educational mission. You will hear an exemplary representation of this goal later today in the Joint Committee on Educational Policy and Finance when we hear a presentation outlining the proposed integration of Cal Maritime and Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. The integration not only outlines a long-term solution to Cal Maritime's unsustainable fiscal circumstances and helps avoid its closure, but it opens up new and forward-focused opportunities for current and future generations of Cal State students. And importantly, it reaffirms and advances our commitment to Cal Maritime's licensure granting programs so critical to our economy and national security. Priority 4, creating and sustaining a culture of continuous improvement across the system. Here I want to stress that starts with my office. Given the fiscal challenges I referenced earlier, our campuses are making difficult and strategic choices to implement greater efficiencies and cost-saving measures while continuing to advance our academic mission and support our students. The Chancellor's office must be a model for the system and for higher education more broadly, especially if we're going to be the model, and we are the model, university system in the nation. So over the course of the year, we will conduct organizational assessments of each division to ensure that they are operating as efficiently as possible and appropriately positioned for the future, while developing processes for continual self-assessment and improvement. In fact, the assessment of academic and student affairs is well underway, and it has already highlighted opportunities for reorganization, realignment, and mission-driven efficiency. That phrase bears repeating. Not efficiency for its own sake or purely for cost savings, but for mission-driven efficiency. It is in that spirit that I will be bifurcating the Division of Academic and Student Affairs into two divisions. I do so because of our deep commitment to students. They are the center of everything we do. What kind of message is the system sending when we don't have a vice chancellor who clearly eats, sleeps, and breathes student success in all they do? We need a vice chancellor who will be focused holistically, and 24 hours a day. We'll let them have maybe some sleep and meals, that's permitted, but on the whole student, from student support services and retention to student life, health services, basic needs, and more. I expect this new Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs and Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs will be appointed by the end of the academic year. And I will also expect, and their teams, that they will work hand in hand toward our students' success goals. And they will do this work similarly collaboratively with all Vice Chancellors. And I'm going to highlight Vice Chancellor Sachs and his marketing communications team so that our state and nation understand that we are the preeminent university system educating America's new majority. They will also work to support university leaders across our system. And while advancing our mission, this reorganization and its implementation are also expected to result in cost savings of at least $500,000. As one example, we are not rehiring 2 recently vacated positions and have those responsibilities shifted equitably to other areas of the Chancellor's office without overburdening our employees. Of course, I will keep you updated regarding the critically important national searches for our 2 vice chancellors and the ongoing reorganization in the coming months. Before I leave the topic of the Chancellor's Office prioritizing and modeling continuous self-assessment improvement, I want to address a topic alluded to earlier by Chair Clark. Effective September 3rd, 2024, the Chancellor's Office will be implementing a new hybrid work policy that requires employees, with limited exceptions, to work on site at least 3 days a week. It is my firm and unwavering belief that such a policy provides our employees with the flexibility, convenience, and work-life balance of regularly and predictable remote work, while recognizing the power of in-person collaboration, a space when they come together where creativity and innovation truly thrive, especially as we work creatively and collaboratively across divisions to dismantle silos. We have to share information and resources and develop efficiencies during this time of financial constraint. My 5th priority is engaging in long-term planning to realize our call and our position to be the national model for public higher education in educating America's new majority. Multiple converging pressures, challenges, and trends have combined to bring higher education, and public higher education in particular, to an inflection point. Shifts in public perception of the value of the college degree, enrollment challenges, and the demographic cliff, the polarization of public education and its impact on critical policy, the implications of artificial intelligence and other potentially disruptive technologies, and impacts on student readiness and well-being, especially post-pandemic. To my knowledge, never before has higher education simultaneously faced so many near existential challenges. Exacerbating our challenges are the constrained fiscal circumstances I have described and the ever-growing number of unfunded mandates. That is our reality. We and colleges and universities nationwide are in the midst of a rapidly shifting higher education paradigm, pulled in seamless, countless directions, and with limited resources at our disposal. It is an extraordinary challenge, and yet it's an extraordinary opportunity. Within this context, a university system will emerge as the national model for educating America's new majority. And who else could it be but the Cal State University? It must be the CSU. If not us, then who? As the nation's largest and most diverse university system, it is our responsibility. It is our moral imperative. But to embrace our leadership role within this new reality requires that we know who we are, what we stand for, what our priorities are, and what direction we will move to advance those priorities. So for the first time in well over a decade, we will develop a 3-year system-wide strategic plan to provide that clarity and guidance. This system-level plan will define the CSU's overarching vision, core values, and broad priorities to which campus-level plans will align. Of course, as I look at our presidents, our 23 universities will have the flexibility to leverage their unique strengths, address their unique needs, and serve their unique students and communities within their regions as stewards of place. We are developing a deliberative and inclusive planning process and timeline, and we'll be sharing it more broadly among CSU constituents in the coming weeks, with the expectation of completing a draft strategic plan by July 2025. I am confident that this is our path forward. This is how we will pivot on that inflection point to turn challenge into opportunity and to fully embrace our call to lead public higher education forward. I am so confident because this strategy leverages our systemness, the boundless impact of 23 excellent campuses united by mission and aligned in vision, powered by shared resources, and empowered to embrace their unique strengths. Indeed, systemness is our superpower if we embrace and harness it. I will end my remarks here, but as you can see, this is a topic that I'm a little passionate about and that I believe is absolutely mission critical. So I have asked a colleague and friend, Dr. Jason E. Lane of the National Association of Higher Educational Systems, as they're called, NASH, to share his unique perspective of systemness and its governance. He is perhaps higher education's foremost expert on the very topic of systemness. And I am so pleased that he was willing to come, but again, he got caught up with everybody else on this plane disaster with the computers, but he has joined us virtually today. Dr. Lane, I turn it over to you.
Hola, Chancellor Garcia, and muchas gracias for your very kind introduction. I'm delighted to be here, and frankly, I think you stole my thunder. As you set up this entire situation and the discussion about the power of systemness. But I'm thrilled to be able to spend a little bit of time with you, at least virtually. I really wished I had been there in person, but CrowdStrike got me and couldn't make it out of Detroit, unfortunately. I'm going to try to share my screen. All right, and I think you can see this now. But my remarks today are really going to be focusing on governing for systemness. I could probably spend hours talking on this topic, but I specifically really want to dig into what is a system, what is systemness, and then what are your opportunities as a governing board as you move forward facing some pretty daunting situations. As Chancellor Garcia mentioned, I have, well, hang on one second, there we go. I have written a little bit on the topic. For those of you who are members of the Association of Governing Boards, the Trusteeship magazine last December, we had a cover story on this, governing and hiring for systemness, and I'm going to walk through some of that today. We've had a couple of books come out, and last year, with the support of the Gates Foundation, we were able to undertake about a year-long study of system-level transformation. And so much of what I'm going to talk about at the end of my presentation today was the model that we derived from that study of how we think systems may be able to move their work forward. Just a word quickly about NASH. You are one of, we have 54 members. There are probably about 57 systems out there. We're trying to get them all. But we are proud of the fact that we scale very, very quickly as an organization. And so those 54 member systems represent 710 institutions, thousands of faculty and staff, and collectively educate over 7.5 million students. And so the power of working through systems is the power to be able to affect lives, student lives, community lives at scale. And for us, we are always focusing on student-centered system change at a scale that is well beyond what any institution is able to do. Just by definition, we use this term system a lot in higher education. It's kind of become a go-to to define all things collectively about higher education, but is really a sector. We often define it as a system, and you may have the California system of higher education, or we have the U.S. system of higher education. My remarks here, I'm talking about something very, very specific, and that is what you all represent, and that is the multi-campus system. And I've come to define it as an organization that operates multiple campuses across different locations, clearly what you do across California. The organization has an enterprise-level administrative structure that is distinct from any of the campuses, the Chancellor's office. It follows overarching academic and administrative policies and procedures, and it operates under a single governing board, as you do. Now, there's a lot of variation across systems in this, and we see variation in the number of campuses. We have some systems that might have 2 campuses, some as high as 64. Of course, your colleagues in the California Community College, the system count over 100 different campuses. The number of students who are served varies. The governance structures vary. The funding models vary. Even the way we use the terms chancellors and presidents vary. In some systems, the president is the chief executive, and their campuses are run by chancellors. In other systems, that's reversed, where the chancellor is really the chief executive officer, and the campuses are run by presidents. That's just more an artifact of history over time. And so we do like to say, if you've seen one system, you've seen one system. And so to say that there are going to be unique things about the Cal State system that you're going to be thinking about how does this apply to us? And it doesn't mean that everyone has done it the same way. You have your own story to be written about how to apply systemness based upon who you are. But you're not alone either. And so just a little bit of data to share with you, right, in terms of number of campuses. Cal State is one of the largest in terms of the number of campuses. Minnesota State has 37. The University System of Georgia has 27. I'm going to move the bubble here so I can see it. And CUNY over there has 25. One caveat, though, is that you are the largest completely four-year system. All of these other systems have two-year colleges mixed in with them, in addition to the four-year campuses that are part of the system. When we look at the student numbers, and you keep those number of institutions in mind, Cal State moves up pretty quickly, right? 445,000 students based on IPED's data from 21-22, and so you have more recent data than this. But just to give you a comparison across the four systems I just showed you, right? Cal State clearly is up there and the largest in terms of students, particularly in four-year institutions. And then along with that, we can look at things like the total number of staff that are employed. And because you have the total number of students, the highest number of students, not surprising, you have the highest number of staff, although you barely surpass University of Georgia system that had fewer students than you as well. So there's some ways to think about benchmarking across different systems. And I just want to point out that there are systems across this country that may be worth looking at as you move forward. and how they have come to operationalize their systemness, so you can embrace that as part of your movement forward to be the best system serving the new majority in the country. So let me talk a little bit about the role of governing boards and vis-a-vis a system, because it's often a strange topic in some ways, because in higher ed, we've come to understand the governance structure to look largely like this. There's a board that oversees a campus. And if you look at a lot of the writing on governance and a lot of the writing you may have seen as you come in terms of educating yourselves as board members, is very, very focused on the board and an institution. And it's a very sort of singular relationship. And yet that's not the way higher education systems are organized. Though if we take this orientation, which has dominated higher education for decades, historically, some system boards have seen themselves more like this, which is that their relationship with each campus is independent of the other relationship with the campus. And so as opposed to thinking as an enterprise and how that enterprise works together, is that they've at times have developed this sort of idea that, oh, well, I'm going to work with this campus and I'm going to work with this campus, and not understanding that there's an interplay right between each of them. And so the model we tend to use to graphically display this looks more like this. You have a board, right, which has that enterprise level administrative structure. I believe you call the Chancellor's office in this case, and all of that sits above the multiple campuses below. And so as you think about the decision making that has to happen, and as you think about the planning for the system, right, thinking about the enterprise collectively becomes very important, because what one campus does may impact what another campus does. And I think there's a great example of this with one of your other California systems in UC. When UCLA decided to join the Big Ten, had they been a single institution with a single board, there probably would have been a great deal of excitement about that. And not to say that there wasn't some excitement on the UC board. But we all know from the public reporting on this that, there was concern, though, what does the UCLA decision to join the Big Ten mean for UC Berkeley, right? And as a system board, the board had to find a way to balance the impact of that opportunity for UCLA against what might have been, and it will be, the impact on UC Berkeley. And so I just use that as an example that as a system board, right, the set of operating questions you may bring to a particular set of decisions or planning is going to be different than if you were just sitting with one single institution under you. So I'm going to tell you a little bit of a story about where we are in higher education. And Chancellor Garcia, you set this up so very well as you, talked through all of the challenges facing higher education. And I don't have all of those graphics out here, but just to highlight, right, a few. We know as a nation, we are aging significantly. We have a declining population rate. Of course, that started about 18 years ago. And so that decline in birth rate means there are fewer kids coming through high school and therefore graduating high school. In fact, we're predicted to see a decline of 10%, additional decline of 10% high school grads by 2037. On top of that, we've actually seen a decline nationally. Your numbers may vary locally, but nationally, we've seen a decline in the number of high school seniors going on to college. We've seen a decline in the college going rate, and collectively, between 2012 and 2022, there was a decline of about 2.5 million students in undergrads at higher education. That's a very significant decline in the number of students. And when we look at the situation with the FAFSA right now, there are some that believe, and I think there likely will be a further impact on students not showing up who likely would have because they had not completed the FAFSA or not done so in time, or because the process was what it was. At the same time, we're seeing a significant increase in diversity, which Chancellor Garcia highlighted earlier. We have a number of adults who have some college but no degree. All right, and we like to think that none of them came to college thinking they were going to drop out, but for whatever reason, college wasn't for them. And in some parts of the country, we have an oversaturation of institutions, particularly in the Northeast and the Midwest, although California also has a fair number of its own institutions, sort of competing for what has been now a declining number of students coming into higher education. Then on top of all the issues that the Chancellor highlighted in terms of declining public interest, the more difficult financial situations. And so that has led to what I think has been a movement toward greater systems and systemness. some cases that has looked like mergers within the PASHE system, though we've seen some very interesting other evolutions occur as well. University of Maine, for example, has gone to single accreditation for the entire state. All 7 of their campuses now are situated under one single accreditation. Texas has gone to all systems. Either all the independent institutions joined a system, or in the case of Texas Women's University, became a system themselves. And Arkansas, we see institutions beginning to gravitate toward joining either the University of Arkansas system in Arkansas State. In Tennessee, they took over a private independent college, Martin Methodist, recently. That was on the brink of closure, and they decided they needed to save it as a way to sort of prevent the creation of an education desert in southern Tennessee. I say all that as background so that, nationally there's a lot of movement towards systems, and not just from a governance perspective, but from a behavior perspective and operating around systemness. And it isn't driven just by system leaders. We have campus leaders, too. So I'm going to hold up Kathy Klein, president of Eastern Arkansas Community College. They are in the process of merging into the University of Arkansas system, who, an institution that is relatively strong right now, they're not doing this because they're failing, but saw long-term, this is where their stability would lie. So membership within a system is a strategic partnership that allows a college to maintain its local mission and serve constituents while providing support and resources to assist it now and in the coming decades as higher education continues to change and adapt. And so as I move forward, I think this is a great philosophy to keep in mind, that historically, campuses have not always wanted to be in a system. I totally understand that, right? They want more independence and think that maybe they'll have more funding opportunities. But we are in a moment of time right now where a lot of leaders are thinking about what it means to be part of a larger system and collaborative effort. And so how do we optimize that? And I like to use the quote here. Now, I've been told this may not have been from Albert Einstein, but we put a picture next to a quote, it gets more resonance. But the significant problems we face that cannot be solved with the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. And that's where I think systemness comes in mind, that as we think about what a system is and how they operate, there's a way to change our thinking about that. What is systemness? I've tried to define it. Chancellor was a great proponent of it. But systemness in higher education, particularly in multi-campus systems, refers to the alignment of coordination of operations, resources, and policies across the governing board, its system administration, and its campuses for maximizing the impact for students, the state, and a society as a whole. And I think that's the opportunity here, particularly for a public system like California State, is that first and foremost, we're looking at the impact on the students, but it's also the impact on the state and society writ large and the communities where your campuses exist as a whole. And that mindset shift, in many ways, requires us to stop seeing them. And you already have made this shift based on what I've heard today, right? Away from just seeing them as regulators, allocators, and coordinators. And historically, this is where systems have sort of situated themselves. They regulate actions of campuses, they allocate money out, and then they coordinate, particularly around academic programs and planning. And instead, we need to begin thinking about them more as facilitators of change, conveners of stakeholders, goal setters that have overarching purpose and a sense of mission about how they're trying to advance student success and the benefit of the state. And in fact, visionaries in many ways. And Chancellor Garcia laid out an incredible vision for the system as a whole. And again, this is not something that systems have always historically done, is set that vision forward for what the state, where the state could go and how the system plays a role within that. For those who are mathematically minded, though, this is not just about systemness for the sake of systemness. This is systemness for the sake of impact. So I like to use this equation just to summarize a little bit of how I think about this work. But our impact is directly related to our scale, which is the S, and our excellence. And so there are some places in higher education that are incredibly excellent. High quality education, high quality research, but have very little scale. They're very small, they serve few students, and therefore their impact, right, simply isn't as big. And there are places that are huge, that have not as good excellence, was a great sentence, but don't have the excellence maybe perhaps of some others. And so while their scale is large, their excellence is more limited. And so a place like Cal State, though, has both. You have excellence across your 23 campuses and the work that your faculty and staff do every single day, and you do that at scale in a pretty amazing way. But then up on the right-hand side there, the exponent, SYS, stands for systemness, because your scale times your excellence is one aspect of that equation, but your ability to really have impact is driven by the systemness of the way the system operates. And so if that systemness is positive, you have a lot of alignment between your board and your administration, central administration, and your campuses, right? The impact can be off the charts. It can be huge, right? If you've got alignment moving forward across all 23 campuses, pretty significant impact. If your systemness is negative, and that is that there's a lot of tension, there's a lot of tug of wars, I'll talk about that in a minute, within the system and infighting, right? It can diminish what is your impact within the system. And so as you move forward, and I was so delighted to hear many of the remarks about sort of how the collaboration is happening within CSU and across CSU. But tension is inevitable. You're going to have tension, just part of what systems are. And to me, it's about how do you harness that tension. This is a quote from Bruce Johnstone, a former Chancellor of the SUNY system, where he says, multi-campus governing boards, the system administrations act on behalf of the state government as agents of the statewide public interest. Tensions between systems and member institutions, generally seeking maximum autonomy, are inevitable. And I think a lot of times we think of tension as a bad thing because it might look like this. It's the tug of war about who gets to control what. And that's where, as we move away from this idea of systems just being regulators, coordinators, and allocators, from being the visionaries and the goal setters, we can begin to avoid the tug of war and find the mutually reinforcing activities that the system can use. I like to think about that instead of fighting over activities like this, right, is that we begin to think about what are the cross-cutting things that systems do that add value to the institutions and create alignment across them. And in this is how do we balance the coordination and diversification? Because systemness is not about one size fits all by any means. And this is what the Chancellor was mentioning in her own remarks about allowing each campus to thrive within its community and meet its local community needs, workforce needs, economic needs, social needs, and so forth. At the same time, though, finding that right level of coordination so you have shared resources, shared vision, shared alignment as you move forward as a system. And so it might look something like this, right? A networked organization where clearly you all are already championing student success. And I heard about the wonderful Center on Black Student Excellence, right? That's going to be a system-wide enterprise. How do you reduce your cost base? How do you think about economies of scale? How do you work across your campuses in advancing both quality and equity, right? And addressing educational disparities that are still prevalent within our society. How do you develop partnerships with outside entities, workforce, employers, and so forth that can benefit all of your campuses, and then advancing a workforce development strategy that is collaborative and not competitive? These are some of the ways that you may be able to think about moving forward in the years ahead. And to do this, you have a number of unique assets that an individual campus doesn't always have. One of them is a comprehensive data system. You can look at data very differently because, and I know you have a particularly robust data system that's been very powerful over the years. You look at student experiences across all the campuses. You can look for great successes, and you can look for places where maybe students aren't succeeding at the same level and understand what's happening there. You can look for the ways the students perhaps move into your system, out of your system, and across your campuses. You can think about developing multi-directional transfer frameworks. You've already developed a common application process. Your course sharing and cross-registration, this is something we're seeing more and more, where campuses now are actually sharing courses between themselves and allowing students to move courses more seamlessly between campuses. They may not have been able to get a course at one campus, but they can get it somewhere else in the system. Thinking about collaborative degree programs and degree sharing so that you're jointly offering degree programs, which is particularly powerful in online environments. The financial aid consortia allows you, and perhaps you have one already, it allows students to take courses from multiple campuses without dropping below full-time enrollment, which is required for financial aid purposes. You have the ability to set tuition policies, you set the operational missions of your campuses, you can leverage common technology platforms, and increasingly, we're seeing systems go to not just the same technology systems, but the same instance of the technology system. I think there was an evolution for the last 15 years where we saw systems purchasing from one particular platform, and then they allowed each campus to tailor it to their own instance. Now the movement is that we're having one single platform across systems, so then all campuses come onto that, and that data can be shared in a much more seamless way, and central administration also has access to it. What I want to talk about, and I'll just conclude here the next few slides, is what we see as a model of transformations. And how do you think about moving your work forward in this space? And this comes directly out of the Gates-funded report that we did, where first you identify the problem, center on the student. You envision the future, pull your levers and line drivers, and then think about what the sustainability is moving forward. And the board plays a big role in all of this. And in identifying a problem at the system level, some questions you might ask, and I know you asked these already, but who is being served by the system right now? Probably more importantly, who's not being served? Who's being left out in the California communities who don't have access to higher education or who have not taken a part of the opportunities that the Cal State system has to offer them? How might you as a system collectively advance prosperity for the state and the region? What does prosperity look like for California? What's the role of Cal State in that? And how do you work across all your campuses to advance that mission? And then, and this is where a lot of the work is happening right now in Systemness, is how do you better use resources? How do you think differently about the resources that you have right now so that you can better enable student success and that impact on society? The second phase of our transformation model is on focusing on the student. And this is really, really critical because a lot of times we get very focused on what the institutions want and the institutions need. And sometimes that's not always in alignment with what students need either. And so as we do more research and think more about centering on the student, this is where a system particularly has an opportunity to really understand what the student needs are and how do you organize the system collectively to be able to benefit those students. I'm going to use transfer just for a minute. My time at SUNY system, we did a lot of work on what we called seamless transfer. One of the things that we did was run some data. Now, I don't have the data up here, but you can see the patterns and the flows that we developed. We realized that we had about 30,000 students a year who transferred within SUNY, and about a third of those students actually transferred to a community college. Our entire policy model was set up on the 2-year to 4-year idea that students only flow 2-year to 4-year, and that's the way transfer should be, and that's the way it should be set up. And we put forward articulation agreements as the primary vehicle by which we moved credits from one institution to another. Now, what's interesting is within SUNY, we saw the data where students were moving to 2-year colleges, and some of them were moving 4-year to 4-year. But we also looked at data from the Community College Resource Center that suggested that only about 8% of students who end up transferring and graduating followed and completed what is traditionally called a 2+2 articulation agreement. And so we've spent a lot of time with this notion of setting up articulation agreements when the reality is very few students actually use them to move between campuses. And so systems have an ability to put new policies in place, new technology in place, new advising in place, right? They can better support students as they transfer and move between campuses. And even within CSU, I'm sure there is movement between 4-year institutions. But I use this as just an example of the way of rethinking the work within a system. And part of that's a mindset shift, right? And so we think about, we stop looking at how institutions operate, and instead we start looking at how students actually experience higher education. And then we try to incentivize the behaviors that will better support our students. Or it might be asking the questions differently about not asking why students are failing, which puts the onus on our students, instead asking, how are we failing our students? What is it that we're doing? What are the policies, the practices that we have in place that are actually failing our students? And the system can work to address those systematically and in collaboration with your campuses. And that brings me to the third point, which is envisioning a future. And this is about envisioning a future that's very different than what might have been in the past. And what can you do as an enterprise? What can you do as a collective of 23 campuses, as opposed to just a confederation of 23 campuses that work independently? But what can you do as an enterprise of 23 campuses and a system administration? And how might you use your resources a little bit differently? Ron Ehrenberg, who was a trustee at SUNY for a number of years, was also a labor economist at Cornell, did a lot of work in higher ed, used to ask the question, why have 25 mediocre, he's an economist, by the way, why have 25 mediocre economics programs when you get one outstanding one? And his argument was, boy, if we put all the resources that we distribute out to campuses that then end up competing with each other, redistribute them in a different way so that those programs are actually working together, you could build something much more spectacular probably than simply piecemealing out those resources to each individual campus. That helps us to think differently about the way resources could be used. Another example I'll give you is it's called Compete LA. This is not Los Angeles, it's Louisiana. But they created a program, this is the University of Louisiana system, that that is focused on re-enrolling adults with some college no degree. And what they have done in this process, among other things, is they've hired student success coaches at the system level, not at the campus level. Now, I'll tell you, 10 years ago, if they did this, everyone would argue you put all your resources out at the campuses. That's where students are, which is absolutely true. The argument that the University of Louisiana system made, though, was that the students, we don't know where the students are going to go. And the programs they're going to come back into vary across the campuses. And so they wanted to make it as easy as possible for these students to re-enroll, agnostic of which campus the program might be at, and to make sure that they had a support person that's going to stay with them, even if they transfer between campuses. And so those success coaches are there to get the student back into a program that works best for that student, regardless of which campus they're on. And they also stay with them if they change majors or if they change institutions. And that's a pretty major rethinking of how we operate in higher education. Now, to do all this work, what we've identified is that there are really 5 fundamental drivers that systems should be thinking about to create alignment between. And the alignment is twofold. One is creating alignment across all 5 of these drivers. And the second then is aligning these drivers across your 3 levels, which is your board, your system administration, and your campuses. And a lot of times what we have found is that there could be misalignment between perhaps the system administration and campuses, or between the board and campuses, or even between the board and the system administration. And then that can make it more difficult, right, to create change. And so if you can think about alignment in that way, it can be very powerful. Leadership really matters in this, right? Hiring a chancellor who is advancing Systemness, as you clearly have in this case, but it's also about hiring presidents, campus presidents and provosts who understand the power of being in a system and understanding that they have a role to play both as the head of their campus and in advancing and as a leader of the system as a whole. Second is being clear about what your purpose is. You might think of that as vision and goals, all right? But being very clear about what your vision and goals are moving forward. Aligning your resource models so that they are incentivizing collaboration and systemness moving forward and not working against it. Putting accountability structures in place so that you're tracking the outcomes of how campuses are working together, how your particular new initiatives are actually achieved, or whether or not they're having the impact you want them to have. And making sure that those accountability structures are set up in a way so that they are incentivizing in collaboration and systemness, not working against it. And then finally, an opportunity, and you're already thinking about this, is how do you align your administrative structures at the system level to make sure that they are in line with advancing the work you're trying to achieve in your transformational work moving forward. And so that's, as you think about your planning for the next 3 years, and you are clearly already moving on some of these drivers, right? How do you make sure that they're all lining up, though, so that they are achieving the impact that you want to have? And you as a board, I'm not going to walk through these, but you have lots of levers of alignment to work through. You have academic program review and how you use that to create alignment. How you onboard new leaders can be very important. Creating backbone structures, which is what you did with the Completion 2025 agenda. There was a very clear backbone structure of the system that was helping to move that important project forward. Data, right? Using data is incredibly powerful. You have access to some pretty remarkable data. Policy audits. Understanding the impact of policy, right, on the decisions that are being made, what you can and cannot do. This is mundane work, but policies have a huge impact on how organizations operate or don't operate. And so thinking through what your policies are in these spaces. And so in leveraging system shared governance, I heard from some of your shared governance leaders earlier in their reports. And so you have that mechanism to use. And so these are all opportunities for you as a board and as a system to move forward. And then finally, what I'll leave you with are maybe some questions as a board to think about. I went too fast there, trying to move my picture out of the way. As a board, how do you think about systemness, right? And what's your perspective regarding governing in systemness? And I think that's an important conversation to have, right? Governing the system, not just a federation of institutions. As you advance a new plan, is it really based on collaboration or competition, right? Is it based on systemness? Do your accountability structures hold the campuses and system administration responsible for acting as a system, as an enterprise unit as a whole? Are you rewarding them, right, for behaviors that are in line with an enterprise level approach? Do your policies enable or block multi-campus transformation efforts, particularly as related to your strategic plan? Are your resources allocated to support Systemness? And do you hire campus and system leadership supportive of Systemness and the transformation effort, and in this case, the 3-year project or 3-year plan that the administration is moving forward? And so with that, what I'll end, those are some ways to think about Systemness, to think about transformation. I would say, though, is there is no one way to do this work. Your formula for Systemness is still being written. It's going to be written in the way that you develop your plan. It's going to be based upon your particular cultural dynamics, the ways that you are governed, the ways that you are set up, your beliefs about your roles in serving students and the great state of California. And so with that, Chancellor Garcia, I again appreciate the invitation to be here, and I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Jason. Thank you so much, Jason. I appreciate your presentation, and I know I'm going to turn it over to the chair. I think we have time for question and answers. I'll turn it back to Chair Clark.
Yes, thank you, Chancellor Garcia, for your actually quite inspiring report, and thank you, Dr. Lane, for joining us today and sharing with the board the importance of Systemness as we embark on strategic planning for a shared vision for the future of CSU. We do have time. I see that hand. Trustee Gilbert Lurie. And if the other trustees have questions, please feel free to ask them. Trustee Gilbert Lurie.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Lane. That was really interesting. And I think there are a lot of pieces from your report that we'll be able to I think many of us were taking notes, and we will come back to many of your suggestions. I was curious, from somebody with a more slightly distant point of view, what you think of our education, higher education structure in California in general. And as you think about collaborating, economizing, sharing, what is your impression of having two overlapping, 2, possibly 3 higher education systems that oftentimes get mushed together?
Yeah, it's, we often hold California up, the California Master Plan in Clark Kerr as a great example of some forethought into the planning, right? And to think through how you might govern separate sectors that are serving different needs. I think that, in all of this, as we think about Systemness, obviously in some places we've seen some movement toward, in a lot of places we've seen movement toward greater collaboration between system to system structures. And so I think I often try to sidestep the question on governance, because how the systems are governed necessarily aren't as important as the behaviors that we seek to incentivize. And this is where I think it is critically important that, at least my encouragement would be, right, as you think about system-to-system relationships and leveraging that opportunity to create more opportunity for students, more collaboration between the systems. Particularly, you could think about the area of transfer, but it could also be in course sharing. It could be in other areas that you have an opportunity, I think, because you have 3 systems, and you can work across all of them to be able to develop more intentional and intense ways of collaborating between those systems, right? And to think through what those might look like. And we see other states moving in a direction of trying to find ways that there's greater collaboration between the systems that exist. Don't know if I'm exactly answering your question, but I'm happy to follow up.
Well, I think that's helpful, but what I was wondering is, in line with your Einstein quote, if you were, because we're advocates and we're reformers, and we are looking at exactly what you're suggesting we look at, which is the well-being of the student. If you were designing an education system for 2024, would it be structured the way we're structured in terms of our systems, in terms of just your expertise and opinion?
Yeah, it depends on what outcome and impact you're looking for. I think that there is some value in recognizing the mission differentiation that exists between the campuses in the different systems. that allow for those systems to be able to sort of tailor their particular planning toward the missions of those campuses. I do think, though, it does create a problem in today's higher education that when systems such as what you have in California perhaps don't collaborate, or students are trying to navigate between them, there is going to be greater need for some level of greater collaboration between the systems in the state to be able to better serve students, simply because the way students now move and swirl between campuses. My guess is many of them are swirling and moving between campuses across all three systems. And so I think that there's a need to understand both how do you honor and support the particular missions of the campuses in each of the three systems, while also making sure you have the right structures and policies in place that support students in the way that they're experiencing higher education today. And that includes moving and swirling between the three systems in the state.
Thank you for that question and answer. Trustee Melikar, I believe you have a question.
Thank you, Chair Clark, and thank you so much, Dr. Nash, for meeting with us and sharing information with us. I have a request and two questions. My request is you shared with us a really good PowerPoint, and I was wondering if you could make that available to us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. That's great. And so my two questions is, as you discuss the university system, I think of a systems approach. And in many discussions with my husband, who's an engineer, he typically talks about the input, the throughput, and the output. You know, the whole scenario of the consideration for how you develop and implement programs, and of course the assessment and evaluation that needs to take place to improve upon what you're doing. So my first question is this: as we look at a system, a university system like the CSU, how do we work best to synergize efforts to leverage our outcomes that best serve our campuses, our students, faculty, and staff? That's my first question.
That's a big question. I'll do my best to respond. You're absolutely right. And in fact, if I had another 3 hours, I could do a lecture on systems thinking and its role in systemness, and how do we think about things like throughputs and inputs, throughputs, and outputs. What I would say is, let me use academic program review as a example. I used to run academic program review for SUNY, and we've seen a lot of evolution in this space across the nation now. Historically, and I don't know your academic program review that process that well, so let me just speak of this at a national level. Historically, the process has been for campuses, grassroots faculty, to develop a program, to put it forward, and then the system staff will look at that proposal, sort of perhaps aware of what other offerings are already being made within the system, but maybe not knowing what other campuses are thinking about in this space, and then make a decision about whether or not to allow that to move forward, often sort of in a very siloed way, because the information that they have is limited. The process is set up that you're simply approving or not approving that proposal that was put forward by that campus. In a way, what we've seen now in some states is an evolution toward a more forward-thinking, collaborative and coordinated academic program development process, whereby campuses are asked to put forward what they think they're going to be, where they think they're going to be developing academic programs over the next 3 years. And that allows a system then to look holistically at what all the campuses are putting forward, and then be able to build some purposeful conversations and about collaboration between campuses that might be seeking to offer similar degree programs down the road, to talk about sharing, to talk about whether or not there's unnecessary duplication of programs, to be able to talk about the ways that you might be able to better resource a shared degree program, for example, as opposed to campuses competing with each other. And so that's one example of how systems are beginning to change processes so that they can begin to more purposely plan as an enterprise, and not just about approving individual programs, but to think about how many programs a system has as a whole. Now, On the far end of the spectrum, so Ivy Tech, which is a community college system in Indiana, they've actually gone so far, and I'm not arguing for this in the case of Cal State, but they've gone so far as to say they look at what the workforce needs are in the state, and then they decide if they need 5 programs or 10 programs, and then they decide which campuses will host them. Now, that's an entirely different model, right? Very top down, which is very different than the traditional bottom up. But I think at some level, as we move forward with planning, we have to have a better way of being able to predict, anticipate, and gather data about where campuses are going to be able to have more, I think, insightful conversations about the work that's happening at campuses. How do you coordinate it, and how do you better resource it?
Thank you so much. I appreciate your comments. The next question I have has to do actually as a follow-up to what you already said, and that is campuses are not silos, and that we do need to collaborate and work together to leverage our system. Mm-hmm. And systems don't work in silos either. Mm-hmm. So in California, we have the 3 systems or 3 segments of public higher education. And yes. So in the last several years, we've seen a lot of things that have come out from the legislature and from the communities, looking at new degree programs and looking to see how we might offer degree programs that best serve our students and our communities. And then there has been concern about duplication. So how do we go about working together to ensure that we do provide the programs that are necessary to leverage the workforce for our state?
That's a great question. I'm assuming the question is based on how do you do that in a coordinated fashion.
Yes, thank you.
Also, I think that many years ago now there was a coordinating entity in California that was eliminated, and so I think when that happened, right, any sort of formal discussion between the 3 systems went away, and I don't know what, if any, coordination happens now between the 3 systems, but there could be opportunities for creating more intentional conversations between the systems, pulling together similar roles that exist at the system level for conversations about some of these matters. So at least there's greater information sharing. And again, this may already be happening. For example, I know in Illinois, this isn't all systems, but the presidents of all the public institutions, which include 2 systems and a number of independent independently governed publics, meet on a fairly regular basis for discussion about what's happening in the state of Illinois, where higher education is going, and that has served as a venue for greater collaboration and information sharing and coordination between their campuses, which has proven useful for some new statewide initiatives. So I would say the very basic level is to think about what's the information sharing that could take place simply by people coming together. At the higher level, then, begin to think about, I guess, perhaps the resource sharing and how, particularly for institutions that are in the same community or same vicinity, how might you facilitate collaboration, course sharing between those campuses, right? And that begins with conversations, sans any sort of formal arrangement that might exist. But I think in an environment we're in today where resources are increasingly constrained, and as the Chancellor highlighted, the financial forecast for the state of California, that there's going to be even greater need to be able to think more strategically about the resources that are available and how do you leverage them in a way that's going to better serve the state. And in my estimation, usually we do that in a better way if we have greater collaboration, particularly between campuses that are in the same geographic area.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for those questions. Do any other trustees? Oh, I'm sorry. Our newest trustee. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. My question is for Dr. Lane. Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask if you could share more insight on the impact of course sharing and with courses being cut due to enrollment demand, how this can be applied across the CSU.
No, great question. If we just ran what we called a national improvement community with 4 systems working on implementing greater course collaboration. Some of the things we've learned in this space is that students the course sharing can enable students to complete a degree on time or faster than they may have otherwise because of a course that wasn't offered at their campus that they could then take elsewhere. It can reduce costs for that same reason. So if you're shortening the time of the degree, preventing students from having to stay an extra semester, all of those add to creating greater affordability for those the students to the opportunity. It can also intellectually open up opportunities that they may not have had on their campus. And so if, for example, if you are in Russian studies, you may only have 1 or 2 faculty members in that area on your campus, but there may be 20 faculty across the state who teach in the area of Russian studies, and you may be able to then expand your expertise and your knowledge base by accessing those faculty members in a different way than you could have otherwise. And again, sometimes that's going to be dependent upon courses being available online. And a final example I'll give you could actually open up all sorts of new workforce development opportunities. In one system, Southern Illinois University system, whose the Edwardsville campus is now headed by James Miner, who is a dear friend of yours. We had a student who was at the Carbondale campus, which is far away from St. Louis, took a sports management class at the Edwardsville campus because the Edwardsville campus is near St. Louis, was able to leverage that class into an internship, I believe with the St. Louis Cardinals, that she would not have been able to access had she simply taken the class at Carbondale, and that was because the Edwardsville course had greater access to the St. Louis sports market. And so another example is just sort of that also being able to take those courses allow you to perhaps expand even further beyond just that course, but other applied learning opportunities that might exist in a different community as well. I think you had a second part of that question. Did I answer both of them?
The second part was how it could be applied across the CSU.
Oh, yeah, there's a number of models being explored right now. The technical term for this is often cross-registration. Some systems have policies in place that allow a student at one campus to cross-register or to enroll. That courses can be cross-registered between campuses, so that you may have a course at one campus that then is also cross-listed at another campus, and that makes it easier for the student then to enroll in that course, and then there's a revenue sharing on the back end that occurs. In other models, there's policies in place that allow students to more seamlessly transfer credits taken within the system, and so they exempt the student from any sort of application process because they're already at one of the other campuses, and then fast track them into being able to enroll in a campus or in that other course, and then use their transfer policies to bring that course back in. On the back end of this, what we also, I mentioned earlier, see is the financial aid consortia created so that if a student does take a course, let's say between at 2 different campuses or even 3 different campuses, if those campuses are in the same consortia, students can maintain their full-time enrollment status, which allows them to maintain their full-time financial aid. If they don't have that consortia in place and a student takes 9 credits at one campus and 3 at another, their home campus will have to count them as a part-time student, which will reduce their eligibility for at least federal aid. So there's policies that can be enacted around this, and there's a lot of work happening in the space right now that we can share. And then you can think about sort of the ancillary piece of this, like financial aid and the tuition revenue sharing that would need to occur between campuses.
Trustee Guajardo, you have any other questions? I see that Trustee McGorry, who's joining us virtually, also has a question. Jack?
You are an incredibly refreshing voice.
Thank you.
It's great to see people thinking outside the box in higher ed, okay? And because I think too long we've been inside this box. And I just want to share with you a story that I shared with Millie and Jack. We announced it 2 days ago, right? And it was, I went and got my MPA at San Diego State, and then I got my JD at USD, and I said, man, these courses are really duplicative. I mean, I'm just doing the same thing over and over again, and I'm spending a lot of money. And so we put together a program, and we've knocked down. We've got a joint MPA JD program, and we knocked down I guess it was 10 semesters to 8 semesters, and because we're giving the credit for the courses that we've got. And how do you get through the faculty though? I mean, it took us 5 goddamn years to get this thing done. How do you get through the faculty senates and get these kind of out of the box things done? It's tiring.
I fully understand the question, and shared governance is a process that does take some time. I think part of it is helping our faculty see and understand the situation higher education is in today, bringing them early into the conversation about what the opportunities are in these spaces, because for many of them also, they're not broadly, the way we've all been trained. I'm a faculty member, tenured professor. We've not been trained to think about higher education in this sort of way. We've been trained to think about it in a very particular, finite way, in a process that has long been part of the enterprise. And I think in many ways that we need to collectively do a better job of helping faculty understand the changing dynamics in higher education, bringing them into these conversations and helping them see the possibilities and the potential for greater collaboration between institutions. And what I found is sometimes when you break through that, faculty actually begin to come along in a very different way. And so I'll share quickly an example from SUNY on this. When we did our seamless transfer work, and this was about maybe a decade or so ago now, the process focused on 53 degree program areas where we had the highest number of transfer students. And so part of that process required faculty to come into alignment with, to create an aligned curriculum between all the 2-year and all the 4-year campuses that could be transferred multi-direction, which was sort of unheard of at the time, both 2-year to 4-year, but 4-year to 2-year. And in that, there's a lot of pushback initially from faculty, but then we began to show them the data about why it was important, particularly important for student success, and that that what we were proposing was in line with research and best practices, but we wanted them to drive that curricular conversation. Now, the way it went down was the board ended up putting a mandate out saying that we need to have this all done by a certain amount of time. Or another process would be used for designing that curriculum. So there was a little bit of board action that forced a conversation. But once you got the faculty in the room and actually got them to overcome their initial hesitancies, they actually began having some pretty interesting dialogue about how to create this sort of sharing between campuses. One of the last holdouts we had was computer science, because at first they couldn't agree on which programming language should be used, but then they realized that whatever program language they picked likely would be out of date by the time many students graduated, and so they just sort of gave up on holding to a particular program language, right, that had to be shared between all of the campuses. Fast forward 2 years after that process, we began having other faculty in other disciplines coming to us saying, could they create their own transfer pathways, because they saw the positive increase in enrollment that their colleagues were having based upon having this transfer process in place. So I think I don't know how to shortcut the process necessarily, Jack, or Trustee McGorry, but it is it's one where we've got to do a better job of engaging and educating and using the data, I think, to help support the direction we're heading.
Yeah, but I guess the question I'm asking is, shared governance sometimes is like a shared death. Okay, it's like you put these, we put all these task forces together, and we've got a great university system in the CSU, but you put some of these, some of our really great thinkers together, and they put a process together. And it goes into shared governance, and the goddamn thing dies. I mean, it's just like, okay, it's like, and you said something just now And that was interesting. It's like, okay, there's a time limit, okay? You gotta have a time limit and get it done. I mean, business does not work like this.
Yeah. And I don't know.
This is Jack Clark.
Your particular shared governance policies within the CSU, so I can't comment directly on them. But I think there are ways to create timelines, to create expectations, depending on what the goal is, that better articulate the direction of where things are going. And again, I think what we found, we had some pretty skilled facilitators who were helping to move these conversations forward also, with the faculty that we call them sort of faculty whisperers, that were able to work with them in a collaborative way and help to understand why the system was moving this direction, why it was important for faculty to be involved, and why we had to move with some urgency to be able to effectuate the plan based upon what was happening in higher education at the time. So again, not knowing all your policies and practices, Trustee McGrory, about how shared governance works, there could be some opportunities to just think through about how that process could be made, perhaps facilitated in a different way than it has in the past.
Yeah, Dr. Lane, so this is Jack Clark. I don't know if Jack McGrory can see me. So what I think is really at the center of the discussion is how the board can stay as a board, as a broad policy-making entity, and at the same time help facilitate discussions that allow us to move with reasonable alacrity. And so I think Chancellor Dr. Lane has suggested some things that we can consider in that review. And if I might, on behalf of the board, ask your office to look at some of those things and see how we can interface, making sure shared governance is respected, and at the same time also, I don't know if alacrity can be done in university, but move with due diligence.
You have our commitment. We'll be meeting as a team to make sure that works forward. Thank you.
Any other trustees have any questions? Seeing none, it is it is almost lunchtime. In fact, we're going to, it's having no other questions. It is 10 to 12. We're going to come back at 10 to 1. And thank you, Chancellor. Dr. Lane, obviously your presentation was very well received by everybody in this room. And really appreciate your thoughtful, just the sincerity and just the sheer how well grounded everything you said was. You're not here, but we're going to give you a round of virtual applause. Excellent presentation. Thank you again. And thank you, Chancellor, for a truly inspiring Chancellor's report. And we're going to come back at 12:51.
All right. Congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio.
So as you're taking your seats, we're about to go about the business of the committees. But before we do, at the break, I had gone over to have a conversation with several members of the Academic Senate. And I just want to say this as we begin. According to our bylaws, only the chair of the board and can speak really on behalf of the board. I'm very reticent to do that because there is great diversity contained on this pretty large public board. At the same time, this is going to be one of the few times I am going to speak on behalf of the board. On behalf of the board, we are committed to shared governance, and we understand it is the foundation of our system of public education and higher education, and I just want to go on record as saying it is not death. Having said that, we're going to go on to the work of our committees. And trustee, by the way, does any other board member want to comment? I didn't think so. All right, so I didn't think anybody would want to say anything to that. So, Trustee Kimbell, would you please convene the Committee on Audit?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the Committee on Audit please come to order? It's now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove an item for separate discussion? No. Is there any objection to the approval of the consent agenda? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. Chair Clark, this concludes the business of the Committee on Audit.
Thank you, Trustee Kimbell. Vice Chair Arambula, will you please convene the Committee on Educational Policy?
This is not going to be as fast as the Committee on Audit. Apologies. Thank you, Chair Clark. I'm really excited to dive into what we're doing today, and I'm especially excited for you in your new seat and to get to partner with you. All right, Board, today we have 3 items to present. The first is an item for Board action. This is on recommended amendments to Title V regarding CSU doctoral programs. We talked about this at our May board meeting. This item is the result of Assembly Bill 656. It was signed into law in October 2023. It provides authorization for the CSU to offer doctoral degrees that do not duplicate those offered by the UC. Next, we will provide an update on the CSU's participation in the Californians for All College Corps. This service-based program helps students earn their college degree on time and with less debt, while they contribute to building more equitable communities across California. Through this and other service-based learning, the CSU continues to advance its commitment to affordability and providing experiential learning opportunities that lead to a career path or graduate school. And we'll conclude today's presentation with an update on the exciting work happening on the Graduation Initiative 2025 Year of Engagement. Last fall, the board was given a preview of a vision to implement the most comprehensive consultation of the CSU community in this system's history. Today, we will hear the intentional process by which the Chancellor's office is engaging with a wide range of stakeholders to help shape a new framework for student success and how the board can support this important work. So we're talking about the process today that's going to lead to an amazing tool that we as a board can use to ensure that we're achieving student success. With that, will the Committee on Educational Policy please come to order? It's now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda, approval of the minutes from the May 2024 meeting. Is there any objection to the approval of the minutes? Seeing and hearing none, the minutes are approved. As I noted, there are 3 items on today's discussion agenda. Item 2 is an action item on recommended amendments to Title V regarding CSU doctoral programs. The item will be presented by Dr. Dilcy Perez, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, and Dr. Brent Foster, Assistant Vice Chancellor and State University Dean of Academic Programs. Dr. Perez, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Arambula. At the January 2023 board meeting, the board approved CSU-sponsored legislation that included proposed authorization for the CSU to provide professional and applied doctoral degrees that do not duplicate those offered by the University of California. That bill, AB 656, was authored by Assembly Member Kevin McCarty and was signed into law in October 2023. Today, with that authorization in place, we present for board action recommended amendments to Title V regarding the awarding of future doctorate degrees by the CSU. To provide more details is Dr. Brent Foster, Assistant Vice Chancellor and State University Dean of Academic Programs. Dr. Foster.
Thank you, Dr. Perez.
For almost 20 years, the California legislature has allowed the CSU to offer professional and applied doctoral degrees. To date, the system has produced more than 5,000 doctoral graduates who have made significant contributions in California's workforce in high-demand areas. Today's proposed Title V amendments will simplify the process for establishing new professional and applied doctoral degree programs by updating and consolidating the existing CSU Title V doctoral regulations into a single, comprehensive set of regulations applicable to all doctoral degree programs. The proposed changes to Title V, which are provided in detail in the written agenda item, will allow currently approved doctoral programs to continue and will provide essential information for the establishment of new independent doctoral programs. In addition, these changes will repeal 23 sections of Title V that were created to individually establish the CSU's current doctoral programs. As AB 656 requires, that any new doctoral degrees offered by the CSU not duplicate degrees offered by the University of California. The Chancellor's Office has been working collaboratively with the University of California and has been developing and agreeing upon the criteria for assessing degree duplication. The CSU and the UC are nearing a tentative agreement regarding those degree duplication criteria and that review process. I'd like to take a moment here to briefly outline the process. First, in order to establish a new doctoral degree program, the campus will create a doctoral degree program concept proposal. The basic requirements of the proposal include curricular and academic elements, and it should be highlighted on the screen there. The campus will be required to submit this proposal to the Chancellor's Office for review at least 30 days prior to the annual deadline for submission to the UC Office of the President, which is currently set for September 15th of each year. The proposed workflow and approval process between the Chancellor's Office and the UC Office of the President is outlined in the illustration on screen and is included in your written agenda item. Upon submission of the degree program proposal to the Chancellor's Office, the CSU will do our review and then send the proposal to the UC Office of the President. The UC will then have 120 days to review the proposal and notify the CSU if it has any concerns regarding degree duplication. If there are concerns, the Chancellor's Office will discuss possible next steps for resubmission with the campus. If no duplication concerns exist, the campus will then submit a projected degree proposal in its campus academic plan during the academic master plan submission process. And as you all know, the academic master plan is reviewed by the CSU Board of Trustees annually. Upon approval, the degree program proposal will then go through the campus-level curriculum and approval process, as well as WASC substantive change screening. Next, the campus submits its campus-approved degree program proposal to the Chancellor's Office for review. Upon approval by the Deputy Vice Chancellors, the campus enters the new degree program in the CSU Degrees database and updates the campus academic plan, at which time they can launch the new doctoral degree program. Now, we look forward to continuing the collaboration with our UC partners and providing updates to the board regarding our progress. And I'll now turn the presentation back over to Dr. Perez.
Thank you, Dr. Foster. The process for establishing new professional and applied doctoral degree programs presented in today's recommended changes to Title V will allow the CSU to continue its strong record of producing qualified doctoral graduates to help meet California's future workforce needs. Chair Rambula, this concludes our presentation. At this time, Dr. Foster and I welcome any questions from the board, and we invite your action on this item.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. Thank you, Dr. Foster, for the presentation. Because this item involves amending a provision of Title V of the California Code of Regulations, these proceedings are deemed to be a public hearing under the provisions of the California Ed Code. During the 45-day notice period for this action item, any written comments received have been provided to trustees and will be incorporated into the official record. All comments from public speakers related to this Title V item that were received during the public comment period at the beginning of this board meeting are incorporated here and will be part of the official record. The public hearing is now closed. The recommended amendment to Title V regarding proposed amendments to Title V regarding CSU doctoral programs is an action item before the Committee on Educational Policy. Before we proceed to any questions and/or discussion, may I ask for a preliminary motion to approve these changes?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. I've received a motion and a second. At this time, are there any questions or discussions from the board? I will start with the Ed Policy Vice Chair, Trustee Yi Melikar.
Thank you, Trustee Arambula, and many thanks to DVC Perez and AVC Foster for their report. I appreciated hearing that the proposed amendments aim to streamline the establishment of doctoral programs, which can enhance the CSU's ability to respond to workforce needs more efficiently. And the focus on aligning doctoral programs with workforce and accreditation needs, highlighting the practical applied nature of the CSU's educational offers. I also recognize the collaboration between CSU and UC to avoid duplication of programs and ensuring resource optimization and complementary offerings in higher ed across the state. I have been in touch with senators, both at the campus and system level, and also the CSU Council of Campus Senate Chairs. And I do have two questions for you. The first question has to do with implementation issues, and that is, what are the anticipated issues in implementing these amendments in terms of admissions criteria for the different doctoral programs and recruitment of both domestic and/or international students across campuses? I tried to find information on the admissions criteria, and on pages 13 and 33, in section 41020, they don't indicate how the CSU campuses might do this. So I wonder if you could perhaps share some information with us.
Admissions for each of these programs that would be created in the future is going to be based on a campus-to-campus basis. Some campuses, for example, will realize that they need a smaller cohort, and therefore, they have to have a very intentional sort of recruitment. Some may have programs that require a master's degree or don't require a master's degree, and therefore that impacts how they go about the admission standards. But what we receive ultimately is a proposal from the campus that includes all of their intentions and their resources, that are going to be focused toward this degree program and facilitated within the space of workforce needs so that they can address their recruitment in those lanes.
Okay, so the campuses have the autonomy to determine their own admissions criteria.
Yeah, well, there will be criteria that will be based on, perhaps like a GPA. Those details will likely be ironed out in the policy that's actually created, but not specifically in the Title V, because those numbers may differ for each type of program.
Okay, thank you. My second question has to do with resource allocation. How will the CSU and the campuses ensure that adequate resources, whether they be faculty, funding, facilities, are available to support and sustain these doctoral programs?
Absolutely, and that ties back to the thing that I just mentioned earlier about the campus approval process. I know that was a kind of a busy chart up there, but in the part where the campus does its part, where they follow their campus policies for producing and proposing new programs, they will do their own vetting of the resources, faculty, space, anything required for that degree program, and they will provide that to us. That's something that's also signed off on by the president. So everything from the projection all the way through the faculty, the chair, the dean, and so forth, all the way to the president before it comes to us. So that we have a declaration essentially from the campus saying, we have the resources to make this happen.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments or questions? Yes. Trustee Guajardo.
Thank you. And so I noticed that the UC Office of the President will only review 10 proposals per academic year, and based on the flowchart, campuses will need to submit individual proposals to the Chancellor's office. So my question is, how will the Chancellor's office determine which campuses will have their proposals submitted on their behalf?
It is the likelihood that we ever receive 10 different doctoral proposals in any given year is very low. But in the event that that were to ever happen, we would do, a fair and unbiased review. It's likely, though, that you would more likely to see 3 or 4 CSUs that are trying to propose a similar doctoral program. So we would do the front-end review of that. But it's a great question, and as the law dictates, only 10 proposals per year. But to be clear, if we had 2 proposals from 2 different CSUs for a new degree in public health or something, that would actually only be 1 new doctoral program in the system. So it wouldn't likely be that we would tell one campus no. It would be that we would take a lead campus and move forward with that one.
Any other questions or comments? Is your name tag still up from earlier, Darlene? Okay, just wanted to make sure to come back to you if you had more. All right, hearing none, Ms. Corral, there has been a motion and a second for approval of this item. Hearing no further comments or questions, we will now vote on the item. Only committee members may vote at this time. Ms. Corral, will you please take a roll call vote? Just as a quick reminder before she does that, only members of the Committee on Ed Policy may vote. And trustees, please unmute when you have been called.
Chair Rambla, just point of information, you can do a voice vote if you want. There's nobody virtual for this committee.
I don't want to take away Ms. Coral's moment of glory, but let's do a voice vote. Only members of the Ed Policy Committee, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that passes unanimously. This item is approved. Item number 3 is an information item regarding the Californians for All College Corps. The item will be presented by Dr. Dilcy Perez, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Josh Friday, Chief Service Officer, and Ray Murillo, Interim Assistant Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, Equity, and Belonging. We would also like to welcome for the presentation Elizabeth Adebayo Vasquez, a College Corps Fellow and an alumna of CSU Bakersfield, who will share her experience with the program. Dr. Perez, the floor is yours.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair Rambula. Today we present an update on the Californians for All College Corps program, a first-of-its-kind initiative designed to engage Californians in volunteer and civic action. Administered by California volunteers, the program partners with 46 colleges and universities to more than 3,200 undergraduate students each year. Currently, there are 16 CSU campuses who have 1,197 students who have committed to 1 year of service with more than 360 community partner organizations across the state. The Californians for All College Corps initiative is an impressive example of how we, as Californians, can come together across our vast state to address some of the most pressing educational, social, and environmental issues of our time. I am pleased to introduce California Chief Service Officer Josh Friday, who is joining us today to provide an overview of the College Corps program. As a member of Governor Newsom's cabinet, Mr. Friday leads service, volunteer, and civic engagement efforts throughout the state by leading California volunteers. To provide additional insights on the impact of the CSU College Corps program, we also have joining us today Interim Assistant Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, Equity and Belonging, Ray Murillo, and California College Corps, probably the most important speaker, Elizabeth Arevalo Vasquez, who we are very excited to have with us today. Mr. Friday, will you please begin?
I will, and thank you so much for that introduction, Mr. Chair, trustees. Thank you all for this incredible opportunity. My name is Josh Friday. As was stated, I get to serve as the Chief Service Officer for the state of California. My guess is you probably had no idea you had a Chief Service Officer, but I have a chance today to talk to you all, and we really appreciate this opportunity about not just a program, but about a vision for California. A vision where the governor believes we can invest in the power of service. And I just ask you all to take a quick second to sort of think about in your own lives when you've had a chance to serve, whether it's on this body, or maybe you served in the Peace Corps or in AmeriCorps, or maybe you served in government or at your kid's school, and to think about how that made you feel. Think about the joy that you've experienced from having a chance to serve. Think about the friendships and the connections that you made. Think about the opportunities it may have provided you in your own career and in your own life. When I think about mine, I think about my time serving as an officer in the United States Navy, where I had a chance to serve our country abroad, where I got to be in Japan when a 9.0 earthquake hit, which resulted in a tsunami and ultimately the Fukushima nuclear disaster, and got a chance to be part of the largest humanitarian aid and disaster relief effort in our military's history. And I share that experience with you all because what was important for me in that experience was not that I was a hero, far from it. I played a very, very tiny role, but I got to be part of something. I got to be part of something that was bigger than me, where I got to work with people from very different backgrounds, very different perspectives, people who I guarantee voted differently than I did. And we got to accomplish something great together. And the challenge that the governor sees now, that we see, is that too few Americans, too few Californians have that opportunity. And as a result, as a consequence, we find ourselves in a society where the Surgeon General just declared we have a public health crisis around loneliness, where we have less than 1% of us served in the military since 9/11, where if you read Bowling Alone, Americans, fewer and fewer are joining civic organizations. And we see the division that it's causing in our society, the division that is eroding our democracy right before our eyes. And so the question is, with all this, what do we do about it? And what we've done about it is create the College Corps program, the program that we're here to talk about today. It's a program that the governor had created to invest in the idea that we can rebuild trust in our society. We can bring people to connect to each other once again, to tackle problems together, to solve problems together, and to create real economic opportunity. And this is an idea that, quite honestly, is a deeply American idea. Think about the GI Bill, where we created a pathway to the middle class for literally generations of Americans who committed to serve their country. We paid for college because they served. So with College Corps, and I like to call it the California's GI Bill, we are creating right now debt-free pathways for Californians who commit to serve while they're in school. And we are so proud that we launched this program with a CSU as a main partner to make it possible. And I'm so grateful to many of the presidents who are sitting up here with us, joining us with today, who a couple years ago took a leap of faith. Took a leap of faith that we could create a program where we invest in our students to serve their community while they're in school. So far, as was said, we've had thousands of Californians now go through the program. We started this program with 16 CSUs, thousands of California students, and we wanted to send the message, because we believe this, that every Californian should serve. And when we say every Californian, we mean every Californian, which is why it was so important to us to make this the first service program of its kind in the country that included our AB 540 students, our dreamers, to make sure that they had a chance to serve their community just like everyone else and get paid to do it. So where we are now quickly, and then I do want to pass it on so we get to hear some of the fun stats of where we are heading into year 3, is that the governor and we view this program as simply a win-win-win. It's a win for our students, where we are literally creating debt-free pathways for them while they serve. At the same time, they're building social capital. They're building professional networks. They're building real-life skills while they're in school to put towards their career. And they're building connections to help them in their career. It's a win for our community, because last year, our College Corps members committed over 1.1 million hours of service to our state. That's service, tutoring and mentoring in our low-income schools. That's service in our food banks. That's service with our nonprofits that are taking climate action and doing environmental work. It's real meaningful work. And then finally, it's a win for our entire state, because we are now, as a state, graduating an entire new generation of Californians who are equipped with the tools and the experience to work with people of all backgrounds, no matter where they come from, to actually solve problems in our community. And that's going to benefit us for generations to come. So what I would like to come here today and just concluding this presentation, and then we'll hear, as it was said, from the most important aspect of today, which is one of our College Corps fellows that we're so proud of. What I would say is this: in this vision of service that we have, that is now becoming a model for the country. Right, a couple months ago, the governor of New York announced that they're creating the Empire State Corps, literally modeled after the California College Corps program. The governor of Minnesota has put money in his budget to create the Minnesota College Corps. These programs are starting to spread around the country. We believe that this vision of service, the most critical component of this vision is higher education. And we feel so strongly that in order to meet this vision that the governor has, in order to recreate a society where people trust each other again, where people feel connected to each other and to their communities, we have to take advantage of these formative years where we can instill the ethos of service and we can create the future workforce of California. So we are so excited about not just what we have already created with your partnership at the CSU system and also our partnership with UCs, community colleges, and some private schools, but we are so excited about what is to come. And that is where we need your help. When the governor launched this program, he said, we want to create a model where we ultimately scale this across the state of California and across the country. And what we need your help with, which is why I hope today is the start of a conversation together, what we need your help with is to make sure that we can take this program, we can scale it across all CSUs ultimately, that we can engage more CSU students, and that we can continue to be a model for what is possible in this country. So thank you so much for this opportunity. I look forward to our conversation and look forward to continuing to work together to create this exciting vision. Mr. Vice Chancellor, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Friday, for that excellent context in what we're talking about today. And as with so many other community-minded initiatives, the CSU has been at the forefront of the College Corps program since it's been and has been active participant since the launch in fall 2022. Through the hard work of campus colleagues with the Offices of Civic Engagement, Financial Aid, Student Services, and Dream Centers, approximately 1,200 CSU students have participated in College Corps each year of the first 2 years, that is in 2022-23 and also 2023-24, for a total of nearly 2,500 students to date. More than half of those College Corps fellows are the first in their family to attend college, and more than 60% are Pell Grant recipients. In academic year 2022, the first year of the CSU College Corps program, 967 fellows completed the program with 300 or more hours of service. Fellows receive a living allowance during the academic year, and those who complete 450 hours of service earn an additional educational award for a total up to $10,000 per year. This funding addresses one key goal of the College Corps program, which is for students to graduate with less debt. As illustrated on the screen, CSU College Corps are aligning their personal and educational interests with service. Placements at more than 360 community and government organizations across the state. Those serving in food banks and local farms are distributing food to individuals experiencing food insecurity and also creating educational curricula to teach youth and families about sustainable agriculture and healthy foods. In placements with local government organizations, such as libraries and school districts, fellows are serving as tutors and mentors, fostering essential math and literacy skills in K-12 youth, while those with a passion for climate action are developing community awareness campaigns and workshops about fire prevention and plastic pollution. In addition to addressing the needs of the community, the program also helps make college education more affordable. WestEd is a nonpartisan research and development agency that serves as the evaluation consultant for College Corps. In their survey of CSU fellows who served in academic year 2022-23, it found that more than 60% strongly or somewhat agreed that living allowance payments made experiences related to tuition, housing, food, transportation, and textbooks easier to afford. As shared on screen, fellows felt the College Corps payments had the greatest impact costs related to food and future educational costs, which is repayment of student loans, at 75 and 71% respectively. WestEd survey also found that through their participation, the College Corps Community Service Partnerships, CSU fellows gained real-world experience, including leadership skills and access to networking and professional development opportunities, as well as fostering a sense of pride and belonging in working toward a common purpose alongside their other young leaders. Here to share firsthand experience as a fellow is a CSU and College Corps alumna, Elizabeth Arevalo Vasquez. Elizabeth recently graduated from CSU Bakersfield, earning a bachelor's degree in sociology with a concentration in human services in 2024. She served as a College Corps fellow for 2 years, first as a K-12 tutor in Valley Oaks Charter School in Bakersfield, and most recently as a College Corps ambassador. Elizabeth will share her own College Corps experience has helped her prepare for future work and community involvement. Elizabeth?
Thank you, Assistant Vice Chancellor Murillo. My name is Elizabeth Arevalo Vasquez, and I am an undocumented immigrant from Guanajuato, Mexico, and a proud recent graduate from the California State University, Bakersfield, with a bachelor's degree in sociology. Today, I want to share my journey with you and how the College Corps program played a pivotal role in my college career. As a dreamer, I faced numerous challenges. Thankfully, I was able to get support from programs such as the California Dream Act and CalSOAP through the California Student Aid Commission when applying to community college. This support allowed me to focus on my campus involvement and academic success instead of worrying about out-of-state fees. At Bakersfield College, I found a group of inspiring Latino students who were not afraid to speak about immigration. They were proud and fearless, and they helped me understand that I was not alone. This family-like community of students and allies provided resources and job opportunities, helping me land my first paid internship. When I made this transition from working in the fields picking grapes and oranges to an office environment, I felt like I had finally started achieving the American dream. When I transferred to Cal State Bakersfield amidst the pandemic, I became worried about my future beyond college. Despite having my first professional job, I felt like I still had not done enough. Then I heard that the College Corps program was accepting applications, and I would be eligible to apply and get paid as an AB 540 student. It was everything I was looking for to further improve myself. With great pleasure, I learned that I was accepted into the program's first cohort. My site of service was at Valley Oaks Charter School, where I served as a tutor to a diverse group of students with varying ages, socioeconomic statuses, races, ethnicities, academic, and emotional needs. I work with K-12 students weekly. This is where I learn how easy it is for students to fall behind, and I acquire the fundamental skills that are essential for them to thrive academically. I also gain insight into the challenges that parents and guardians face when educating at home. My sense of empathy increased as I learned about the factors that contributed to students falling behind. Often, these were things out of the parents' control. I became more committed to working towards the goal of helping students advance. Originally, my career goal was to become a social worker. However, this experience changed that. I realized that my calling is to become a speech-language pathologist. I enjoyed my experience so much that I applied for a second year at College Corps service, and this time in a leadership role. This opportunity to mentor my peers, collaborate statewide with other College Corps leaders, helped me learn what it takes to become a strong and inspiring leader for my own community. The sense of belonging I acquired through the program helped me become something bigger than I could have imagined. Moreover, I built professional and personal lifelong relationships that have already helped me continue my career and education. Indeed, the College Corps created a path that I otherwise wouldn't have had, and I am profoundly grateful to the program for helping me transform from a timid immigrant child to a proud dreamer. To every student and dreamer out there, I want you to know that with the right support and determination, you can achieve your dreams. Programs like the California College Corps are there to help you every step of the way. Together, we could build a world where everyone has a chance to achieve their dreams. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and we commend you on your fine work with the College Corps program and also congratulate you on your recent graduation at CSU Bakersfield. I'll now turn the presentation back to Dr. Perez for her concluding remarks.
Thank you so much, Interim Assistant Vice Chancellor Ray Murillo and Elizabeth. Thank you for your wonderful story and sharing your experience and being vulnerable in such a large space. We appreciate you and are happy to hear about your wonderful experience. Mr. Friday, sign me up. We are so excited about this program and what it is doing in the CSU. And as you said, it is a win-win-win. And so thank you to you and to the governor for your vision for service in the state of California, if not in the nation. As we've heard today, CSU students and California communities have benefited tremendously from our College Corps partnership. This program model and its $22 million investment in our universities ensures that our collective vision for increased educational access and student success is contributing to a vibrant and thriving California. I would be remiss if I did not also acknowledge Judy Patello, who is in the back, who has been instrumental in leading the CSU and this program, and her team have done a phenomenal job in partnering with the governor's office. Chair Arambula, this concludes our presentation. We are happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Dr. Perez, Mr. Friday, Mr. Murillo, Ms. Vasquez, Elizabeth. Thank you all so much for this presentation and for the great work that's happening here. Would love it if there are any questions or comments. Trustee Brock.
Yes. Well, first of all, I want to say that I've been lucky enough to hear this presentation from Josh and Elizabeth in Bakersfield, and so proud of my fellow CSUB alum. Elizabeth, congratulations. But I also want to commend Josh because, as you all can tell, he is so passionate about this program. So for this program to be successful, you have to have a leader who believes in it. And I just want to take this moment to say that we're so lucky to have you at the helm of this, because you have been hitting the ground with boots on running. I've seen you all up and down the state, going to all the rural communities out there. And that's leadership. We appreciate that because this is such a wonderful program. We all have to know about it. I know we talked about the CSU and coming to our meeting, but this is absolutely wonderful. And Elizabeth, I just have to say you're so inspiring, and I'm so proud of you. And you know, you are an amazing dreamer. So thanks for inspiring all of us. So happy about this. Great program.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I also want to thank Mr. Friday for coming to Fresno, because you came to Fresno. You spoke to so many of us community leaders and elected officials to get us on board and to let us know about the impact. Really grateful because that's where my story began. I did not get to enter my profession if it wasn't for my volunteer service as a student. And lo and behold, because of folks who were a part of that, the network, the social capital that you talked about, doors opened. I mean, my first job was working in the assembly because of my service work. So I'm just really grateful for this, and also the intentionality that goes behind it. We have to create opportunities for our students to engage. We have to create opportunities for our students to be public servants, really, is where it starts. I do have a couple of questions. One of them is what prevents us from being at all of our universities? That's one. Second, I do want to give gratitude that we are making sure that our students, regardless of immigration status, are able to go through this program and to be able to receive the dollars. But yes, I'd love to know what are those things. I also want to give gratitude to our university president to say, hey, this is important. We need to create these opportunities for our students to be civically engaged. So thank you so much. And before I conclude, Elizabeth, you are awesome. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Trustee. Thank you for those comments and for the question. And I cannot wait to get back to Fresno. So appreciate that. Thank you. And because it tees up perfectly, I think, where next steps are, where we really do have a vision where every Californian has the opportunity to serve in a meaningful way, to contribute, to know that they belonged and they're valued. And the question is, how do we get there? So I'll repeat what the governor said when we announced this program with the leaders of all the major higher education institutions, which is that we need to show success in the first few years. We're heading into year 3, which we are doing much because of the work of Judy at CSU, other members of CSU, but also all the presidents who took this leap of faith with us. And then the hope is to go back to the legislature and ask for the resources to truly scale this program and make it available to more Californians. So so we're all on the same page, we have 2 more years of funding. We're heading into cohort 3. We have funding through cohort 4 through 2026. There will be an opportunity for the legislature to explore continued funding for this program, as well as look at what expansion may be necessary. And as we all know, a budget is nothing more than a representation of our values. And our hope is that working with you all, we can continue to demonstrate the value of these kinds of programs, these kinds of investments in creating the kind of society that we all wish to see. Thank you.
Trustee Kimbell.
So that was, Trustee Rodriguez asked my question, but I just wanted to also say, Mr. Friday, that your enthusiasm was really infectious. This is the first time I'm hearing you. And Elizabeth, your story is so inspiring. And I hope that we will see this program across all of our campuses, because I think that investment will just pay us back, multi-fold. So thank you so much.
Multifold is definitely a word. We're going to make it one if it's not. Trustee Gilbert-Lurie.
Thank you, and I echo and amplify my colleagues' comments that this is really exciting. Josh has previewed this for me. We met at a charity event, and then he came over and talked through this, and the first thing I thought is, the CSU needs this, and he said the CSU has it, and so I was really grateful. I think Mark made this introduction here to begin with, and but I'm so grateful that we have this connection. A couple things I haven't asked you that occurred to me reading through all this. One, do you have any data yet on the impact on career of this program? And second, one of the things that I've thought a lot about on a financial aid task force that I do much more listening in on than contributing to, but we're always thinking about expanding the pool of financial aid. So I'm wondering, does this have any impact on students' ability to access other California financial aid, the Cal Grants or the State University grants? And also, huge shout out, Elizabeth, such an impressive presentation. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Trustee. Thank you for those questions. Very helpful, and also for recognizing that Trustee Gillarducci is why I'm here, who is also very instrumental in making sure that these programs were set up successfully and very helpful along this whole journey. So thank you, Mr. Gillarducci. To answer your question specifically, the career question is a really important question. We just launched a couple months ago a pilot program here in LA called Core to Career, which is for the first time trying to be intentional now that we've created these programs. And then just to give you a sense of the governor's commitment to this, in addition to the College Corps program, which we're talking about today, we've also created the country's first Climate Corps that is now a model for the country. We've created a Youth Jobs Corps program really focused on low-income youth, from former foster care, from incarcerated youth. And if you take all of our service programs combined, what the governor loves to point out is we are now here in California bigger than the entire Peace Corps. And so that gives us a sense of the opportunity, but the real question is how are we turning that into real professional opportunity? So we launched Core to Career to really be intentional about this question about career. We are starting to track data now that we're heading into our third year. We do have some of that data. Some of the places where we're seeing success, we launched a program with the superintendent of statewide schools to focus on making sure that our students that are tutoring and mentoring, as was discussed, understand that we need them to be in the classroom. We want them to pursue a career in education. So we're seeing a lot of our College Corps students go into education as a career. We're seeing a lot of our other places like state parks really benefit from having both the experience of where the student does their service and then following that into career. So we're starting to see those examples, and it's a place that we want to be more and more intentional on. On the financial aid component, it's a really important point because we have seen places where there's friction, where because of certain financial aid, a lot of them federally focused challenges, where some students lose out on some money. We've had students like Elizabeth who have want to come back their second year because it's not just about the money, it's about the experience and the networks and the relationships that they build, but their financial aid is impacted negatively, their package. So this is a place where I would welcome an opportunity to continue to work with the experts here at the system to help advocate and find ways where we can reduce those specific barriers.
Thank you.
Chair Clark.
Great presentation, and all I wanted to say was, Ms. Vasquez, I just want to say how impressive you are. I don't know how old you are. I suspect you're much younger than me. That wasn't supposed to be funny. But I just want to encourage you, just keep growing, because at your age, doing what you're doing, you're a very impressive human being. And I just wanted to say, just keep going, young woman.
With no other questions or comments, I will take this spot to just say I echo those sentiments, Elizabeth, that you are deeply impressive and that your story, I hope, is an inspiration to other students. And I think is a model because by getting involved, you found and grew yourself and grew your community and other young people. And I'm so appreciative to Mr. Friday, to the work that you and the governor have championed here. And I think it really is an ability to grow social capital in students across the state, an ability to grow our communities, to rebuild trust and connectedness in ways that are also helping students make it through college more affordably. So thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you, Elizabeth, for sharing your story, and to everyone on the team who's made this possible. Appreciation. Thank you. All right, item 4 is an information item regarding Graduation Initiative 2025 Year of Engagement. This item will be presented by, you guessed it, Dr. Dilcy Perez. She is back again, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. And joining her is Dr. Jennifer Bazil, Associate Vice Chancellor of Student Success and Inclusive Excellence. Dr. Perez.
Thank you once again, Chair Rambula. Last fall, we presented to this board a vision for the future of student success at the CSU. A future that broadens our definition to include access, affordability, innovation, and leadership. And a future where the CSU is the indisputable leader nationally in achieving equitable outcomes for all of our students. As we enter the final year of Graduation Initiative 2025, we celebrate the CSU's bold curiosity and courageous commitment to student success and equity. With insights gained over the last 15 years, we are ready to reimagine what is possible over the next decade and beyond. Now more than ever, we understand that student success is not an initiative. It is the mission of the CSU that aligns our shared values and guides the work of our entire system. And after this morning's presentation, I can't think of something that is more noteworthy of systemness than Graduation Initiative. For the next phase of our work to be truly impactful, it will require the collective perspectives of stakeholders across the entire CSU community. As a result, we have embarked on a year of engagement that represents the most comprehensive outreach to and consultation with CSU stakeholders in the system's history. Joining me today to discuss this exciting work is Dr. Jennifer Bazile, Associate Vice Chancellor of Student Success and Inclusive Excellence, who started in the CSU on May 15th of 2023. And why is that important is because she has really been trailblazing ever since she started in the CSU, and it is an honor to work with her. But before I turn the presentation over to Dr. Bazile, I want to acknowledge the contributions of the historical efforts that have brought us to where we are today. As shown on the screen, it was 15 years ago that the CSU launched its first graduation initiative, which challenged our campuses to increase graduation rates for incoming first-year students. Throughout subsequent years, we have raised the bar for graduation rates and expanded our use of data to inform effective practices. As we look back and think of what is ahead, we find ourselves at an inflection point in our student success efforts. The world has changed, as have our students. As a national leader in student success, the time is now for the CSU to adapt and evolve. We will continue to marshal the power of the system to realize the full promise of Graduation Initiative 2025, including through the work of our Finish Strong community of practice, which has engaged in intentional actions to ensure every CSU student has the courses, support, and opportunity to earn their degrees. Intentionality of these efforts have been hallmarks of the community practices discussions. University teams are more informed through the Graduate 365 tool, which was developed by Cal State Fullerton, which reveals near-time and real-time data tracking of cohort outcomes. And for the first time in our history of the CSU, we now have the same near real-time tracking cohort progress at the 20 community of practice universities, allowing earlier identification of opportunities to better support our students. We know there is still much work to be done to ensure equitable student success across all our universities. Building on insights gained from our groundbreaking work and responding to the changes of our student population, America's new majority, we will expand our impact as a national leader in student success and equity. Let me share what we mean when we talk about our changing student populations. In comparing our 2009 CSU student cohort to that of 2019, we see an increase in the number of enrolled students by 31%. We chose the 2019 student cohort as this will be the cohort by which we measure the 6-year graduation rate in 2025. When we disaggregate the data, we see a disproportionate increase in students who identify as the first in their family to attend college, are Pell Grant recipients, and or from historically underserved communities. In fact, over the last decade, these student groups have collectively increased in size by 50%. It is clear that maintaining the status quo is no longer an option. And that is the moral imperative that will drive our student success efforts moving forward. Predictive analytics indicate that we can and we must do more to ensure our first-time students, Pell Grant recipients, and historically underserved students have access to the resources as early as possible to ensure their success. We embarked on the concept of the Year of Engagement to help envision a new framework for student success. And because we know that many of the answers to our challenges reside within our own CSU communities, we are intentionally creating opportunities to engage with faculty, students, staff, and administrators, as well as our alumni and many others, to tap into our collective wisdom. On screen, you will find the guiding principles of this work. In order to make this process both meaningful and impactful, these principles serve as the foundation for how we collaborate with a myriad of stakeholders. First and foremost, it requires that we center the student in everything that we do. Student voices and experience must lead our efforts as we listen deeply to all stakeholders. This work must also be equity-driven and data-informed in order to ensure that we address disparities based on the most current and accurate information. And we must approach our work collaboratively and with a commitment to transparency to foster a sense of trust and accountability throughout our entire CSU community. To share more about this effort is Dr. Jennifer Brazil. Dr. Brazil?
Thank you, Dr. Perez. What we have already heard in the preliminary discussions about redefining student success is that we must expand our stakeholder consultations throughout our 23 universities, as well as in the communities that we serve. As a result, we will be spearheading the most comprehensive and intentional stakeholder engagement process in the CSU's history. This effort also means building on our commitment to shared governance, to honor the transformative power of diverse perspectives, and to have more conversations, not less, that can bridge gaps of knowledge and lead to greater alignment of shared values. We must also ensure that we invite as many voices into these conversations as possible. This is one area where partnering with Deloitte's higher education practice, and one of our colleagues from Deloitte is here with us, Anna Jablonski, will be invaluable in addressing the scale and scope of our outreach, which will range from quantitative surveys to university discovery sessions to smaller group dialogues. As we begin this path forward, it is our aspiration to be good stewards of the data and insights that we collect along the way. We believe if we achieve these milestones in the year of engagement, the CSU will be well positioned, as Dr. Perez shared earlier, to be the national leader in student success and equity. To remain at the forefront of the national student success work, we have designed an intentional engagement process to help us achieve the following milestones. The first will be to reimagine the comprehensive definition of student success for the CSU so that we can deepen our alignment within our universities and across our system. Second, we will develop a system-wide student success framework that includes a matrix and data assets so that we can disaggregate data, evaluate our progress, and remain accountable. Closing our persistent equity and educational attainment gaps must remain top of mind and central to the year of engagement. We will not close the gaps in a year, but we maintain our dedication to designing the way forward with that goal in mind. Finally, to better serve our students, communities, and the state, the finish line of our system-wide work will shift from graduation to first career and graduate pathways. From this process and through these efforts, we will emerge with 3 specific outcomes for a student success framework. We will identify indicators for all major milestones in the student journey so that stakeholders will be better able to track our progress for every cohort. We will define the metrics that operationalize the framework and disaggregate them to optimize for both efficiency and effectiveness. And we will highlight recommendations of effective practices that should be scaled across the system to maximize impact, and to continue to steward resources well. We already have begun to share this process with a variety of CSU stakeholders as seen on screen. From our faculty and student leaders to our university administrators and presidents, as well as our CSU Alumni Council, Foundation Board, and many others, we appreciate the thoughtful feedback that has been provided to us. There will also be multiple opportunities to share your feedback with us. Looking ahead, you will find on screen some key milestones beginning this month and leading up to January 2025, when the Board of Trustees meeting will happen. We are in the process of fielding a year of engagement online survey across multiple stakeholder groups, as well as convening regular meetings of our steering committee. Later this summer, we will begin to analyze stakeholder surveys, as well as facilitate stakeholder consultations with industry, philanthropic, and intersegmental partners. We will also host a series of CSU campus consultations during this time. As we enter the fall, we will socialize key themes and concepts of a new student success framework, including presenting a draft at the GI 2025 symposium. We intend to provide a finalized student success framework at the January 2025 Board of Trustees meeting as a board resolution. Every member of the CSU community can make valuable contributions that can inform our future student success framework, especially our trustees. As our leading governing body, we will be inviting you to share your insights and experience of student success at the CSU while providing feedback on recommendations designed to fundamentally transform how we define and support student success. We will also look to you as champions and advocates of this work in the future. We look forward to sharing continued updates on our progress. I will now turn the presentation back to Dr. Perez.
Thank you, Dr. Brazil. And I want to also acknowledge, all of our presidents for the courageous work that they are doing in pursuit of graduation initiative as well as student success. And I would also like to acknowledge President Tomas Morales and President Soraya Coley, who served on the Graduation Initiative Strategic Work Group that helped inform really the plan and the thoughts around broad strategic stakeholder engagement. These are moments in time when the call for action is undeniable, and this is one of those moments. We are grateful for the leadership of this board in helping to guide us in this noble effort, and we look forward to returning to present on a regular basis through the course of the year of engagement on this important topic. This concludes our presentation. Chair Arambula, we would be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. Thank you, Dr. Bazil. For the presentations, are there any questions or comments from the board? I'm going to start with Trustee Steinhauser, then I will go to Trustee Yee Melikar.
First of all, thank you for this excellent report. This is very, very exciting work. So I just have a couple comments and then I guess it's a recommendation. One is this is music to my ears. So I'm all about data and talk about systemness. This really is a pre-K to 16 issue. So one of the questions I have, or comments, is when we come up with those recommendations, those best practices, how will we ensure that some of those predictive analytics are given to our K-12 partners, because there's so much work we can do to front load, for example, mathematics and other issues. And then the other one, is it our vision that the Center for example, Black Student Success and other centers would be the clearinghouse for some of this system data? And then the third piece I have is, my recommendation is that we've got to keep the student voice alive every single year. You can't do this type of intense engagement every year with all stakeholders, but my own bias is the student voice. And even if we have to go to the most vulnerable populations first and then spread out. So, sorry.
No apologies needed, and thank you so much. And I appreciate our conversations that we have about equity and equity-mindedness and the importance of this work. We do, Dr. Brazil and I spend many, many hours dialoguing and debating and talking about what would make sense. And, one of the things that I love about our year of engagement process is that we have created a space to include our intersegmental partners, which will include the community colleges, the UCs, as well as K-12 or pre-K-16. And so there will be a space where during the summer, our colleagues at Deloitte and Dr. Brazil are really shifting the information that we are learning through the surveys and the discovery sessions to start to build the framework, the frame for the framework. And as we do that, our intention is to go to our intersegmental partners, but also go to industry and to workforce to talk about how they see themselves fitting in and how we see them fitting in and how we might better align across the systems. And so we're excited about that part. It is daunting as we are trying to land the plane by January, but we are excited and we are hopeful. And as we've said in the presentation, this is the mission and the core of what our chancellor believes, what our chancellor wants to achieve, but also what we as a system have been wanting to do for a very long time. So I accept that recommendations, all of them, including the student voice. And so we have been to CSSA. We will continue to go to CSSA, and we look forward to partnering with you all this year as we look to the year of engagement.
Trustee Yee Melikar.
Thank you, Trustee Arambula, and thank you, DVC Perez and AVC Bazil, for your presentation. Like you, emphasizing engagement highlights the importance of active participation in academic and extracurricular activities to enhance the entire student experience and student success. I commend you on the initiative's structured approach to tracking and supporting student progress that can help identify and address barriers to graduation in a timely manner. I mean, you almost have to identify it as soon as possible in order to make a difference. And also by addressing the various aspects of the student experience. This initiative helps to provide a comprehensive support system for our students. I do have two questions for you. The first has to do with the online stakeholders survey. So on page 3 of your written item, my question is, how will students, faculty, and staff and alumni be selected for feedback to be incorporated into the development and refinement of the initiative's strategies? And then my second question has to do with your affordability summit and resource allocation. So on page 4, how will the resources be allocated to ensure that all campuses can effectively implement the strategies that are outlined in the framework?
Well, Dr. Brazil and I love to share things, so I'll take question 1, and then she will take affordability, because that is something that is critically important to both of us. So what I'm excited about is that for faculty and staff, it's all. The survey will go to all. I'm excited about that and hope that our faculty and employees participate in that. For students, we have decided that it will go for the fall 2018 cohort through 2024. So it will go to all students who were registered during that time. So I think this is broad, and we're excited to see the feedback that we get from all.
That's great. Thank you.
So in the design of the year of engagement, affordability has always been a pillar.
That's right.
There has been mindfulness about managing the cost of attendance, engaging in that very complex and rich discussion, listening and partnering in that conversation. And so we understand that that is a central part of the work system-wide. And that is part of the reason why the Affordability Summit is going to be added onto and contextualized within the GI 2025 symposium. We'll have additional details to share about that. The other thing that I would just say is that the year of engagement offers opportunities for the development of the vision for the student success framework. The resource allocation questions will not be directly, they will be engaged and we will hear from and intake feedback, but we will not be providing resource solutions at the time of, January 2025. And we will be working to identify strategies to be outlined, and we will be having conversations about resource allocations that will follow the board presentations after January of 2025.
Great. May I just add to that response? The student success framework, and when we bring it back to the board in January, is not the end. It is just the beginning. And so Chair Rambula did a great job in talking about that this is a process, that what we are bringing to you is the process by which we will develop our vision, your vision, and the student success framework. There will be many conversations driven by the Chancellor and obviously, her leadership team about what is needed to achieve the vision. And that will be partnering with the presidents in doing that. So I just want to assure you that we understand that if we're going to achieve a bold vision, that there will need to be some conversation around the resources needed for that. But this is just the beginning.
Great, thank you.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you so much. This is my heart is so happy. Thank you. DVC Perez and ABC Bazile, I'm just so happy that we're going to this direction. I love the thinking of reimagining, right? We get to be creative, we get to be innovative, we get to hear all of the voices. I'm so happy that you said all. I think that there's also sometimes when we do surveys, we don't necessarily get input from students that we want to hear from, so maybe some intentionality behind that. I know I've conducted surveys with students, and sometimes you have to have focus groups. Sometimes you just need to do a direct connect. So just keeping that mindful. And just making sure that we get this information from the lens of our students is just so crucial. I disagree with with Trustee Steinhauser how important the student voice is. So thank you so much for that. I really want to think about student success and part of student success, and we've had these conversations, DVC Perez, about basic needs and meeting basic needs. And I just so appreciate all of the work of our presidents and faculty and staff that are just thinking critically and innovatively to reduce barriers and obstacles. I want us to process too. I know we did a basic needs assessment in 2019. Which was prior to COVID and all that we went through the pandemic. And I would love to see, how can this be incorporated in the year of engagement, even if it's just part of the process to see, what changed, right? What changed, what has to be added to basic needs, and to see what are those services and outcomes that we need to provide for our students, for student success. So I'm just asking if this could be readdressed during this process.
It always makes me feel good when I can say we are ahead of the board.
Right.
So as you know, and you're correct, we have conversations often about basic needs and affordability in general. California, and certainly as we think about tuition, right? It matters to our students. And when you look across the nation, we're still pretty reasonable in tuition. It is housing affordability that is really challenging to tackle. And I will say to you that the basic needs team has worked with and partnered with the Vice Presidents of Student Affairs to reimagine what the next iteration of basic needs looks like in the system. And so we will be happy to share that with you in this coming academic year. It is already listed on the board presentations, and partnering with obviously researchers and our colleagues on how to assess what the true needs are in the CSU so that we can continue to meet those needs and deliver services in ways that are responsive to our students. And so I'm excited to share that with the board in the coming months, and we will definitely, as you will see and get more information about the Affordability Summit, We are doing that in partnership with the Haas Foundation and offered an opportunity for our universities to highlight the effective practices that they currently have to reduce financial barriers for students. And some of what you will see at the summit are the universities highlighting those effective practices so we can begin to scale that across the system. So there is a lot of exciting things to happen in that area, but we readily receive your recommendation about, is it time for us to think about reassessing the needs within the CSU, and the team has already been working on that, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
Chair Clark.
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation. And I just have a process question and then maybe one other question. In January, when the Board of Trustees update is presented with a finalized framework for our meeting, is it anticipated that you're going to ask for board action?
My response is yes, but my dear boss and Chancellor, I think this is part of the work that she is doing on behalf of the system, and so, would like to turn it to her for that response.
Thank you.
I think people know me by now that they are working at fast speed because I think this is part of our mission. This is not an initiative. This is who we are as a system, and there's an urgency to our students. So I would like it to come before the board for action.
So thank you, Chancellor. So that goes to my next question. And it's consistent with kind of the comments I started with today. I think this board, and I recognize that the majority of us are lay people. However, because of what we're doing here, we have a level of knowledge and expertise. And if you were to think of us as a focus group, we'd be a highly educated focus group. And so I would ask that you be sure as you're doing this to make sure you make contact with every member of the board. And I would also note that several members of the board are actually subject matter experts in various fields, and their input could be very useful. Again, and then the last thing I would ask when board action is requested, I really like the idea of the board setting out through our policy making process, setting out specific things that require accountability without us saying what the accountability would be. Does that make sense? So if you all can try to incorporate all of that, we would be greatly appreciative.
Your recommendations are well received, and we look forward to meeting with the board. And also, the accountability measures will be incorporated, and I am sure our Chancellor will ensure that there is a matrix that is aligned with that. So thank you very much, sir.
And I promised Dilsey I didn't pay him to ask that you bring this back to the board. I've been saying this to Dilsey, that we as a board, and so if you look to the upcoming engagements, you'll see that. And as a reminder, this isn't the first we have heard about this as a board. We've actually talked about this numerous times.
That's right.
We're now here in July. We're coming back to this again in September. We're coming back to this in November, and then we'll take action in January. So the hope is that we both have a chance to give really meaningful input, to give feedback on initial ideas we're seeing, and then to make an informed choice. Any other questions or comments? If not, I will again take the, yes, Trustee Fong. That is so weird to not say Chair Fong. Immediate past Chair Fong.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for this presentation. And actually, Vice Chair Rembula, thank you for the timeline engagement for us so that we know what we are going to be doing the work. And also thank you so much to both of the doctors for this excellent presentation and for the work that you and your teams are doing. You did touch on this in your presentation, but I would like for you to give us a little bit more detail to the board to let us know about the changes and improvements that have been made in data collection and its analysis. This is something that with the beginning of GI 2025, we've been working hard on, but would like to know where we are now and what you are hoping to achieve. Thank you.
Data. So this is a question that I think many of us have been wrestling with for years, quite honestly. And we all know the criticism and feedback that we have received around real-time and near-time data, disaggregation of data. And I'm happy to report that the ASA leadership team, DVC Evans, acting president Sonoma, and I convened strategic priority teams in ASA to strongly consider and think about how do we solve this challenge. And I want to give credit to Assistant Vice Chancellor Dr. Ed Sullivan, who is here. He and I were co-leading a data assets team because we needed to understand what data assets we had in the CSU. And I will tell you, we did it in a very holistic way, invited colleagues from our IT team, our student success team, from representatives from across various areas. And what we've learned is we have a lot of data assets, a lot. We have a lot of data. What we learned, though, is that in the data assets, much of the data is static. And that doesn't necessarily help our presidents as they are really trying to make decisions in a proactive manner, in a data-informed way, to change programs, to inform decisions about student success. And so what we've walked away from is that as we have parts and members of the data assets team, part of the year of engagement, who are sitting and listening to what universities and campuses are saying about what's needed for data, what will help them be successful. We are doing, this whole process is almost like a shifting, I guess gold mining, but where they were shifting for gold, is that we're getting lots of information and then shifting about what a president may need may be different than what a department chair may need, may be different than an administrator might need. And so we have already in the Chancellor's office begun to talk about who are the audience that need data and what data assets do they need, and how can we ensure that it is not all static, but more real-time and near-time data, and disaggregate it in the right ways for them to make adequate decisions. So we are doing that while we're in the year of engagement. And so I will tell you that charge is very clear to us, and we will continue to provide updates on data and continue to partner with our presidents with what they need within their universities in order to really align the work that they're doing with the student success framework once it's delivered.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yeah, I want to thank Dr. Brazil and Dr. Perez because we've been talking about this. But one of the things, in addition to everything she said, is what is the data and what is the analysis of the data? And that is extremely important. We need real-time data in order to make timely decisions. And so this has been one of the things that I started speaking about the moment I walked in the Chancellor's office. Not that we don't have the data, but what are the questions we need to have answered? How do we look at this? How do we get that data? And then how do we analyze it for making decisions? And then what is the long term? What is the long term of what this data is telling us? 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now. And so we're on it. That's all I want to say. We are on it.
Trustee Molina Mancio.
I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Perez and Dr. Bazil for all their hard work and all the work you guys are doing around shared governance. I think it's one of the pillars that makes the CSU. And, I want to reiterate Chair Clark's comments. My question is, all the data we're talking about, who will own the data that Deloitte is collecting? Will Deloitte own it, or will it be CSU owned?
Go ahead. This is our process. I mean, I don't want to be flippant about it, right? And our wonderful colleagues in Deloitte who have access to a lot of information. It is clear, as the Chancellor has said, this is our mission, this is our process, but we are very lucky to have them because they have a level of expertise in this area from across the nation that can help inform our plan, our framework, and our work. So the CSU will own the data. But I will also say we have to be careful about that because we're gathering stuff, but it's our data already. Does that make sense? That is informing the framework. It's not that they're giving us data. It is our data. right? I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yep, Trustee Gilbert, Larry.
I think when we're all done with this, we have a new CSU logo, which is "We invented student success."
I like that. I'm going to close out with a couple of comments. First, on the process, I deeply appreciate the amount of time you all have put in to make sure that we as a board, as Chair Clark has said, we are lay people, but very invested, very mission-aligned lay people. And so really appreciate you all bringing us along over the past months and through, and deeply appreciate how indicative this is of our deep belief and commitment to shared governance in the ways that you have engaged so many groups in this. So on the process side, just huge appreciation. On the product, the actual student success framework that we will end with, I think I will speak for myself, but I believe that I'm speaking for others, that I'm so proud of what our focus in GI 2025 got us. And there was always this sense that it wasn't actually the end goal, that graduation was one metric that mattered deeply, and yet it wasn't the only metric that we cared about. And so to hear that we are intentionally building a student success framework that builds out graduation as one component, but is more inclusive of other outcomes. I saw in the writing, I've heard the Chancellor speak to graduation is in service of getting a wonderful first career, of having a career path. And so what might student success metrics that are building towards a successful career that measure where they're actually, just all of those are really exciting. I've heard other board members speak to the experience that students are having while on campus, whether it's the experience of affordability, their ability to access basic needs, mental health services, that those matter as well as outcomes. So just huge appreciation there. And then lastly, thinking about the presentation we heard this morning on systemness, what is going to be so critical is that we have one shared vision here, and we have a shared pool of information from which to pull to then set a vision, which we as a board will not direct, but rather will then turn to the experts, our presidents, our faculty, our students, our staff, to say, tell us how we should get here. And we'll have the ways to say whether we've actually gotten to the promised land. So I really think the process you all have laid out is deeply inclusive. Where we're getting with a more inclusive student success framework is really exciting. And the ability to use that framework for years to come to really lean into this idea of how do we create more cohesive without being top-down and directive, I think is critical. So just thank you, and Godspeed on the work that you're about to do, because I know it's a whole lot of work, so thanks. And with that concludes the work of the Educational Policy Committee, I think right on time.
If not right on time, so close it doesn't matter. The board will now take a brief break and return promptly at, let's make it 2:35.
Adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy.
Okay, it's 2:35. Welcome back. Vice Chair Arambula, will you now please convene the Joint Committee on Educational Policy and Finance?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the joint meeting of the Committees on Educational Policy and Finance please come to order? The first item on today's agenda is the approval of the minutes from the January 31st, 2024 meeting. Is there any objection to the approval of the minutes? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. The committee has one item on today's discussion agenda. Item 2 is an information item on the integration of California State University Maritime Academy and California Polytechnic State University, San Luis Obispo. This item will be presented by Steve Rellier, Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer, Mike Dumont, Interim President of Cal Maritime Academy, Jeff Armstrong, President of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, and Nathan Evans, Deputy Vice Chancellor and Chief Academic Officer. Steve, please begin.
Thank you, Chair Arambula. Today we present to you an information item recommending the integration of the California State University Maritime Academy and California Polytechnic State University San Luis Obispo. As you will hear in detail momentarily, this integration is recommended for a number of reasons. First, this action is imperative to provide a long-term solution to Cal Maritime's unviable and unsustainable financial and operational circumstances. As this board is aware, and as we will further detail in the presentation, Cal Maritime has faced significant and ongoing challenges in maintaining its enrollment, its revenue, and its fiscal and operational sustainability. Beyond this pragmatic fiscal and operational imperative, this proposed action will benefit the students, faculty, and staff of both institutions and advance the broader CSU mission by enhancing the quality, diversity, and sustainability of the CSU's academic programs and services. And of equal and broader importance, the integration will serve the workforce needs of the state of California and the nation's maritime industry while protecting critical U.S. economic and national security interests. Now, at the onset, I also want to emphasize that this proposal exemplifies our collective system-wide work to shift the California State University toward a sustainable financial model, which has been a top priority and institutional goal for several years. Foundational to this work was the 2023 report of the Chancellor's Sustainable Financial Model Work Group. Among its recommendations, the work group issued a call for collaboration and bold innovation. I'm going to quote from the report. The CSU should continue to identify prospects for cost savings that could arise from consolidation of certain administrative functions, from inter-campus cooperation and collaboration in the offering of programs and services. Now, this was similarly articulated in the 2023 report of the Chancellor's Strategic Work Group on Enrollment Planning, which emphasized the need to incentivize multi-university strategies for regional academic program delivery. We also heard the call for innovation, creativity, and collaboration in the State of the Sector report to this board at our March meeting, delivered by renowned higher education consultant EAB, which addressed the challenges of the post-pandemic higher education landscape in the United States. We believe that the proposed integration we present today answers the call for innovation and collaboration and is a powerful demonstration of how the CSU can best and most innovatively advance its mission as a regional comprehensive university in the 21st century. Today's presentation will follow the outline that you see on this slide. First, Interim President Mike Dumont will speak to the significant challenges Cal Maritime is currently facing and outline the comprehensive and appropriate measures that the institution has already taken to address those challenges. Then, Cal Poly President Jeff Armstrong, will speak to the synergistic opportunities that are presented by this proposed integration. Following President Armstrong, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Chief Academic Officer Nathan Evans, who is also, as you know, serving as acting president of Sonoma State, will outline the proposal in more detail and discuss some of its additional benefits. President Armstrong will return to highlight how application of the Cal Poly financial aid and fee model will improve access and success for an increasingly diverse Cal Maritime student body. And finally, I'll provide some information about the integration's estimated costs, some timelines, and next steps. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to President Dumont.
Thank you, Executive Vice Chancellor Relier. As EVC Relier mentioned, Cal Maritime has faced significant and ongoing challenges in achieving fiscal and operational sustainability. The institution has seen declining enrollment over the past 7 years. Our numbers are not dissimilar to those of the nation's other 5 state maritime academies, which reflect changes in the economy, changes in demographics, and also changes in preference or perhaps a lack of awareness of opportunities that exist within the maritime industry, oceanography field, and other fields of specialty at Cal Maritime. More specifically, and as you'll see in the written item, enrollment at Cal Maritime has declined by nearly a third, from a head count of 1,107 students during 2016-17 to a head count of 761 students in 2023-24. Projections indicate that the growing budget deficit through 26-27 is inevitable, even in the unlikely event that enrollment growth targets are met. Additionally, our increasing compensation and operating costs have skyrocketed, due in part to our very high investment degree programs, recent increased compensation costs for faculty and staff, and broader economic impacts to our operating environment. Compounding these fiscal challenges, simply operating and maintaining an aging campus with significant STEM-related infrastructure, including a number of training vessels, has become more costly than ever before. With respect to our reserves, depending on our enrollment numbers and any unplanned expenses, I estimate that at the end of the upcoming academic year, that's 24-25, we could be down to less than $400,000 in our reserve accounts, making it infeasible for us to continue operating safely. These fiscal challenges impact our students. Our ability to provide sufficient amounts of campus-based financial aid and scholarships for our high investment programs is not where we need it to be, especially for a destination campus where there is a residency requirement, a uniform requirement, and requirements for the cost of summer sea terms for those who require that training to become U.S. Coast Guard licensed merchant marine officers. I should also mention that our license track programs are becoming much more onerous and costly given expanding federal government requirements. Today, our students are required to have a total of 300 days of sea time as undergraduate students. The cost of providing that experience for our students is significant. I'll share that the food cost alone for this year are approximately $960,000 to feed the participants on what is typical for us, a 67-day cruise or trip on our ship. Cal Maritime's financial condition has been precarious at best over the past few years, given the rising cost and, again, the infrastructure needs that I've described. The financial condition of the institution is now unsustainable. Without significant and innovative measures going forward, such as the integration presented to you today, it is my informed judgment that Cal Maritime will not be viable as a standalone institution. I firmly believe that Cal Maritime has taken all appropriate, comprehensive, and creative measures to respond to this fiscal crisis. The university has assessed operations and instituted drastic cost savings measures across the campus. In addition to reducing office and divisional budgets and expenditures, eliminating vacant positions and downgrading others, Cal Maritime has instituted a hiring freeze on all non-essential positions, sparing only essential positions that contribute to the safe operations of the campus, help maintain our accreditations, and exercise oversight for our regulatory and financial requirements. We're also considering the need for workforce adjustments, and I have undertaken an administrative reorganization. It was my determination that the university was over-administered with too many senior level officials and too much associated support staff for those positions. I've taken steps to reduce these expensive positions and consolidate a number of offices and organizations on the campus. My approval is now required for all personnel actions. We have also refocused the direction of the institution toward addressing our budget situation and advancing our enrollment and financial aid efforts to expand access to more students. The university has also implemented several additional actions towards reducing expenses and increasing revenues over the next 3 years. However, any further budget reductions risk compromising Cal Maritime's critical infrastructure and our unique educational mission. Cal Maritime is one of only 6 degree-granting state maritime academies in the nation, and the only one such institution serving the Western United States and the Pacific Rim. The Academy's federal mandate is to produce graduates capable of and licensed to serve as officers in the Merchant Marine of the United States. In fact, the state Merchant Marine academies combined currently produce more than 70% of our country's civilian Merchant Marine officers. These officers operate the ships that move goods into and out of California's 12 ports, as well as ports across the western United States, the Pacific Rim, and beyond. Our California ports process approximately 40% of all containerized imports to the United States, and about 30% of containerized exports. These goods, from petroleum to automobiles, agricultural products, iron, steel, defense supplies, machinery, heavy equipment, electronics, plastics, and industrial products, among many others, touch virtually every element vital to California's and the nation's economy. The state and the nation rely upon Cal Maritime, as noted above, the only state maritime on the West Coast and on the Pacific Ring. They rely on them for the merchant marine officers vital to the maritime industry that is essential to our nation's economic security. U.S. Coast Guard licensed merchant marine officers also operate the ships of the Military Sealift Command, as well as those that contract with the United States government to move supplies and military equipment around the world in times of peace and war, resupplying the military's combatant ships and providing food, supplies, and equipment to U.S. bases and U.S. embassies across the globe. Without the civilian mariners who operate these ships, our nation's ability to project military power would suffer, and our national security interest would be compromised. Cal Maritime's degree programs deliver an extraordinarily high return on investment. In particular, our mechanical engineering and oceanography programs and our licensed track programs. Our offshore wind efforts are acclaimed for their impactful research, and it should be noted that Cal Maritime's collegiate wind team is perennially one of the nation's strongest. We regularly place in the top 5 nationally at the U.S. Department of Energy Collegiate Wind Competition. We placed first overall in 2018 and again in May of this year. As we work to meet evolving workforce needs in high-demand fields, we have undertaken extensive workforce development efforts with business partners and local workforce development agencies throughout the region. And of course, I would be remiss if I did not mention the new $360 million training vessel, Golden State, slated to arrive in 2026, with a renovated pier to accommodate the new ship. You'll hear more about this new ship and renovated pier during a presentation shortly after this one during the convening of the Committee on Campus Planning, Building, and Grounds. Golden State will be by far the largest building on our campus. As a floating laboratory with the state-of-the-art lab space and classroom facilities, it will also include berthing for 600 students plus 100 faculty and staff. An on-site infirmary and helipad will support the ship's dual mission to train and educate our student cadets, and also to serve as an emergency and first response vessel in the event of a natural or man-made disaster. All of us at Cal Maritime are proud of these significant and globally impactful strengths and believe that the proposed integration provides the opportunity to not only sustain, but to build upon them. With that, I turn it over to President Armstrong to review some of Cal Poly's complementary strengths and discuss some of the synergistic opportunities presented by this proposed action.
Thank you, President Dumont. On behalf of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, we're honored and excited to be included in this proposed integration. Cal Poly, like Cal Maritime, as President Dumont just mentioned, has a very high return on investment for our students, largely due to our long-standing focus on our learning ethos, learn by doing. We have tremendous demand not only for enrollment, but also for our ready day one graduates. All colleges across the university are strong, especially in engineering, architecture, agriculture, and business. Additionally, we have a long and proud history of engagement with industry partners to advance a robust research and innovation agenda, with advisory groups connected with each major, and in many cases, down to the level of a concentration within a major. We, like Cal Maritime and Cal Poly Humboldt, are actively engaged in renewable energy, especially offshore wind energy. Our model of financial aid, which goes beyond the state university grant and other traditional sources, our Cal Poly Scholars Program, and our focus on intrusive advising have demonstrated that we can significantly improve the enrollment yield and graduation rates of low-income and historically underserved California students. For example, we have seen the enrollment yield gap for Pell students drop from 7.5 percentage points to 0 or no gap in just 3 years. Our 2023 incoming class of first year Hispanic and Latino students constituted almost 27% of the overall class and over 30% in the College of Engineering. We are a minority-serving, Asian American and Native American Pacific Islander serving, and an emerging Hispanic serving institution. As I mentioned a moment ago, Cal Poly's trademark mode of teaching and learning is learn by doing. Although the institution might not refer to it this way, the same is true of Cal Maritime. As just one of many examples, cadets spend 2 months at sea on Golden Bear, on the training vessel Golden Bear, in a truly amazing learn-by-doing environment, an experience that will only be enhanced when the new training ship arrives in 2026. Cal Poly and Cal Maritime have complementary strengths in engineering and marine sciences oceanography. Most of the programs leading to a U.S. Coast Guard Merchant Marine Officer license are engineering related. Both institutions are engaged and seek to grow their impact on matters of national security, economic development, and research. Port security and cybersecurity are just two of many examples. Both universities are engaged with the increasingly important blue-green economy, which can be explained simply as the need to sustainably secure renewable energy, food, and water from the ocean. For example, in 2022, and for the first time, the majority of the world's seafood was sustainably farmed rather than caught. Keep in mind that the percentage of seafood farmed in 1990 was just 13%. Another example already mentioned is offshore wind energy. Governor Newsom set the planning goal of 25 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity by 2045. This target is roughly equivalent to the annual consumption by California today. Both universities are engaged in efforts to enhance effectiveness and efficiency in our operations and in our student support programs. We can learn from each other and share services and resources across the miles. I will return in a moment to discuss the Cal Poly Financial Aid and Scholarship Plan and how it can be applied to enhance access and success for Maritime Academy students. But first, I'll turn it over to Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Chief Academic Officer and Acting President of Sonoma State University, Nathan Evans, I got all that out, who will provide more details about the proposed integration and its benefits.
Thank you, President Armstrong. As the presidents have outlined, the two institutions' academic strengths, academic missions, and learning philosophies present numerous opportunities for complementary academic portfolios. For example, Cal Maritime's license granting programs, engineering programs, and other areas of study offer complementing concentrations in engineering and other fields that are not currently offered at Cal Poly, allowing the combined portfolio of academic offerings to expand. Cal Maritime's programs, particularly in mechanical engineering and marine transportation, in addition to its licensure track programs, have long been demonstrated to deliver an extraordinarily high return on investment for its students. But Cal Maritime's ability to communicate these benefits has been constrained by the limited resources available for marketing, student outreach, and recruitment. In contrast, Cal Poly has been able to build a robust and dynamic enrollment management and marketing program and will be able to amplify these benefits to more diverse students and families who may have previously been unaware of the opportunities presented in the maritime field. Additionally, and in keeping with Cal Maritime's mission, this will allow for increased outreach across the western United States, including Oregon, Washington, Alaska, and Hawaii, as well as U.S. territories in the Pacific. As we will outline in greater detail momentarily, the Cal Poly Financial Aid and Scholarship Plan will also enhance access and success for Maritime Academy students. The integration also brings together distinctive and unique instructional and research spaces at both campuses that would yield greater opportunity when brought together under one academic and organizational umbrella. This integration also would allow the combined institution to leverage a new institutional scale and broader combined discipline offerings to attract and increase philanthropic and federal investments. More specifically, there is untapped potential in the ability of the two institutions, if combined into one, to compete for greater funding for national security and renewable energy programs. And as Executive Vice Chancellor Rellier noted at the onset, all of this speaks to and is in response to the recommendations from the Sustainable Financial Model Workgroup report. These opportunities are a manifestation of what was conceived in that work, bringing to bear the benefits of the entire CSU system and its scale, as well as the distinctive strengths of these two remarkable institutions in a way that is both synergistic and sustainable into the future. In addition to the academic-oriented benefits I just summarized, the integration will allow for sustained and strategically planned investment in critical infrastructure. As mentioned earlier, Cal Maritime, as part of its mission as one of the 6 state maritime training academies in the nation, maintains very high investment academic programs and supporting facilities and infrastructure. As an independent university, that portfolio of programs is simply not sustainable, given the institution's enrollment, operational, and fiscal challenges. Cal Poly's full complement of facility maintenance and support services can leverage economies of scale to not only support the maintenance needs of the Maritime Academy's facilities, but to invest in the infrastructure that supports the institution's high investment, high return on investment academic programs. In addition, Cal Maritime's current fiscal challenges and low enrollment will ultimately, as we've heard, have an impact on the quality of essential student support services, such as housing, dining, health services, and counseling, jeopardizing the quality of the overall student experience. The proposed integration will enhance the overall student experience by providing Maritime Academy students access to Cal Poly's existing and robust array of student support services. Lastly, this proposal will build upon the CSU's ongoing work to establish multi-campus collaborative models to deliver essential administrative services, such as accounting and payroll, human resources, procurement, travel, and other critical processes. The proposed integration will provide these services at a fraction of the cost required to do so as an independent university. Our proposal recommends that we begin the administrative consolidation of Cal Maritime and Cal Poly in July 2025. That would mean one organizational structure in which the Maritime Academy academic programs would be organized within Cal Poly's Division of Academic Affairs, similar to its existing academic colleges. Student services, human resources, administrative services, and other remaining activities at the Vallejo campus would be integrated into and overseen by the respective divisions of Cal Poly. And there would be one academic senate and one associated student government. We expect the first new Maritime Academy students to be enrolled as Cal Poly students in fall 2026. I want to emphasize that the CSU stands unwaveringly committed to preserving Cal Maritime's U.S. Coast Guard licensure granting programs that are so vitally important to the state of California and the United States of America. And those programs will continue to be offered at Vallejo. These programs will be supported by new investments that are forthcoming, including the federally funded ship Golden State, and the improvements to ensure the pier infrastructure is able to accommodate this larger and more technologically advanced ship. Continuing maritime students will complete their existing degree programs over a multi-year transition period. We've already begun to bring together teams to map this out so that if this recommendation is approved by the board, we will be able to move forward expeditiously. All maritime students will follow Cal Poly's financial aid and scholarship plan and fee structure effective fall 2026. President Armstrong will discuss this in more detail momentarily, but I want to emphasize that we will use both fee revenue and one-time funds to offset and cover the difference in fees that continuing maritime students would be charged as they complete their degrees. The integration will also allow for enhanced institutional financial aid and scholarships for California residents, and in keeping with Cal Maritime's mission and obligation as the only U.S. state maritime academy serving the West Coast and the Pacific Rim, including students from Western United States, Oregon, Washington, Alaska, and Hawaii, as well as U.S. territories in the Pacific. With that, I will turn back to President Armstrong, who will share a few words about the impact of Cal Poly's financial aid and scholarship plan. President Armstrong?
As Dr. Evans mentioned, I want to take just a minute to discuss the Cal Poly Financial Aid and Scholarship Plan, and most importantly, its impact on student success. Over 50% of TU fees and a portion of other fees will support financial aid and scholarships to expand access for low-income and historically underserved students from California and the Western United States and U.S. territories previously referenced by Dr. Evans. As also noted by Dr. Evans, we will ensure that continuing maritime students will be provided scholarships to cover any difference in fees. Cal Maritime has very high investment programs. This, coupled with the mandatory participation in summer learn-by-doing cruises and internships, exacerbates the expense. Consequently, students with financial needs struggle to enroll in Cal Maritime's very high investment, but equally very high return on investment programs. In addition, we will engage in marketing and enrollment programs and partnerships to enhance overall awareness of these very high return on investment programs that are so critical to our nation's economic development and security. We are confident that these changes will result in a significantly higher number and percentage of low-income students attending Cal Maritime and achieving social mobility as they pursue maritime careers. Equally important and secondary to increasing financial aid and scholarship, our plan advances the learn-by-doing model, improves access and success for an increasingly diverse student body, allows for greater support of the institution's high and very high investment programs, and enhances the recruitment and retention of faculty and staff. I'll now turn it back to ABC Relier to discuss estimated costs, success measures, and next steps.
Thank you, President Armstrong. There will be one-time investment required for the integration of Cal Maritime and Cal Poly. We estimate that investment to be approximately $5 million per year over a period of 7 years. This estimate will be adjusted once operational, logistical, and regulatory aspects are fully determined and implementation begins. And again, I want to emphasize that these are one-time funds and not ongoing baseline funds. The funds come from system-wide designated balances and reserves that are held for important initiatives for the university and for other purposes. Of these funds, 2/3 will be dedicated to student financial aid and scholarships. Of that amount, 30% will be dedicated to scholarships to cover any increase in fees for continuing Cal Maritime students. The remainder, or 70%, will be used for financial aid and scholarships to support increasingly diverse continuing and new students. The remaining third of that one-time investment I described, that which is not dedicated to financial aid and scholarships, will be used to pay for other costs associated with the implementation of this integration, including enrollment management, marketing, information technology, the build-out of advising and other student supports, and other transitional items. Beyond funding enrollment growth for Cal Poly and the Maritime Academy, additional recurring support will not be required beyond the usual incremental support that our universities receive. So, as you can imagine, an initiative of this magnitude and that's so comprehensive and complex requires metrics. And recognizing this, we've identified 16 critical topic areas that are being tentatively explored by work groups comprised of subject matter experts from both institutions and from the Chancellor's office, so that implementation can begin immediately and proceed expeditiously should the board approve the proposed integration in November. I won't list all 16 topic areas now, but they range from institutional accreditation to post-integration academic degree program offerings, student support services, legal and regulatory compliance, workforce transitions, and administrative functions and systems, among several others. I do want to focus for a moment on one work group, which is formed to ensure that the integration success is guided and assessed by measurable success metrics across 6 categories, which you see on the slide right here. Enrollment through a lens of diversity and inclusion, student achievement, academic programming, resources, access and affordability, and operational effectiveness and efficiency, all long-standing CSU core values and priorities. Now, we've referenced most of the proposed integration's next steps and milestones throughout this presentation, but I thought it would be helpful for you if we listed them all on this single slide, which we've done here along this timeline. We will follow today's information item with a second information item in September to provide you with additional detail and address any questions that you might raise for us today. This board would then consider action on this item in November. And if approved, the integration, guided by the work groups and the success metrics that I mentioned a moment ago, that would begin in July 2025, with the first Maritime Academy students enrolled as Cal Poly students in the fall of 2026. So we've heard the call for creative and collaborative action to meet the CSU's fiscal challenges, as well as the challenges facing post-pandemic higher education more broadly. We have heard it in the recommendations of the Sustainable Financial Model Work Group, as well as those of the Strategic Work Group on Enrollment Planning. We have heard it from our nationally renowned consulting partner, EAB. We have heard it from Chancellor Garcia, and we have heard it from this board. And we are convinced that the proposed integration of Cal Maritime and Cal Poly, as presented today, is not merely an answer to the call for innovation. It is a powerful declaration of our commitment to excellence. It is an affirmation of the CSU's mission and its core values. It amplifies the impact and influence of both institutions. It serves vital statewide and national economic and security interests, and it opens up new and forward-focused opportunities for current and future generations of diverse Cal State scholars energized for this new era. So in summary, we believe this integration represents the California State University system at its very best. With that, we're happy to address any questions the board might have.
Thank you so much for a really detailed presentation, for all of the materials that we received beforehand. And to my colleagues, we've got about 45 minutes to an hour to really dive in today. We're coming back to this again in September. And so I see some up. I'm sure more will go up. I'm going to go around the room this way. So let's start with Trustee Gilbert-Lurie.
Thank you for the presentation and to all of the thought and work that I know went into this. This sounds to me like a huge win for our students, which is, of course, where we're grounded in beginning our thinking. And I really love the synergy and innovation and responding to a huge need. So thank you to all who came to this decision and to the Chancellor for leading us there. I have a couple questions. One, I'm curious because we talked about the $5 million initial investment. I'm curious about the long-term savings. If we've said this is the investment, where you've plotted out at what point this becomes a, a financial advantage. Also, I'm wondering, and I'm requesting, I guess, that as you think about the various work groups, that we're sure that all of the constituents can be merged into various work groups, because I think the only way this ends up not being a win is if students, staff, groups feel left out of the thinking and planning. So I'm curious about the thinking that's gone onto bringing, all constituents along as the planning takes place. And then my final thought, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but I can't help but think just in terms of financial sustainability, as I look at all of the additional benefits in terms of infrastructure, administrative services, financial aid, that along the way, without this is low-hanging fruit in a sense, because we have a university that is struggling, that serves such an important need and is struggling in terms of financial sustainability, but that we wouldn't even look at pairs of other universities, not to merge, but to look at, if we're saving money through those economies, why that wouldn't make sense for so many teams to pair up on these kinds of services.
So thank you, Trustee Gilbert-Lurie. Let me start out, and then I'll ask my colleagues to contribute. So the first, your first question was about trying to quantify the savings. Our point of view about this is that achieving savings isn't really the main goal here. The main goal is to find a way of taking what is right now a institution that is for a lot of reasons, just not viable, and protecting those academic programs and the students today's students and future students that will be enrolling in those programs. So, no doubt there's going to be significant savings when these institutions integrate, because you're not going to need to have the kind of administrative apparatus and infrastructure times two. You'll be able to do it times one. So there will be savings. But the actual achievement of cost savings isn't really the driver here. It's really to protect a very important institution to the state and to the country. Once this occurs, there will be significant, infrastructure savings. That means that there will, after the one-time investments that I outlined, there will be no requirement that from that point forward. This will be completely a self-sustaining operation, and that's really kind of the chief metric there.
Can I just make one comment before you go on?
Sure.
Because I know this has come up before. as a member of the Finance Committee, I'll just say, I think it is important that that be a benefit also, at least it is in my mind, and I'm sure that will be interesting to, to all leaders in the state. And I think that if we could try to quantify some of that, that would be really helpful.
Yes, and part of the metrics, and thank you for that follow-up question, because part of the metrics will be to document and project what those savings are, and so we'll be able to quantify that, report back on that. At this stage, we're very early, of course, into this process, and we're going to need to do a lot more modeling and working with different groups to kind of determine, what the extent of those savings are going to be. So it's a little early to tell, but we will be able to quantify that later. Your second question, I think, had more to do with bringing folks into the process of how we plan this and the consultation and all that. And with that, maybe I'll start with Nathan, perhaps, to address that.
Sure. Thank you, EDC Rollier. So it was referenced in Steve's comments earlier that, there have been initially 16 areas of opportunity for integration. And really, that's just the organizing principles, areas like accreditation, topics in which there will need to be much greater time and energy spent, and the ability to include many parties in that consultation. So at this moment in time, presenting this to the board for the first time, it really has been about identifying those topical areas, even within something as referencing academic programs. There are conversations about the need to bring faculty together for those conversations, but also in the space of academic programs, as I referenced in my comments, there'll be students that are in the midst of the transition. And so using experience from a number of our campuses, for example, converting from quarters to semesters, students were individually, there were created individual student academic plans because each student that's caught in that transition has a different set of courses they may have taken compared to what the requirements are. So there will be sort of multiple layers under each of these topics with the ability and envisioning that there will be spaces and places for many different constituents to engage in some of those various topics. And I don't know if either of the presidents would add to that. No.
Let me also, I think there was kind of a third part to your question. That was, what next? What might the future portend?
Yeah, and that wasn't really a question for today, but it was food for thought.
Yeah, no, and it's good food for thought because, at our March board meeting, we did a presentation on this multi-university collaboration initiative, which is very much in keeping with what we're talking about here today. And so I guess the point is that the integration of these two campuses, which I think is such a great opportunity for both of these institutions, it's a very special thing that is a great opportunity, but there's going to be a lot of measures that we're going to be evaluating over the course of the next couple of years, depending on how, the budget goes with in California. We'll be talking quite a bit about that tomorrow. But there are a lot of tools in the toolkit in addition to an integration like this. You'll be hearing more about the multi-university collaboration model where we're looking at kind of large systems and processes across universities and sharing those kinds of things in the future. You'll hear more in the future about how we are going to leverage common systems. So lots of tools, and it's we're going to have to approach it every university independently since their circumstances are so different. Thank you.
Before I come around the shoehorn, I just want to make sure that we're getting some of the language right because I think it matters. What we have received from staff is a recommendation. What we will be making in November, but not today, is a decision. And what staff has begun a process of doing is engaging in 16 different areas where future decisions will need to get made, none of which will need to be made if this board decides in November to not move forward with this recommendation. And as such, those decisions from the work group don't need to get made before November and certainly don't need to be made on that same day in November. They are almost, but we are beginning them now in anticipation that we as a board are engaging. And that's where a lot of there's been outreach and communication to all of our partners with this initial recommendation, but the real work is happening there. Did I capture all those pieces correctly?
Yes, you did, and beautifully.
Okay, great.
that was actually a very good way of describing it. For us to really get our arms around all the complexity of this proposal, we need to launch these work groups now to really dig in and find out how this would work, so that we're going to be even more informative to the board at the September meeting, and so it has more to consider at its November meeting.
Great. I'll keep going around the shoehorn. So Trustee Fagan, you're next.
I find this kind of a sad day and a day of celebration. It's sad because this is so unique. Personally, my late brother-in-law, Tom Pugh, was a student there many, many years ago. And so the family always had a soft spot in our hearts for that. And I would recommend to any trustee who has not done it, it's probably a very unique campus visit, especially if you can go on the Golden Bear or the successor ship, to be on that ship on the bridge and standing there watching a 22-year-old woman, steering this monster ship under the watchful gaze of her instructor is very impressive. And we don't want to be part of losing this sort of thing. And so coming up with this plan is very impressive, and a way to continue it. So I congratulate you on all the work and the ability to do that. Along with Trustee Gilbert Lurie's comments on consolidation of entities in the broadcast industry, the FCC has, over the last number of years, allowed radio stations and TV stations, some of whom were faltering, to consolidate, and instead of the old days where you could only own one TV station in a market or an AM and an FM in a market, now you can own maybe 6, 7, 8 radio stations in a market or a couple TVs in a market. And part of the argument was that the economics of the broadcast industry had changed so much that this was a way to ensure viability for those stations to continue on and serve the public. And I see a real parallel here. This is exactly what you're doing, and if it's got to be done, it's got to be done. And it couldn't be, joining up with anybody better than President Armstrong, who runs a pretty good operation. So it seems like a complete win-win. I had a couple of questions, minor ones, but I'm just curious. Will this sort of be like a satellite campus at Cal Poly? And what's the name? Is Maritime Academy going away, or is that going to continue? Are we going to have 22 campuses now instead of 23? All those kind of minor things. And then I kind of hate to bring this up, but I think we really should address it as far as the topic of shared governance has become a great topic. We heard a lot of public comment today about the issue of shared governance in making this decision, and I wondered if you could just speak to those comments and where we are on that.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Fagan, for those questions. I'll start out by saying that if the board does approve this proposal and we go forward, that we will become 22 campuses instead of 23. What I'm going to do is turn it maybe over to President Armstrong to talk a bit about how he, and then President Dumont also may want to chime in on this, but how he would, to your question about the structure, whether this is a branch campus or satellite campus, maybe I'll ask President Armstrong to comment on those questions.
Well, thank you for your comments, Trustee. We certainly view this as an exciting opportunity. We do view it as one Cal Poly. I'll let President Dumont talk about an example that we're looking at in one of the other state maritime academies that will really work. And we're still talking about the name, but most certainly there are federal requirements best discussed by President Dumont that require certain things, that require either a president or superintendent, et cetera, to run the academy. So we're totally committed to the location. We're committed to those license programs. And we're also very committed to shared governance. And so there's a lot of things. And I think our chair recognized the quandary that we've got a plan, but recognize that the decision is in November. And I think we're balancing that line pretty well so far. But I can tell you, we will. None of the groups or anyone will get into curriculum or other matters that are really the purview of the faculty. You also have ABET, and then you have the requirements for licensing. So we need to let the faculty handle those matters, and we certainly will. But we have to get the bigger structure and what is it going to look like. And frankly, get approval in November if the board so agrees. Then we can really let the creativity and innovation and the interaction flow even more broadly.
Trustee Fagan, with respect to the Maritime Academy itself, there are federal rules and federal law that provide for the 6 state maritime academies. Their funding, financial aid, the ship, fuel reimbursement, operating expense reimbursement, et cetera. They require that there be a maritime academy. So I don't think the name of the Maritime Academy itself is going to go away. We have to have a Maritime Academy to train these students to obtain a U.S. Coast Guard license as well as their bachelor's degree. It also, the federal regulations and federal law that pertain to us, that pertain to all 6 state maritime academies, already have the name of Maritime Academy for the state of California, and much of our funding is contingent on that name. Could we do legislative changes? Sure. I'm not sure it's worth the effort, to be quite frank. I think keeping a name of the Maritime Academy on the campus in Vallejo is the way to go, just as there would be the name of any other school on the campus, oceanography, engineering, marine sciences, whatever the case may be. I think it's also important to protect the Maritime Academy mission itself because, as I mentioned, we are getting a new ship from the U.S. government. That's a U.S. training ship funded by the federal government. The fuel is reimbursed. We get various other incentives from the federal government based on our Maritime Academy status. So I think that is critically important. I've spent a lot of time over the past year talking with my colleagues in the other 5 state maritime academies about how they are configured, their enrollment problems, their enrollment decline. I have a pretty good understanding of how they operate, what works for them, what doesn't. One of the best examples I think I could give the board would be the Texas A&M Maritime Academy model. The Texas A&M Maritime Academy is a school on the campus of Texas A&M in Galveston. They report to the main campus at College Station. Also on the campus at Galveston is their marine sciences program. They have an engineering school that's there that also answers to College Station. The Texas A&M Maritime Academy is part of the campus, but it is not the entirety of the campus. They also have the same arrangements that we have with respect to a ship, pier infrastructure, fuel reimbursement, et cetera. And they are headed by a superintendent. There are 2 maritime academies in the United States right now that are headed by superintendents, Great Lakes and Texas. The federal law that governs our operations and allows us to grant our degrees and the licenses that go to our students who are in the license track programs, that requires that the Maritime Academy be headed either by a president or a superintendent. 2 weeks ago, President Armstrong and I were in Washington, D.C. We spent almost a week on Capitol Hill, as well as with the U.S. Coast Guard, the U.S. Maritime Administration, who owns our ship. And we have briefed them on this recommendation that is pending before you. And they just asked the basic things, that if we are going to seek any sort of curriculum changes, obviously to confer with the U.S. Coast Guard and U.S. Maritime Administration, because they're the ones who set our licensing requirements. And they just wanted to make sure that we followed the parameters that are set in federal law for our financial aid and financial reimbursements with respect to the Maritime Academy. And we assured them we will do that.
Trustee Kimball?
I think that this is an elegant solution to a truly existential problem that Maritime has had. The question I have that perhaps President Dumont can address is what is going on, and you say it's not just Cal Maritime, it's all of the maritime institutions, with the drop. I mean, we've seen a more than 30% drop in enrollment in the last few years. With all the opportunities for six-figure plus, salaries, and, it's, in my mind, sort of an adventurous, glamorous careers that you can find in the maritime industry. I'm just struggling to understand why we have so few students. Is it the requirement of uniforms? And is that a requirement? Is it the requirement that they go on a 2-month cruise? And I know some of the issues we've had with some Title IX issues there that I'm sure we're not the only one. But I'd like you to address that. But some things you said here, you said that the federal government requires the existence of these maritime universities. Is that, did I understand that's?
They don't require them, but if you are going to have one, you have to follow certain requirements.
Okay, so I thought you meant that we have to have them. All right, so never mind that. So I'm just wondering if you could address what you think is the problem with only 760 students for the entire West Coast and Pacific Rim. I'm trying to understand why so few students are interested.
Trustee Kimball, thank you for the question. It's certainly enlightening, and it goes to the heart of what we face. When we look at the changing demographics in our country and the numbers of junior high and high school students being reduced, we're starting to feel that across all of the state maritime academies. I have the numbers here for the downturn, and from 2015 to 2023. And the numbers I'm going to give you are just for those who are enrolled in obtaining a U.S. Coast Guard license, so those that are going to be civilian merchant mariners and who go out on our training ship, just the students who are in our license track programs. Since 2015, we are down 20%. Maine Maritime Academy is down almost 25%, Mass Maritime 28%, SUNY Maritime 37%, Texas A&M 46%. Across all of the state maritime academies for the students in licensed track programs since 2015, we were down 34.5% nationwide, and we produce 70% of the license officers that are needed to operate U.S. flagged vessels. I think what is contributing to this is, first and foremost, a lack of awareness about opportunities that are available to young people who might be interested in a Cal Maritime education and a maritime industry career. They just simply don't know about it. I myself grew up about, 40 minutes away from a state maritime academy. I didn't know what it was. I didn't even know about it until I was already in college. Back in the 1970s, 80s, 90s, the state maritime academies did not have to advertise. They didn't have to open up their programs. They strictly produced students who were licensed to serve in the Merchant Marine or the Navy or the Coast Guard. A lot of those people found out about the State Maritime Academy because their family had grown up in the maritime industry, and people have sort of gotten away from that. Additionally, it is glamorous in some respects, but it's also a difficult career. It's very, it's labor-intensive work. You can be far from home for extended periods of time. And that is not as glamorous to a lot of people today. They value quality of life versus what the salary is going to be. And I've asked a number of people about this, people who are interested in coming to our school and those who graduated in the last few years. I've asked them why they would not be returning to sea, and it's basically quality of life. So we've got to continue producing. There has been a requirement at Cal Maritime. You mentioned uniforms. We had a requirement that every student at Cal Maritime be in the Corps of Cadets, be subject to the regimen of the Corps of Cadets, and wear a uniform. I decided to change that this year. So starting when classes resume late next month, students who are not in licensed track programs, who are not pursuing their Coast Guard license, will not have to be in the Corps of Cadets and wear a uniform. So those are our oceanography students, our business students, our international strategy and security students. I did that because I felt that there are students, especially in Northern California, who might be interested in what Cal Maritime has to offer, but cannot be in the Corps of Cadets. Maybe they cannot afford the uniforms. Maybe they cannot afford to be in the morning at 7:20 in the morning for our morning formation for the Corps of Cadets. Maybe they couldn't stand all the duties and watch responsibilities that our Corps of Cadets have, and it was a turnoff for them. So in anticipation of trying to get more students in the door, I've taken away the uniform requirement and the requirement that all students be in the Corps of Cadets. But I think one of the biggest things is a lack of awareness of the maritime academies. You know, we just don't have a budget to advertise and draw attention to our state maritime academies, especially ours in California. I think given the robust nature of what Cal Poly has by way of its recruiting programs, its nationwide status, I think when more students find out about Cal Maritime and the Maritime Academy because of the connection with Cal Poly, that will draw more attention into our training ship and into what we have to do to make the school more viable. I will tell you my greatest fear is we have a new ship coming in 2026. That ship will hold 600 students. Our ship is on cruise right now coming back from Japan. It will pull in here at the Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach on Monday. It has 250 students on it. There is no way in 2026 can we send that new massive ship out with only 250 students on it. It will simply not be cost affordable. So we've got to do more to get more students interested in maritime field, maritime occupations, and what we have to offer. Between Cal Poly and Cal Maritime, our marine sciences, oceanography programs, business programs, international strategy programs, I think more students will be interested in going on the summer training, summer sea terms, and I think that will also drive up attention. Let me turn it over to President Armstrong because I think he probably has some more to add.
Yeah, just an important point to add, and what's common between Cal Poly and Cal Maritime, what we learned several years ago is why are students not coming to Cal Poly? Again, 2 destination campuses. The most expensive component, a cost of attendance for a California student, is room and board. And we literally, and she gave permission for me to share this story, and I have many years, remember Crystal Reynes, who was a student trustee, and she said, President Armstrong, I was accepted in computer science in Cal Poly in 2017, but I could never figure out a way to afford it. And that was our loss. She did really well. The governor appointed her to be on the board. So we have students that the net cost of attendance is more expensive at Cal Maritime and previously at Cal Poly than the UCs, even though the sticker price is much higher. So then you add up to that, they don't know about the opportunity. We met a Cal Maritime grad yesterday at the Port of LA, and I said, how did you learn about Cal Maritime? This was back before the internet. I pulled out a lot of pamphlets and I looked at them, and I think he made a comment about the less glamorous pamphlet was from Cal Maritime, but he saw 97% have a job before they graduate, and the pay at that time was $55,000. And at that time, it's equivalent to the $135,000 now. So it's not a simple solution, But we've got to couple marketing, communication, but also with financial aid so it's accessible. And we have to consider the western-facing states and territories because, again, it's the only maritime academy on the West Coast.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
And just before I hand it over to Trustee Fong for the next question, if you all haven't checked out the U.S. Department of Education College Scorecard, they tell you by institution earnings for students. Cal Maritime earnings are $94,000 a year. The average four-year institution is roughly $54,000 a year. Yeah. And so the students who are attending Cal Maritime are absolutely transforming their lives financially and able to change their lives in future generations. And we need to find some way to help tell that story, to bring more students in, to make it more accessible for students to access that. Trustee Fong.
Thank you. And actually, my questions have been asked, so I'm just going to give you my comment of thank you for this remarkable, comprehensive presentation. This recommendation is imperative for the future of Cal Maritime, and also just deep gratitude and thanks and appreciation to President Armstrong and Interim President Mike Dumont for your innovative, collaborative, courageous leadership. Thank you.
We have a couple more comments. We'll go Trustee Yee Melikar, and then I'll come back to Chair Clark.
Thank you, Trustee Arambula, and thanks to the thoughtful work that has gone into this integration proposal by EVC Rallier, DVC Evans, and Presidents Armstrong and Dumont, and many others. They have articulated the reasons for the proposed integration well, and for the November action item, I know that I will be especially mindful about 7 of them that they discuss: the enrollment decline, the fiscal sustainability, operational synergies, educational benefits, the preservation of maritime programs, increased funding opportunities and synergy, and the community and professional impact in our state. I have been in communication with some faculty senate leaders from the 2 campuses. We shared productive discussions about the proposed integration, and my take on their preliminary response to the proposed integration is that they are cautiously optimistic. That is to say, as you heard during public comment, they voiced concerns about the potential impact on faculty representation, both in the integration process and the related prospects moving forward in the future. The need for more timely communication and the call for early shared governance. They also spoke about their concerns about the overlap of academic departments, the impact on academic calendars, course schedules, official catalogs, as well as the future of faculty, staff, and students. Lastly, they highlighted to me that faculty need to be part of the integration process, which I heard they will be, especially with the 16 metrics that you're going to be looking at. But they would like to see that those faculty representatives are elected by the campus senates. They also would like to see the need for factual data to support implementation and the potential for growth and synergy in this transition to this new administration and infrastructure. So with that said, and with the added information from my faculty colleagues in the system, I do have some questions that address financial, operational, and stakeholder considerations. So in terms of financial implications, how will the estimated $5 million annual cost for 7 years be funded specifically, and what are the plans for financial sustainability beyond this period?
So let me start out, and thank you, Trustee Yee Melikar, for that both those observations and the great question. We at the system-wide level hold reserves and designated balances for purposes like this, opportunities where we think it will help the university. And so that is the source of funding for that $5 million each year over a period of 7 years. So that'll come out of that system-wide designated balance and reserve fund. In terms of going forward, we think all of the things that we described in the presentation about the economics of scale and bringing these two institutions together will not require any further investment beyond that period of time, other than what would normally accrue to any campus in terms of the ongoing base budget support. There's been a lot of thinking that's been done by President Armstrong, President Dumont, and their teams about how financial aid will really enhance the ability of students coming to Cal Maritime, will enhance the access of students who right now do not feel like they have access to Cal Maritime. And if you want more information on that, President Armstrong could provide some more detail on that part of it.
Thank you so much. My second set of questions have to do with operational changes. So the first part is, what specific operational changes will be implemented to integrate Cal Maritime with Cal Poly, and how will these changes affect faculty, staff, and administrative processes? And my second part of that question is, how will the integration impact the governance structures of both institutions, and what new administrative roles or committees will be established to oversee these merged operations? If you will.
So let me start, and then I'll perhaps ask my colleagues to also make comments. That's one of the reasons we're setting up these work groups, is to start defining how we approach these things. Now, there are some examples I think that Deputy Vice Chancellor Evans talked about, where, as we look at a lot of the duplicative administrative structures, like for things like HR and payroll and accounting and travel management, all these things, obviously there's going to be economies there that we're going to have to take a look at and see how that would possibly come together. They'll also on the processes, and I'll perhaps ask Nathan Evans to address this on the academic side, looking at programs. There's, I think, what we have at least so far found, that there is more synergy between very strong programs in a lot of common areas than there is redundancy. But we're still in the early stages of this. But I know there's a lot of excitement at both Maritime and at Cal Poly about the strengths both institutions have in areas like engineering, oceanography, marine sciences, renewable energy, sustainable energy, wind energy. This is an area where we think bringing these two elements together is going to be very, very strong. Nathan, do you want to?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for the question. Maybe thinking in the context of shared governance, let me talk specifically around some of the considerations that have come forward regarding curriculum. As was shared, ultimately there'll be one set of academic program offerings, one academic senate, and one set of curricular processes. And that curriculum and those processes, if we look to the end, will ultimately be owned by what is now Cal Poly, but an integrated Cal Poly. And so those curricular processes, the actual curriculum, would all be driven by their local faculty governance processes and curriculum. That's the end goal. It is through these work groups that we expect to work backwards. What does the timeline look like? What does that shared governance process look like to bring in faculty? Because in addition to their local curricular processes, as it was referenced, there are some unique considerations for licensure, the marine licensure programs that, in this case, Cal Poly has not yet had experience with. So there'll have to be those considerations that are brought into, as well as Steve articulated, we see actually a lot of synergy and complementary programs, even down to the option and sub-program level within majors, and not a lot of redundancy in the academic programs. But ultimately, it will be using the shared governance processes of faculty, those curricular approval processes through their academic senate, But again, looking to the end, there will be one institution, one academic senate. That would be the successor institution, which is Cal Poly. And I think President Armstrong might want to add a little bit to that as well.
You talked about the sustainability, and we can add more in September. And again, having 2 information sessions. These types of questions, very good questions, are why we need that extra time with the work groups. But we're very comfortable with the sustainability longer term. I think everybody knows Cal Poly, we have higher fees than other places, and we have high investment programs. And now we add very high investment programs. And what does that go to? It goes to learn by doing, but the majority of it goes to financial aid and scholarships. So I think we can do that. I did want to talk about the duplication of programs. Again, as an example, we have mechanical engineering at Cal Poly, largest major, highly impacted. We turn away hundreds and hundreds of students. Cal Maritime has a mechanical engineering program with the license component, has a mechanical engineering with a non-licensed component. So we need those programs at both locations, and it's an opportunity to grow. We don't have the space to grow, and we're looking at year-round and other ways to do that. So again, how those play out, and we're both talking about data science. Well, that needs to go through the process of the academic senates coming together, eventually becoming one, and working that through and looking at it. We have oceanography and marine sciences. That's not something President DeMott or the rest of us are going to stand back and say, this is how it should be. While we may have ideas, that's clearly in the purview of our faculty.
Great. Really appreciate your comments, and that actually leads to my last set of comments, which is the impact on stakeholders. And so my question has to do with the integration, specifically how would it benefit current and future students? And in some ways you've already answered that in terms of access to academic programs. So you talked a little bit about the mechanical engineering and keeping the programs intact because it could serve the needs of more students. But how will that happen? How will the teaching and learning modality work when the 2 campuses are so far apart? That's one thing. The other thing is, what about career services and post-graduation opportunities like job placement?
Well, those are all things that we have to work out, and we have to be very clear as what is that in-person component and what can be done remote or a distance. We recently purchased a building off campus at a very economical rate, and we have over 200 employees that are going to be at Mustang Business Park. They're essential employees, but they don't have to be in contact with students and faculty every day. So we already have that set up. A few miles away, they can serve and work with Cal Poly, and now more than a few miles away, they can work with Cal Maritime. So we've got to look at that type of synergy and how we can do that. And then getting back to the modality and everything else, again, that's with the Academic Senate. One of the benefits we found of, the silver lining of COVID is we now have a significant number of students that opt to take virtual courses in the summer. I think we probably have over 7,000 students enrolled in courses this summer. About 80% are virtual. But again, that modality as well as the nature of the course, that's owned by the faculty.
Right. And my final question may be premature, or one of the 16 work groups might work on this, but the integration of the 2 campuses in terms of how it will impact faculty RTP criteria and also the contributions and work assignments of staff. I was kind of interested in hearing a little bit more about how that would work out.
Well, that's where our provosts are talking. There's going to be a lot of discussion. There will need to be shared governance discussion, and those are a lot of topics that are going to be difficult to get our arms around completely before November. Probably shouldn't before November. Okay. So it's a great question, and one that a small group should not answer. But we need input in what will work best, and realize that it's going to change because we haven't done this before.
Right.
It's a bit on the bold side, but again, we can't, talked about the impact on our stakeholders. I've heard from many of our alumni, and they're very excited about this. There's ask a few questions, but some of our alumni had experience with other state maritime academies and said, oh, my company, we hired Mass Maritime students, and they were fantastic. And they recognize the similarities and synergies between the 2 institutions.
It's an exciting opportunity. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to Chancellor Garcia. Oh, we'll go to Chair Clark.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rambo. First of all, I echo my colleague. Love the comment that this is an elegant solution. And Trustee Fong's comments, to which there was proper applause, were terrific. And in my questions, you all got to the issues of shared governance beautifully. I guess the question I'd like, and if it's inappropriate at this time, just let me know. Could you state very directly why it is so important that we move with speed in this situation?
Chair Clark, I'd be happy to. Cal Maritime is at a financially dire situation right now. I have explored in talking with Executive Vice Chancellor Rollier, talking with the Chancellor, talking with my colleagues here. We have explored other options. The financial situation and the uncertainty over the state's fiscal budget is very difficult for us to operate with, because we are frequently moving funds from one month into the subsequent month to be able to pay our bills. And we just wrapped up the end of the fiscal year in a rather healthy state. I was surprised we ended up as well as we did, but quite frankly, it's because we've taken a chainsaw to every expense on our campus. We are working drastically to save money anywhere we can. I don't know how much longer that can continue. There are positions that I have left unfilled, and I've been willing to take risk in not filling those to preserve cash so that I've got money to deal with exigencies that come up in running a campus of our size and of our age. But we can't keep continuing to do this. I have cut muscle, bone, and I'm now down to tendon and arteries. That is the reason we have got to move out, because otherwise I don't know what the fiscal health of the organization will be next year on its present course and speed, but it'll be much worse than it is today.
I would also add just a couple of sentences. Low-income and historically underserved students are either not as well aware or cannot access this destination campus with these amazing programs. And again, with the federal mandate, it's not just California, but it's the western-facing states, Guam and Samoa. So the longer we delay, the longer we prolong that problem.
If I might.
Yeah.
So let me just ask this question. And if it's an inappropriate question, just let me know, and I'll try and get at it some other way. If this board doesn't follow this recommendation, is it possible we could lose the Maritime Academy?
I absolutely think so. And the question is when will that be? I can keep operating through the remainder of my time, which is through next July. If the enrollment doesn't increase drastically and dramatically, and we don't have greater revenue, I don't see the Maritime Academy continuing. And people have said to me, well, what will it take? Why don't you just ask for more money? So I've asked for more money. I've asked the Chancellor for more money. I've asked the federal government for more money. And I've been assured that there is other competing demands on other campuses that have to be taken care of. And my greatest fear is that we lose this capability in California, which is so vital to California's economy. It's vital to our national security, and it's vital to our economic interests.
I wish I could say thank you for that answer, but I can't.
Trustee Clark, you hit on many of the things that I wanted to highlight, but let me begin by thanking this team. The amazing work that they have done to bring us this issue. President Dumont has done yeoman's work in taking many important actions to mitigate enrollment declines and budget constraints. But if you were listening to his presentation, he told us he has $400,000 in reserves. We have arrived at a critical moment where the institution is simply not sustainable as a standalone institution. Yet this institution is so important to the students, to the state, to the nation, and economic and national security. We are coupled with the challenging fiscal times of the state of California. I wish we had the money, but we're looking at 25-26 and a possible $600 million deficit. So if we go back and you think about this amazing financial sustainability report that really told us to take some bold actions and address financial sustainability, this is what this proposal is trying to do. We know that there are 16 metrics, and there will be shared governance. We talked about faculty, but let's also talk about staff, who also have to be the ones that are going to look at financial aid, student support services. They too have to be involved. But we're in the beginning of presenting to the board this proposal. And as we move forward, you will get more details on how we pull out this plan, hearing from you, taking your questions, and bringing to you more information. And so for us, it is urgent. It is urgent because this is a jewel that we need for the nation and for the Pacific Rim. And I will say one more thing before I let Chair Clark take over. I don't know about you, but if I go back to the housing projects of Brooklyn and I talk about this career, nobody will know what in the world I was talking about. But if I told them, if you went to college and they're poor and you could make $100,000, is that right? $130,000 in graduating with a bachelor's. And by the way, we'll help you with financial aid. Think about San Luis Obispo, sorry about that. Think about San Luis Obispo and the marketing that could happen in our communities, our most poorest communities. So I will turn it over to Chair Clark to continue the conversation.
Just a comment as we move forward in September and November. In my opening comments, I made the point, or tried to make the point, that this board over the next several years is going to have to make hard decisions. And I think that as fiduciaries, there are times like this where the principles by which universities operate, which are sound, shared governance is sound, proper review of financial futures is sound. But all of those principles, it seems to me, need to be dealt with in a situation-specific context. If we have time and wealth, then I think we can be more deliberative and much slower in our decision-making. But when we have neither time nor wealth, we're not going to operate in a panic. I do not suggest that. We're not going to shy away from our oversight responsibility. And I want to compliment you on the beginnings of the sorts of presentations that I hope we'll see in this board continuously. You laid out reason. You started to provide data. You acknowledge that there needs to be more data provided. We look forward to that. But I'm going to encourage the board to be true to our fiduciary responsibility at the same time in light of the circumstances. I think, to quote my colleague, that this is an elegant solution to an extremely different problem, and I hope in November we take appropriate action.
Trustee Ghilarducci, I saw your placard up earlier. Wanted to make space.
Well, I mean, I think the conversation was sort of going around some of the things I was going to say, but I do have some thoughts on this. I feel a little perplexed because this is not a situation that has been created by the Maritime Academy just today. This has been an ongoing, long-going trajectory of an issue that has got us to where we're at today. And you know, in my opinion, failure is not an option with this case. We have to do something to sustain the Cal Maritime Academy. I think the solution is an elegant solution, but I also don't want to lose the essence and the capability that is the Maritime Academy. It is a national security asset. It is very unique. I think that we as a system, just from my previous life and working with the Maritime Academy for years, I don't think that the CSU as a whole has done the greatest job in marketing the Cal Maritime Academy, leveraging the capability, making sure people know of it. It is such a unique campus and such a unique set of skill sets that it's not like I would call it a traditional university setting. So I think that, you know, even understanding it amongst all of us is something that I do encourage as Doug said, go to the campus, take a tour, because it is a phenomenal thing. And I think that we should also, as a system, really look to leveraging other kinds of resources for this, right? It's, you know, the industry, the government, if it is such a national security asset and so critical, you know, the industry should engage with us, and we could stimulate more of that to bring more revenue and resources in to support Cal Maritime. But I think, you know, from my opinion, once I heard about this, it was a little bit shocking that we were going to have to go down this route. But I cannot envision ever not having Cal Maritime, and it is such a phenomenal place. And I think we do need to think about it in a much broader way and really focus a lot of our attention, whether it's fiscal resources, you know, administrative, executive support, to be able to get them to be sustainable in the long run.
Trustee Gilbert Lurie.
So, Trustee Ghilarducci, I was going to, we were side chatting, so I'll just make two wrap up my comments. One, you know, I come back to where I started because I'm so surprised when, you know, to the response that this isn't led by financial concerns. Like, I think that has to be, you know, I just don't understand that comment when everything we've heard is a, you know, financially driven concern in a sense. And so, you know, I just want to make sure that we're consistent in the way that we're framing this so that we could take every lesson possible as we look at our system as a whole. And then second, toward Trustee Ghilarducci's comments about just branding and marketing, I had turned flippantly to Trustee Furstenberg doing this, and I said, wow, they could use an LA law about the maritime industry because, you know, when LA law went on the air, famously applications to law schools increased by like 40% the next year just by, you know, providing some sexiness, so to speak, to some glamour to an industry. So, you know, I do think that's where we have to think about money spent up front versus money in the long run in terms of how are we branding our university, our campuses. Let's not wait till we have 700 students at another campus, God forbid. Let's think about how do we promote what is, you know, the essence and what is great about us up front so we're not having to go quickly or deal with emergencies. Thank you.
Yes.
Definitely something that was very strong in my goals. It's not only Cal Maritime, it's the entire CSU. And that is why I've instructed Greg to make sure we have a strong marketing, and he's already started hiring. She starts August 12th. We're building it out because as I came into this system, I said we have to tell our story loudly, strongly, boldly, and market this amazing system. So I'm with you 1,000%.
Trustee Brar?
I agree with the comments made by my colleagues, but Chancellor Garcia making a statement, if you went into New York and said, hey, you're going to make $130,000, same. I know Dr. Vernon Harper sitting here in Bakersfield. If you went to Arvin High School, which is a rural part of Kern County, and just had one informational session saying, do you want to go to Cal Maritime? You get to go to the ocean, you get to be on a ship, and guess what? You make $130,000. Do you know how many kids would sign up? So I think that we can't let go of that as we move forward about how we market and we go to these rural communities, which is life-changing. Same thing as in Fresno and these small rural communities in Central Valley, they would jump at the opportunity, absolutely jump. So just wanted to share that, but absolutely true.
All right. Trustee Ortiz-Morfett.
Hi, thank you so much. I had the pleasure of visiting Cal Maritime this spring, and I was so impressed I couldn't stop thinking about it for months, and I'm still thinking about it. And one thing that wasn't mentioned today, well, a little bit, is that you don't have to work on a boat if you have a degree from Cal Maritime. You can work in logistics and also make $134,000. So I think that needs to be included in the marketing, that the name is misleading because maybe everyone doesn't want to go on a boat. I get seasick, I couldn't work on a boat, but there's many other fields. And what I learned was that if you can control and operate a huge boat, you can control power plants and wind turbine plants and solar energy plants and many other things. So something to think about. Thank you.
All right, I will use the chance to just make one bit of closing comments, and then I will end our joint committee and hand it back to you. I will just say the skills are absolutely transferable. The opportunity is absolutely amazing, and it's currently unattainable for too many students, and this integration will help us make it more attainable for more students across the state. This is an elegant solution. It's also one that is dire today and would be more dire a year from now. And the courage it took to bring it up today is noted from the leaders of these institutions and from our team, and we deeply appreciate it. And I will speak for myself that we as a board need to have courage to tackle this situation in front of us and get ahead of any other situations across the CSU so that we never get to a point where we might have to make what are truly hard decisions. It's not that this is easy, but we have the time here to make the right decision and to do it in a way that's right for students and for all of our stakeholders. So deep appreciation for what you all have done. With that, I conclude the joint committee from Educational Policy and Finance.
Thank you, Vice Chair Arambula. Thank you for that excellent discussion. Trustee Ghilarducci, if you would please convene the Committee on Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds. And I might add, this was supposed to begin at 4:05. It is 4:15. I'll leave it to your good judgment, my colleague, to get us home by 5 o'clock.
No pressure. Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the meeting of the Committee on Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove an item for a separate discussion? Hearing none, is there any objection to the approval of the consent agenda? Hearing none, then the consent agenda is considered approved. The committee does have one item on today's discussion agenda. Item 3 is an action item on the California State University Maritime Academy Waterfront Master Plan approval and EIR certification. The item will be presented by Steve Relia, Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer, Michael Dumont, Interim President from Cal Maritime Academy, and Paul Gano, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Capital Planning, Design, and Construction. Steve?
Thank you, Trustee Ghilarducci. On our last item, you heard a bit about the new ship that's coming to Cal Maritime. This item requests that the board approve the California State University Maritime Academy Waterfront Master Plan and Environmental Impact Report. The Waterfront Master Plan is being developed to accommodate the national security multi-mission vessel that is now being built and is scheduled to be delivered to Cal Maritime in late 2026. I'd like to point out that this item is necessary regardless of whether Cal Maritime and the Cal Poly integration proposal is approved. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to President Dumont.
Thank you, Executive Vice Chancellor Rellier. Members of the Board of Trustees, it is my honor today to present the California Maritime Academy Waterfront Master Plan. Cal Maritime fills a unique role, as you know, in the California State University system. One of our primary missions at Cal Maritime is to educate and inspire future mariners to ensure the United States meets the nation's economic and national security needs through safe and efficient maritime operations. Cal Maritime partners with the U.S. Maritime Administration, which is part of the U.S. Department of Transportation, as well as the U.S. Coast Guard, to chart the course for the education and training of licensed civilian merchant mariners. As you know, Cal Maritime is the only state maritime academy on the West Coast. In the fourth quarter of 2026, Cal Maritime will take delivery of a new, first-of-its-kind, purpose-built ship to be named U.S. training ship Golden State. The ship is presently in production on the East Coast. Golden State will provide a training platform that ensures the United States continues to set the world standard in maritime training and education. The new ship will accommodate 600 students at sea compared to our current ship's capacity of 250 students. The ship will have numerous training spaces, including 12 classrooms, a full training bridge, a library, workshops, lab spaces, and a large auditorium. Golden State will maximize Cal Maritime's ability to fulfill our mission of providing a hands-on educational experience. In order to receive the new ship, Cal Maritime requires an upgraded wharf and infrastructure to accommodate Golden State. The wharf improvements that you will hear about today, when coupled with U.S. training ship Golden State, will provide a world-class training and education environment for our students. I'll now turn it over to Paul Gannot to talk more about the Waterfront Master Plan. Paul?
Thank you, President Dumont. This is a conceptual image of the proposed Waterfront Master Plan. The master plan is intended to be developed in 3 phases. Today we're seeking project-level approval for Phase 1 and program-level approval for Phases 2 and 3. All phases of the master plan can be divided into in-water and land-side elements. These elements are shown graphically in gold on the image on the screen. The in-water components of the Waterfront Master Plan include the new main and secondary piers and improvements to the boat basins. The land-side components of the Waterfront Master Plan include the existing boathouse renovation and seismic upgrade, new and upgraded utilities in the marine yard to support the U.S. training ship Golden State. Additional elements of the master plan are outlined in the agenda item. Phase 1 improvements are limited to those necessary to homeport the U.S. training ship Golden State. We are requesting project-level approval for Phase 1. The in-water components of Phase 1 are the new main wharf or pier and trestle outboard of the existing wharf, and the expanded and improved Small Boat Basin 1 in the same location as the current Small Boat Basin. The landside components of Phase 1 are the new and upgraded utilities in the marine yard to support the U.S. training ship Golden State. Preparation of the environmental impact report included public outreach, and all issues identified during public circulation of the draft environmental impact report were fully evaluated in the final EIR in accordance with SEQA requirements. The final EIR concluded that the project would result in a single significant unavoidable impact to an historic era archaeological resource related to the demolition of the remnants of the deliberately sunken Contra Costa Ferry just offshore of the campus's shoreline. Demolition and removal of the remnants are necessary to allow the dredging of proposed new of the proposed new boat basin under Phase 2 of the Waterfront Master Plan. All other environmental impacts were determined to be less than significant or mitigable to less than significant levels. Because the project will involve federal funding, the project is also subject to the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. The university is preparing an environmental assessment, or EA, for the U.S. Maritime Administration, which acts as the NEPA lead agency. NEPA compliance is a separate process taking place in parallel with CEQA compliance. And I'll turn it back over to Steve for some closing remarks.
Thank you, Paul. Let me just get my notes up here appropriately. So here's again that beautiful picture of the new ship Golden State with a picture of the new pier. As Paul mentioned, this item requests certification of the environmental impact report and approval of the Waterfront Master Plan for Cal Maritime. This project will ensure readiness for the 2026 arrival of the U.S. training ship Golden State, now being built in the Philly shipyard for the U.S. Maritime Administration. Consistent with the mission of the Maritime Academy, it will also expand hands-on learning opportunities for its cadets, better preparing them for the certifications and careers that await them in national maritime industries. The project will also provide the community with benefits in the form of improved access and enhancements to the publicly accessible shoreline. It is also planned that with input from numerous federal, state, and local resource agencies, and includes mitigation of all impacts on natural resources. We recommend approval of the proposed resolutions. Trustee Gilarducci, that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to address any questions.
All right, thank you for the presentations. Before proceeding to any questions and/or discussion, I would ask for a preliminary motion to approve this item, the California State University Maritime Academy Waterfront Master Plan approval and EIR certification is an action item before the Committee on Campus Planning, Buildings, and Grounds. Only committee members may vote at this time.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion to a second. A second. Great. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Yes.
I'm just curious, what happens to the Golden Bear?
That's only one, so it has to go. It belongs to the U.S. government. Generally, what they do is they put it in the mothball fleet and hold it for a period of time. At some point, they typically recycle the ship, which I'd be happy for, because when the U.S. Maritime Administration recycles the road ships, the money that they make from recycling gets divvied up amongst the 6 state maritime academies.
Great. Any other questions or comments? All right. With that, then, hearing no other further comment or questions, we'll now take a vote on the item. Ms. Carell, please take a roll. Do I need you? No, I don't. Okay, good. So then, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion is approved. All right. Chairman Clark.
Thank you, Trustee Gilarducci. So I was told by the Chancellor I was premature in saying you had to get us home by 5 o'clock. Because that wasn't quite the last item.
That's right.
I saw that you were chairing both of the items.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to ask you now to convene the Joint Committee on Finance and Campus Planning, Campus and Buildings and Grounds. And now, can you get us home by 5 o'clock?
I thought you were going to give me another 5 or 10 minutes.
No, no.
All right. Well, thank you, Chair Clark. All right. Will the joint meeting of the Committee on Finance and Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds please come to order? The first item on today's agenda is the approval of the minutes from the May 21st, 2024 meeting. Is there any objection to the approval of the minutes? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. The committee does have two items on today's discussion agenda. Item number 2 is an action item on the California State University, Sacramento Student Housing 3 schematic design and debt issuance approval. This item will be presented by Steve Relia, Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer, Luke Wood, President of the CSU Sacramento, Paul Ganone, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Capital Planning, Design, and Construction, and Robert Eden, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Financing, Treasury, and Risk Management. Vice Chancellor Relia.
Thank you, Trustee Ghilarducci. So this item requests that the board approve the schematic plans and project financing for the Student Housing 3 project at Cal State Sacramento. This project was approved for funding in 23-24 through the state's Higher Education Student Housing Grant Program. And in addition to the grant funding, the project will be partially funded through system-wide revenue bonds supported by the housing program. Sacramento State President Luke Wood will now introduce this item. President Wood.
Thank you, Executive Vice Chancellor Relia, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm also joined by our interim Chief Administrative Officer, Felicia Johnson. Our campus was fortunate to be selected to receive Higher Education Student Housing Grant Program funds, which are intended to increase housing offerings at colleges and universities across California. We are grateful to the Governor, the State Legislature, and the CSU Board of Trustees for our inclusion in this very important program. The project being presented today will provide 335 beds in a 5-story building located between our two most recent housing projects, the American River Courtyard and Riverview Hall. It will create a new gateway and sense of place for our North Village student housing area, which currently accommodates only 2,100 students in 7 buildings. The project will expand our on-campus housing options to first and upper division students. Several amenities and administrative spaces located at the ground level of this building will be able to support our residents. Our continued coordination between housing services and student affairs will engage the residents, students in the campus community and enhance their learning experience, therefore contributing to our goal of improving retention and graduation rates. In our own data on campus, we find that students who live in our on-campus housing, even for only 1 year, have significantly higher graduation rates than those who live off campus. I'll now turn it over to Assistant Vice Chancellor Paul Ganone to provide additional details on the site, design, and facility features. Paul?
Thank you, President Wood. On screen is the campus map for Sacramento State, with north oriented toward the upper left of the screen. The student housing building is outlined in red. The project site is located at the northeast corner of the campus and is directly adjacent to the existing North Village student housing complex. To the east of the site, which is at the top of the slide, is the American River. Thanks. On this screen is the rendered view of the proposed Student Housing 3 building looking east. The new student housing building is a 5-story structure with 4 stories of conventional wood stick framing over a concrete podium. As President Wood said, the proposed project will provide 335 beds, with 10 of those being resident advisor beds. The first floor will provide a recreation room, academic lounge, conference and classroom spaces, a mail room, and supporting staff apartments. The 4 upper residence floors are identical and include student housing units, study area, telehealth rooms, and student lounges with kitchenettes, which will foster student engagement and a sense of community. Outdoor hardscape and landscape areas will provide additional space for study, outdoor student life programs, and recreation. The proposed project is currently designed to meet the CSU's sustainability policy requirements. Some notable sustainability features include extensive use of natural light and ventilation, energy-efficient exterior and interior lighting, large trees in the courtyard for solar protection and decreased heat gain, charging stations for e-bikes and scooters, drought-tolerant landscaping, and efficient irrigation systems. These sustainability measures not only support the climate and sustainability goals of the CSU, but also provide for a lower cost of operation, which will pay for themselves over the life of the financing term. Sacramento State saved approximately $3 million in total project costs by selecting more cost-effective finishes and materials and negotiating better prices from trade partners. The university has worked hard to get the cost per square foot of the building at or below other student housing project costs, and more information on project costs, including the contingency, can be found in the written item. I will now turn it over to Assistant Vice Chancellor Robert Eaton to discuss the project funding and financing.
Thank you, Paul. So funding for this project will come from 3 sources, as noted a moment ago. First is $41,340,000 will come from system-wide revenue bond, or SRB debt, supported by funding through the state's higher education student housing grant program. Funding from this program was initially expected to be in the form of a one-time cash grant. However, as you may recall, in the fiscal year 23-24 state budget for the CSU, the state clawed back the cash grants for all previously awarded CSU projects in the program and replaced them with an increase in the CSU's annual ongoing state appropriation in an amount sufficient to support the issuance of CSU system-wide revenue bond debt that would generate proceeds to replace the cash grants. This SRB funding component was approved by the board during its July 2023 meeting. The second source of funding will be $8 million from housing program reserves. And then finally, the third funding source will also come from system-wide revenue bond debt supported by campus housing revenues. This third component of funding, in an amount not to exceed $23,165,000, is one of the actions being presented for your approval in this agenda item. Together, these 3 funding components will cover the approximately $70 million project costs, plus costs of issuance on the debt of about $2.5 million. For the SRB financing requested in this agenda item, the debt service coverage ratios are higher than the CSU benchmarks. The financial plan projects a housing program debt service coverage ratio of 1.58 in fiscal year 27-28, and that's the first full year of operations for the project, which is better than the CSU benchmark for a housing program of 1.1. And when combining the project financial forecast with information for all campus pledged revenue programs, the campus's overall debt service coverage for the first full year of operations is projected to be 1.48, which is better than the CSU benchmark of 1.35 for a campus. Let me turn the presentation back over to Steve for closing comments. Steve?
Thanks, Robert. This project will serve the students of Sac State by increasing the availability of affordable student housing and will support those students with the greatest need. We appreciate the support of the Governor's administration and the legislature to help us achieve our shared goal of reducing the cost of student housing. We recommend approval of this project. And Chair Ghilarducci, that concludes the presentation. We're happy to address any questions.
Well, great. Thanks so much for the presentation. Before proceeding to any questions or discussions, I will ask for a preliminary motion to approve this item. The California State University, Sacramento Student Housing 3, schematic design and debt issuance approval is an action item before the Joint Committee on Finance and Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds. Again, just a reminder, only committee members may vote at this time. May I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Great. I'll have a motion and a second. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, then let's do a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the item is approved. All right, the next item is item 3. It's also an action item on the California Polytechnic State University, San Luis Obispo student housing, Phase 1 schematic design and debt issuance approval. This item will be presented again by Steve Relia, Jeff Armstrong, President, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, Paul Ganone, and Robert Eaton. Steve, if you begin, please.
Okay, we're in the home stretch. Thank you, Trustee Ghilarducci. This item requests approval of the schematic plans and project financing for the student housing Phase 1 project at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. This project, which will be delivered in 3 phases, is consistent with the campus master plan that was approved by the board in May of 2020. This item will also request the trustees to delegate approval of the schematic plans for phases 2 and 3 of this project to the Chancellor, as the 2 future phases will align with the program and design of this phase being presented here to the board today. President Armstrong will now introduce this project. President Armstrong.
Thank you, Executive Vice Chancellor Rellier, and good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to share this very significant project for our campus. Cal Poly continues to see a record-breaking number of applications from prospective students, with many of these earning GPAs of 4.0 and higher. For the fall of 24, we received over 79,000 undergraduate applications for 6,400 available spaces. There are so many talented and qualified students that we're unable to accommodate due to our limited academic and residential space. We need this additional space on campus. Research shows that living on campus supports students' academic success, personal growth, persistence to graduation, and career readiness, particularly in the first and second years. Currently, we have the capacity to house 7,700 students, approximately 35% of the student body. This falls short of being able to support our 2-year live on campus requirement, along with supporting upper division students with housing. Our goal is to house nearly 65% of the student population with on-campus housing. The 2035 Campus Master Plan, approved by the board in May of 2020, anticipated this continued demand and need to grow our campus, and therefore included plans for nearly 15,000 beds. The project before you today is the first step in a collaborative yet complex effort to bring over 4,000 beds online by 2030. The goals of this project are as follows: provide high-quality resident halls to support student success and enrollment growth, provide housing capacity to support first and second year students as quickly as possible, maintain affordability by utilizing forward-thinking and cost-effective design and construction techniques. I would also add that this will continue to bolster a positive relationship with our community in the city of San Luis Obispo. Assistant Vice Chancellor Paul Gannot will now go over additional details of the project plan. Paul?
Thank you, President Armstrong. This rendering shows the entire housing community, which will consist of 9 buildings and over 975,000 gross square feet. The project site is located at the northeast corner of the campus and is directly adjacent to the existing student housing community. The project will be delivered in 3 phases, each outlined in a different color on this slide. Phase 1 is outlined in red and will be complete in fall 2027. Phase 2 buildings are shown outlined in blue and will be complete in fall 2029, and Phase 3 is outlined in orange and will be complete in fall 2030. This phase construction lets us deliver beds earlier and allows us to use the site to our best advantage during construction. Phase 1 of the project, which is being presented today, will construct 2 8-story buildings and 1 9-story building, with the taller building sited closer to the hillside, providing 371,000 square feet and serving over 1,300 second-year students in 1, 2, and 3-bedroom suites. Site work such as utilities and site grading for the larger project are also included in Phase 1 of the project. All 9 buildings, pedestrian circulation, and site improvements will be designed to look and function as one cohesive living community, and as such, this agenda item requests that the trustees delegate the schematic design approval of the remaining phases to the Chancellor. This rendering is from the entrance of Building B, which is to the left in the image and is facing south toward Building A. The first floor of each building will consist of a community space to serve the whole building, a smaller community space to serve 34 residents on the first floor, a resident advisor room, study space, and a laundry room. And each bedroom will provide arrangements for 2 students, and each suite will provide restroom facilities and a living room. The upper floors of each building will be designed to support approximately 60 students and a resident advisor, and will provide community space, a study lounge, and quiet study space. The project is designed with a steel structural system that will frame each of the buildings. The bedrooms will be prefabricated off-site and installed into the building structure, providing cost-effective and efficient delivery of the project. The project will be designed to meet or exceed the CSU's sustainability policy. Some of the project's sustainability strategy include LED lighting and natural day lighting, building materials with recycled content, construction and demolition waste management, green building education elements for building occupants, and site design strategies that allow for increased plantings, reduced impervious surfaces, and effective stormwater management. Throughout the project definition and pre-construction, the project team has prioritized a target value design approach, meaning the design team and builder are integrated from the beginning to provide a project that meets the project goals while staying on time and on budget. The project explored several construction models and identified a modular approach as being the most cost-effective way to deliver high-quality residential buildings for Cal Poly. Modular constructions provides time and cost saving as the units are manufactured off-site in a controlled environment to minimize complications and to maximize safety, both for the builders and for the campus community. The building design is simple, allowing for a focus on high-quality residential units at an affordable cost. The project schedule was compressed to reduce cost escalation. The university project team has worked hard with the design and construction team to deliver this project at a low cost per square foot, and more information on project costs and contingency is available in the written item. I will now turn the presentation over to Robert Eaton to present the project financing. Robert?
Thank you, Paul. So as Paul noted, the Phase 1 project is the first of 3 financing phases, and each phase is expected to be separately presented to the board for financing approval as the campus solidifies each phase, roughly one every 2 years. The financing approval requested herein is for the first phase, and the requested not to exceed financing amount is $530,770,000, which will cover approximately $465 million of project costs, plus an estimated $66 million for cost of issuance. With respect to the debt service coverage ratios, the campus financial plan projects a campus housing program debt service coverage of 1.13 in fiscal year 27-28. That's the first full year of operations, which is better than the CSU benchmark of 1.1 for the housing program. When combining the project with information for all campus pledged revenue programs, the campus's overall debt service coverage for the first full year of operations is projected to be 1.23, which is below the CSU benchmark of 1.35 for a campus. However, the campus projects that it will exceed the benchmark in 5 years, and given the importance of housing at the campus, staff recommends approval of the project financing as presented. I will now turn it back to Steve for closing comments. Steve?
Thank you, Robert and President Armstrong and Paul. This project clearly will support student success by providing a cost-effective on-campus housing solution for Cal Poly. We recommend approval to this project, and Trustee Ghilarducci, that concludes our presentation. We're happy to address any questions.
Great, thank you, gentlemen. Before proceeding to any questions and/or discussion, I would ask for a preliminary motion to approve this item. The item, of course, is the California Polytechnic State University, San Luis Obispo Student Housing, Phase 1 Schematic Design and Debt Issuance Approval. It is an action item before the Joint Committee on Finance and Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds. As a reminder, only committee members may vote at this time. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Have a motion, a second?
Second.
I have a second. Great. Any questions or further comments from the board? Yes, Trustee Fagan.
So it's probably in there, and I'm missing it, but could you explain a little bit about the debt service being covered by the income from the project?
Robert, you want to?
Well, as you presented, we do have the debt service coverage ratios, and that's based on a forecast, a financial plan, which shows that the revenues from the projects will cover the debt service with some cushion on there as well. So we review that. We look at market demand studies. We work with the campus team. We really take a close look at it. We do our due diligence on that, on the debt service coverage.
So there's really no exposure to the system or the campus because it's going to be covered.
Well, it's forecasted to be covered by the housing program, right? And it's obviously, I'm not one of those who's going to say zero risk, right? There's always risk involved. That's part of the situation. But it will not have an impact, for example, on campus operations, right? It will be covered by the housing program. So I don't know if you want to comment at all.
And the housing program is the rent from the students?
It's the rent from the students, yes. It covers the operations and maintenance of the project as well as the debt service.
And so in the English language, the rent revenues will exceed the money we have to pay for debt.
That's correct. That's what's in the financial forecast and the plan, yes.
Yeah, or I would put it as a tub on its own bottom. And I would also add that I believe the enrollment projections related to the project are conservative. So I think that's another area of conservatism or cushion.
Great. And going this way, Trustee Kimball?
No, I'm sorry. I think she left
you left that out. Confusing me. Thank you. I think Diego? Trustee Adamson, and then we can go to Trustee Rembrilla.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. First, I absolutely understand the need at this campus. I've been there a number of times, and I know every time I'm there, no matter what group you talk to, the number one thing they talk about is housing for the students. So I appreciate the efforts. I just have a couple of questions, Paul, that just help me understand. I certainly think that the actual building costs I got, they're fine. What I'm struggling with is the fees and services being 30% of the construction budget. What is unusual in San Luis Obispo that I don't understand when in Sacramento, that's 17% of the project costs. This one's 30% of the project costs. And number two, why is the site development cost so extremely high? Are we developing the entire site for all three phases at this point in time that makes that cost so high? Because it is astronomical as well.
Thank you for that question. That's a great question. I think site costs are also about 32%. And
yes.
We typically see about 11 to 15%. So you're exactly right. The site costs, so there are the three phases of this project. This is 3 of the 9 total buildings. And the site prep for the all 3 phases is being covered under this phase.
Okay,
so
well, that explains that.
And similarly, so we will have completed the design for all of the phases of the project. So some of those soft costs are we included them in phase 1 because we're financing the entire all the future sites. So some of those soft costs are spread out over the remaining 2 phases as well.
So are you paying all the fees up front as well?
Not all the fees, but most of the fees.
Okay, well, when you bring the other ones back, I'll make sure I watch that. Okay.
Right.
All right, thank you.
That's exactly right. They're really doing a great job controlling costs. They have sort of a war room that they're really super focused on costs. So kudos to them for really driving down costs on this project.
Well, the cost to build is fine. I don't have any problem there. It's just when we add the others on, it doubles virtually the cost of this project. So, yeah.
Great. And Trustee Armino. Larry hit my exact. I was looking at the last one versus this one, and the building costs are roughly comparable, and then you look at the total cost per square foot. And it's nearly double, but it makes so much sense. Really appreciate that explanation. So I guess my comment is maybe mostly to staff, recognizing that not all of us can be Larry Adamson and be as detailed and understand this at this level. I wonder if there's a way we can have a more base understanding each time of
this is roughly what we believe it costs price per square foot in building. This one falls within that or doesn't, and if it doesn't, here's why. And I think, at least for me, that would be very helpful as I read these, and would help when it might even help us when we see one like this, where it's like, gosh, this one is above that number, and would preface this question from Larry, and if Larry hadn't asked it, what I would have asked. So, but appreciate and understand, and I know I'm not on the committee, but tomorrow can stand in support of this for sure.
No, that's a great point. So thank you for bringing that.
And thank you for that. Thank you, Trustee Randall. And we will point that out in future items. This one was a bit different approach that Cal Poly took, which we really appreciated, which is kind of to, rather than do this piecemeal, which is typically how we kind of look at these things. They really looked at a long-term vision for how this would work, and by incorporating all of these infrastructure costs and fees in that first phase is going to pay off for this university decades in the future. We should have done a better job of pointing that out, and we'll do that in the future. There are sometimes very unique circumstances that a lot of our universities have, with the site being a certain way or utilities being a certain distance away, and other factors, and we'll point out when there's a variance like that. We'll try to make that a little clearer.
And we had one a few months back with maybe San Bernardino, where it was the materials and the environment in which we were building, and so each time I have full confidence, but just know that we as a board who are coming to this only every couple of months are working very hard to be great fiduciaries and ensure that we're putting trust in you all as the team, but we're also doing our due diligence.
Yes, thank you.
Great, thanks. And Chair Clark?
Thank you, Trustee Garaducci. So I just wanted to say amen to what the Vice Chair said, and you've already acknowledged it, but I just wanted to really highlight it, underline it. I remember when I started with the board, when Diego and I started on the board, sometimes trustees would ask questions about these things, and it was just like, it's in the front of you, just read it, understand it if you can, and move on down the road. I would note that Trustee Adamson and Trustee McGorry, I believe, became a subcommittee on this, and I really appreciate their taking this issue, and it's not really an issue, the effort for the trustees to have the information we need to act as fiduciaries. So I want to say thank you to that subcommittee. Thank you all for a very, very good presentation, and thank you, Executive Vice Chancellor Relier, for saying that we're going to see more of that kind of detail. That's really helpful, and I just want to say amen.
Great. Any other comments? All right. Hearing no further comments or questions, we'll now vote on the item. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the item is approved. And Chair Clark, this concludes the business of the Joint Committee on Finance and Committee on Finance and Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds. And I think I yield back to you 4 minutes.
Actually, 7 minutes. And so,
7 minutes. Okay.
So I was going to take that for some concluding remarks. I think that actually, thank you. That concludes today's business. The board will convene tomorrow morning promptly at 8:30 in Dumke Theater. Auditorium. Thank you very much. Thank you for an excellent meeting, everybody.
Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching a college degree is. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Research has found that baccalaureate degree holders go on to earn about 40% more than those who graduated only from high school. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University congratulates the class of 2024. An estimated 137,000 students graduated this spring from our 23 universities. Each graduate is a success story representing the best of what the CSU embraces and embodies: inclusivity, educational equity, and social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Graduates are prepared to immediately fill jobs, particularly those critical to California communities and economy. More than 3,200 nurses graduate from the CSU each year. Other alumni fill roles in artificial intelligence, agriculture, and climate science. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree earned from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. More than half of our undergraduate students graduate with no student loan debt. They, like that of the CSU's 4 million plus alumni, will discover how life-changing and enriching